Hello and welcome to round 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. And the action has reached new levels of intensity as we have an unprecedented 8-way tie in the open section. In the women's section, there is one trailblazer, Anna Muzichuk, leading the charge with 5 points out of 6. As the players come back from their free day, well, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new start. But who is coming back to the board feeling good? I'm international master Jovanka Houska. And here with me in the studio is a grandmaster, a good friend, and just amazing player, David Howell.
Thank you, Jovanka, and I loved it. I love those lyrics there. We're back, we're refreshed after the free day. We're hoping the players are too. I bumped into a lot of players on the island here, and they were really enjoying the fact that they could relax, unwind, and I'm expecting them to show everything, to pour everything into these last 5 rounds.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned there, David, it is the last few rounds, 5 rounds remaining, and it's here where we call them the money rounds, where people can string some victories together, then they will invariably finish at the top.
Yep. It's all about who can kind of hit form at the right time now, who can get that winning streak. And I think we need to update everyone, since it has been a day, on the results that we had just before the rest day in round 6. Let's start with the open section, Jovanka.
Yes, and as you can see, it was a very exciting day in round 6. It started with 3 leaders. And it finished with 8, and it's all because there towards the bottom, a lot of people got decisive results. Vidit, Sindarov, Predka, Wojciech, all joining the leaders.
Yeah, some fantastic games and a lot of blood on the board just before the rest day as the players really spent every remaining ounce of energy. Let's check out the standings that we're left with after those 5 decisive games. As you mentioned, you've got 8 at the top, and not just 8, it's a massive chasing pack.
I know, and I mean, it's just so close. 8 people at the top. I mean, this is the who's who. Hikaru Nakamura there in standings number 5. Fabiana Caruana. All of these players on 4.5 points, and as you say, David, there are lots of players chasing.
Yep. It's all about the second half of the tournament. You can't win a tournament in the first half, but you can certainly lose it. And the players, they're hanging in there. They're there or thereabouts. And let's check out the games that we're looking forward to today.
And once again, we have some incredible matchups. We have Wojciech playing off against Fabiana Caruana. Hikaru Nakamura, I'm really looking forward to this one because he is going to meet the whirlwind that is Alexander Predka. Played some fabulous games. And then on board 3, we have Javoke Sindarov, just 17 years old, facing off against the very well-prepared Vidit.
Yeah, we have some fantastic pairings. The top 4 boards are where the leaders will be playing. Further down, we have the likes of Faruja, Yuyangi, Vincent Kaimer, and we'll bring you up to date with all of those as we go on.
Absolutely. And let's check out the standings. Ooh, I got attacked by a fly there. The standings and the pairings and what happened in round 6 in the women's section. And the women's section is full of entertaining games. And it was no different in round 6. Anna Muzichuk beating tournament leader Bibisara Asaubeba to leapfrog into first place. For the other leaders, it was a very calm day with Vaishali drawing against Goryachkina, but Antonetta Stefanova is securing a very important victory against Irina Bulmaga.
Yep, 5 wins for white on the top 10 boards, 5 decisive games. And that does, as mentioned, leave us with 1 sole leader, Anna Muzichuk, leapfrogging her opponent. But she is being chased down by 4 players, some fantastic players there. Vaishali, Asobaeva, Stefanova and Goryachkina. And again, a big kind of chasing pack behind them on 4 points.
Yes, anything can and anything will happen. And let's check out today's pairings. And the top one, well, it's a big one because we have the number 1 rated Alexandra Goryachkina facing off against Anna Muzichuk.
Yeah, that is the big clash of the day. That's where we'll be focusing a lot of energy. Goryachkina with white, extremely dangerous. She's the top seed for a reason. She won the World Cup recently. Anna Muzychuk, to cling on to a lead, will need to survive that game. And Bibisara Asalbaeva against Vaishali on board 2. That's another clash between two players who have 4.5.
Yes, and we also have Maria Muzychuk facing off against another person on 4.5, Antonetta Stefanova. A lot of exciting games. I can't wait for today.
Yeah.
I missed the chess, I have to say.
Yeah, what did you spend your rest day doing, Jovanka?
Nothing.
That's how it should be spent. Day of rest.
And, well, I was in good company because I also saw a lot of chess players doing nothing as well, just wandering around the market street, the high street of Douglas in the Isle of Man. And, well, now they are back in the Villa Marina in this amazing playing venue. And unusually, no one is seated at the table.
Yeah. Have they forgotten that the chess will continue? Unfortunately, not every day can be a rest day. And here we do see that some players have taken their seat. This is Sophie Mie on board 5 of the women's section. Yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of players just taking a chill yesterday. I actually saw quite a lot of players taking a run along the beach, which was nice. Getting some exercise, getting some activity in. And yeah, often a rest day, it's a bit of a form breaker, right, Jovanka? If you're in great form, you don't want a rest day. But if you've been struggling in the first half, the rest day can be really reinvigorating.
It can, because it just kind of signals a closure to that appalling first half that you've had. So say, for instance, someone like Gukesh, who is struggling, he's lost 2 in a row, and he's only on 2 points out of 6. It will be a relief for him to have a rest day and then just focus his energies into the final half of the tournament. And now the tournament hall is filling up with players. And is that our very own Fiona I see wandering around?
It is. She even looked up at the camera, very aware there. Fiona will be conducting some interviews with the players later once they finish their games. Yeah, still 8 minutes to go before the start of action. The players have to arrive on time, have to arrive early, so we'll see them pour in soon. We see Ivanchuk on the left of your cameras, kind of slowly pacing away. He's been very solid this tournament, in and around the middle of the pack throughout. And yeah, there always seems to be one player, or maybe sometimes even 2 players, Jovanka, who put together these massive winning streaks after the rest day.
Yes, and some big names will be hoping to secure that winning streak. And there on the camera, we got that very unique angle of Fabiano Caruana back on top board.
Yeah, he's been there. This is the, I believe, 6th time from 7 rounds he might have been on top board. Very consistent top seed, of course, so he'll be sitting there as long as he's part of the leading pack. And he got that vital win with white just before the rest day. Sipping his tea. You mentioned that he shares the same routine as you, Jovanka.
He does. Every lunch, I've started to go to... I actually did this before I knew that he was frequenting this tea shop. But yeah, we go to the tea room and we have lunch. And I haven't actually asked whether he always has the same sandwich or always the same tea. But I tend to... do you know what I find? In life, I really need a choice.
Okay.
But when it comes to tournaments, whether I'm commentating or playing, I like my routine. I just like not having to think about anything.
Yeah, just kind of put all that energy into the chess itself. And there we briefly saw the top board women's clash. Here we see Vidit meditating, getting in the zone for round 7. He's another player on a streak. He's scored very heavily since losing his round 1 game. He scored 4.5 out of the last 5 games.
Yes, and in round 6 he had a fantastic win against Hans Niemann. And wow, nice to see Vidit just calmly meditating, getting into the zone, perhaps visualizing a good outcome.
Yeah, he's trying to manifest the win with his mind, with the power of his mind there. Here his opponent, Sindarov, another player in form, only 17, on the edge of 17. He won a sparkling game with black just before the rest day in miniature fashion against Sam Sevian. And here we see their head-to-head. They've never played before, Jovanka.
I know, no games. Ooh. I'm sorry.
Attack of the Flies here in the studio.
It is the Attack of the Flies.
Who will be attacking in this game? That's the big question.
And, well, actually, I think Sindarov, he showed us he loves to attack. Where he can, he will be very much the aggressor. And here you can actually see the progress of both these players in the tournament. And there we see that Jovanka did beat Sevian in the last round, but he's also had wins against Salmenkov and Levon Aronian. That's a big name there.
Yeah, some big scalps. And meanwhile, we mentioned FIDE, maybe the in-form player right now. He lost round 1 to Erwin Lamy after a one-move blunder in a promising position. But after that, stringing together a bunch of wins, 4 wins from his last 5. So he'll be feeling confident.
Yeah, he will be feeling confident. And there's a lot to motivate him, because it's not just an incredible prize fund and top prize of $80,000, but also there are 2 candidate spots up for grabs. And there you can see the prizes. First place nets $80,000. Not bad, David.
Not bad at all.
I could do with a chunk of that cash. And second place, 60,000.
Yeah, some big monetary prizes to incentivize the players. But at the moment, the main thing going through their mind are those 2 candidate spots. These are the 4 who have already qualified. Caruana is in the field. He's already there. So actually, maybe some of the players will be hoping that he wins to open up another spot in this tournament. Pragnananda, who's also here, maybe doing less well in the tournament so far, but he's qualified too.
Yes.
So it's all about the race for the candidates.
It is the race for the candidates, and there we see our top board in the women's section. And both these players, incidentally, have already secured their spots in the women's candidates. So for them, it's just all about the glory. And there we can see that in 2024, these women will be playing in the women's candidates in Toronto.
Yeah, those 2 candidates events will be running alongside each other. Some big names here already qualified. But it definitely seems to be paying off. The lack of pressure in this tournament for Goryachkina and Anna Muzychuk. They're just playing for the event, for the prizes. They're head-to-head as well, Jovanka. Very level.
Very level, right? 1 win apiece and 8 draws. And a lot of these draws have come in the Women's Grand Prix. They've played each other quite a few times.
Yep. Anna Muzychuk, she's 8 years older, very experienced. She's in the lead as well. But her younger rival, Goryachkina, maybe now is the moment to take a few more risks. She has white. And yeah, I think for Anna Muzychuk, she knows this is going to be, on paper at least, the most difficult game of her tournament as she aims to keep onto her lead.
Yep, and she has the black pieces, and she will be facing a motivated competitor. And, well, we are soon going to be starting off. And here we see board 2, Bibisara Saubayeva facing off against Pragnananda's older sister, Vaishali. Now, Vaishali just recently secured 3 GM norms, and she is looking to increase her rating to 2,500 so she can become India's 3rd female Grandmaster.
Yep, she's getting closer and closer. It feels like she's already at that strength. Every round she seems to edge closer to the 2,500 mark. So she's got 2 goals in mind, candidates and the rating. And plenty of cause for celebration if she gets those within the family. Imagine if both siblings are there in Toronto. But meanwhile, we see the head-to-head here, 3 draws, but the only decisive result historically from Saubayeva.
Yes, and Bibisara also looking for that candidate spot, but she is on the lookout to get her 3rd and final Grandmaster norm. And there we see top board, Radoslav Wojciech against Fabiano Caruana. Now, a little bit of trivia for you. Both of these players became members of a club. And you yourself were a member of that club.
Past tense probably means the 2700 club?
No, no,
Ooh,
no, nothing like that.
I don't know.
The Lost Baggage Association.
Okay. I eventually got my bag after 4 days. I think, well, hopefully these players got their luggage sooner here in the Isle of Man. I didn't realise.
Yeah.
I know that Fabiano was slightly concerned. He even went to the airport himself just before round 1 to pick up his bag. And yeah, it feels like that hasn't put the players off their stride, though. Both playing very well so far. And here we see the final moments before the handshake, and we're off.
We are off. It is showtime. And I love the synchronicity when everyone makes the first move. Whew. Let's get going and let's dive straight in. There we can see Wojciech. I bet you he's opened with his trademark 1d4.
Yep, 1d4 on the board. Some elite players kind of serve in every direction. They play a bunch of openings. Wojciech is one of those who very rarely deviates. He plays his Queen's Pawn opening. It's all very classical, kind of mixing it between the Catalan and kind of more standard Queen's Gambit declines. Here he brings his knight out, so the Queen's Gambit declined. And what do you think his approach will be here, Jovanka? Because 5 rounds remaining, do the players take big risks to try and win, but coming at the cost of potentially dropping back in the field, or do they just continue to be solid and wait for their chances?
I think they continue to be solid here, and especially if you're playing against Fabiano Caruana. And I just noticed that there was the brief kind of, I don't know whether Wojciech has been outmaneuvered, so to speak, but Wojciech normally handles the Slav defense by playing the slow Slav, which is to go very early, knight f3, e3. And with Fabiano's move order, well, Radoslav has been forced into the main line semi-Slav.
Yeah, the main line of the of this Moran, I guess. And bishop d6. White has a bunch of setups here. Bishop to d3 looks like it's been played, a bunch of moves. And still mainline theory, of course. We'll await to see how Black later decides to fight in the center. Often we see White playing for the move e4. Black, meanwhile, often playing for e5. But Black has other ways of setting up. Black can kind of fianchetto on the queen side as well. Really flexible stuff. Fabiano, he's surprised his opponents nearly every single game so far. He's always the first one to launch the surprise. I remember, what was it, on move 3 against Esipenko, a6. I remember against Hans Niemann, he kind of came up with this really slow idea against the Berlin. It feels like he's been fighting on his own territory most of the games, but Wojciech, he's a hard man to out-prepare.
He is a hard man to out-prepare, especially when you think back to Wojciech's history. He was famously a second for Vishwanathan Anand, and well, bishop d3 did come as a small surprise to Fabiano Caruana, and he's decided to castle. It's also possible to capture the pawn on c4 just to force White to move the bishop twice.
Yeah, the White bishop's already committed itself. One plan would be to take this pawn and to push forward with b5, gaining space. Okay, Fabiano's the first one to think. Jovanka, should we check back in a bit later?
Definitely.
Okay, let's check out some of the, or should I say, let's Wojta check out some of the other openings. Let's go to board 2. Nakamura against Predka. And Predka, he's another man of routine. He's always at breakfast at my hotel, same time every morning. I saw him at dinner yesterday. He's on his own, just kind of seems really focused, really determined right now. And okay, we see a branch of the Sicilian, not too many moves here, open Sicilian from Hikaru Nakamura.
And interestingly enough, Hikaru has played with the king's pawn, which does indicate that he is ready to meet the challenge that Predka's opening repertoire. I mean, judging by the style that Predka has been playing throughout this tournament, it was always going to be a Sicilian.
Yeah, always going to be a Sicilian. Predka not shy from entering these really complex battles. He's an attacking player. Sicilians are kind of custom made for attacking players if you're facing 1e4 with black pieces. And knight c6, so the 4 knights variation of the open Sicilian. White has 2 main moves here. Normally, knight to b5 indicates that you might be happy to transpose into a different branch, into the Sveshnikov Sicilian, after, for example, d6, bishop to f4, hitting this pawn, e5, bishop g5, so a transposition into the main line of the Sveshnikov. Or if you want to be really ambitious with White, you trade off the knights and you play e5, gaining space and aiming to land into some weak squares later on. But a lot of theory here. Jovanka seems to be played, seems to be discussed by the top players on a weekly basis, this one. And Nakamura, I haven't seen him kind of enter the main lines, enter the most critical variations in recent times. He normally tries to kind of duck and dive and play sidelines against these types of opponents. So I think a good choice from Predka to really test Hikaru's preparation. Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to that one as well. Also, Hikaru has been treating us to really tense, cagey positions where you have middle games with practically all of the minor pieces on the board, and he just wants to take the battle into the late middle game and just force the opponent to use the time on the clock. And well, big question for Hikaru there. Is he going to go into the well-trodden main lines, which for sure Predka has looked at, or will he be trying to do something else?
Yeah, interesting. Anish Giri going around checking out all the score sheets of the top boards. Giri, he's always peering over your shoulder, just lurking there, trying to figure out all the different move orders. He's an opening expert for a reason, Giri, in the background there. But yeah, Hikaru, as you said, he likes the maneuvering battles, the really tense positions in knight takes c6. Those lines, they're very direct, they're very forceful. And knowing that your opponent's prepared them can be a bit unsettling as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really like Black's opening choice. If Hikaru wants a slower game, he could play moves such as bishop to e2. He could play a3, which is really trendy these days. Lots of choice.
Yep, and also I just got up the opening database. Also g3 has been played as well.
That would be more up Hikaru's alley, just kind of slowly fianchettoing his bishop and getting castled and saying, okay, no forcing lines, this will be decided a bit later on.
Sorry, I'm just laughing.
Giri's back.
Giri just wandering around checking out everyone's score sheet. That used to happen in my day, but this was before computers. There was always like one chess parent just wandering around making a note of what everyone was playing. And I remember whenever this chess parent came, I would hide my score sheet. I was like, no, you're not looking at it.
And yeah, there's always one. Let's go to our board 3 clash with Yavokir Sindarov against Vidit. And not too many moves in this one. We won't linger here too long. Vidit taking a sip. Looked like it was a power drink there. Energy drink. Let's go back from move 1. It was e4, e5, and the Italian from Sindarov. He used this opening to defeat Levon Aronian earlier in the tournament. Bishop c5. And, okay, very slow Gyoko piano, as they call it, the Italian game. Just some maneuvering. Black's bishop back to b6 is a bit of a rare one.
I was going to say, I mean, presumably it's more of a transpositional move. It will, after, say, white castles, bishop b6 is a move that you do have at your disposal. Although it's quite committal, right?
It's quite committal, because actually the bishop here often gets harassed. Often a white pawn coming up to a4 threatens to trap this bishop, so later you will need to push the a pawn anyway to give the bishop a hiding spot on a7. So yeah, often the players, the top players in the world, they leave their bishop on c5 as long as possible. They push the a-pawn and later decide to commit. Guess who's back on the camera? Anish Giri, just checking out the score sheet. He's clearly bored of his game. He's just, curious minds. Talking of curiosity, Jovanka, the only thing I can kind of come up with here for Black delaying bringing out his knight. Normally the Black knight would have found itself on f6 2-3 moves ago, but could Levon Aronian be thinking of playing f5? Looks too risky to me, just especially while this bishop is kind of poised on the diagonal. I mean, I don't really know how to answer knight to g5 coming in, but there must be a reason he's delaying.
Yeah, okay, so the main move, you're right. You're right to be curious, because h6 is the second main move. And presumably, say, after a move like knight d2, then then the most popular move is queen f6.
Wow. I need to learn these lines. It's so hard to get a fight, to get an attacking position with Black against the Italian game. Queen f6, the idea might be g5 to g4. Maybe you bring the knight out this way, perch it on g6, head it into f4 later. Creative stuff. If Levon Aronian goes for this, there's so many move order tricks in the Italian game, so many different setups.
Yeah, and Vidit, he's known to be super well prepared, right? I said
Levon Aronian. I was talking about him from earlier. Sorry. Levon was one of Sindarov's earlier victims. I meant Vidit. Sorry, in this game. Too many top players in the tournament.
I know. Actually, I haven't kept abreast of how Levon is actually doing. Okay, he's on 3.5 points, Levon Aronian. And do you know who he's facing on board 13?
Who's he facing, Jovanka?
Okay, Narayanan. And Narayanan is just incredible, doing better and better every time I see him. Very calm, very strong grandmaster. I mean, literally. I mean, you're still playing strong grandmasters, even like on my third page. You're getting 26 22s. Just like
yeah, I mean, on board 55, one of the lowest boards, you have the Spanish champion. It's just incredible, the field we have here. No fishes, just sharks in the event. And castles. I would love to see h6 from Vidit. Followed by a quick queen f6, g5, g4. take risks, go for a win with black. That could be priceless at this stage of the tournament.
Yes. It also makes a lot of sense because Sindarov is very well prepared, so why not just take him into... No, okay. Knight f6 played.
Knight f6. We're heading back towards more mainline theory. Yeah, that would have been nice. Maybe he'll save ideas like h6 for rapid blitz games. Knight f6, of course, the most standard move. Nothing wrong with that one either. We'll check back in a bit later.
Definitely. And let's move down to Arjun Erigaisi against Yesipenko. And, well, a lot of moves have been played here. And what I saw is that Erigaisi played the very quick h3, perhaps following down Caruana's example.
Yeah, and we'll go very briefly. Giri, he's always there. He's always he's just constantly there. Does he not have a game to play? And let's go quickly from the start in this one.
Yeah, I've got to find out what's happening in Giri's game. Why is he not there? Why is he investigating everyone's game except his own?
And yeah, just to mention your h3 point. So this is one of the starting spots for the Royal pairs for the Spanish Opening. If white plays c3, we go into the Marshall Gambit, which is known to be very kind of healthy for black. You sacrifice a pawn, but in a position such as this one, black can play c6 or bishop b7 even, and everything's been worked out here. Chances are roughly level. I don't think there's any chinks in black's armor here, but okay, if we go back to the game, he plays the anti-Marshall, this version, rather than a4, the other anti-Marshall h3, as you say, taking inspiration from Caruana. Magnus Carlsen has faced this with both colors, bishop b7, d3, and insisting, giving up a pawn, d5. And the pawn was not captured. And yeah, there's various ways black can play this. Black can play the move knight to d4 here, for example, eliminate this white bishop. I've had some games here myself. Knight d2 instead, delaying the capture of this pawn as long as possible. It's not running away anytime soon, because Esipenko says, take me, queen d7, a4, and rook a to e8. He's gearing up. He's putting everything on the king side here, Esipenko.
Yes, he is. And interestingly enough, only 3 games in my database with rook a to e8. But there weren't too many games to begin with, just 14. But 6 of those 14 games did continue with black playing f6. But after rook a8, white has in all 3 of these games actually played a takes b5.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Why not grab an open file while you can? Can't hurt. You're not coming in. There's no entry squares, but it's nice to have access to that file. Rook a8. It has forced Erigaisi to think. Actually, up until this point, he had 1 hour 43, so he'd played every move pretty much instantly. I wonder, Jovanka, what's the point? If white just says, yes, Ipenko, to the free pawn, then
take. And then black has played... Okay, let me just check who actually played it.
We saw Giri
it was a Levon Aronian, sorry, Vishy Anand against Levon Aronian in 2017. He played knight f6.
In this position?
In this particular position, knight f6, and then knight f1 happened.
Knight back to f1, and I'm assuming... Okay, Erigaisi does follow these paths. He does, in the game position, take on b5, but here I'm wondering, does black have sufficient compensation?
Well, after rook takes rook, this was exactly the game. And then white just went bishop b3. And black played queen f5. And the fact that it's played by Levon Aronian with the black pieces makes me think that there's some serious effort, because he is one of the world's biggest experts on the Marshall. Yeah,
if Levon Aronian gives a pawn sacrifice his stamp of approval, it normally means it's pretty good. And here you can see why white's king would be under fire. Look at the diagonals here. We can understand why Erigaisi's actually chosen not to capture this pawn. Black with great compensation, typical for this Marshall-esque type of gambit. So in the game position, he took on b5 and did not say Yesipenko to this free pawn. He said knight to e4. And very quick king to h8. Black is getting ready for f5, getting off this, that wonky diagonal, getting off this diagonal, the a2 to g8. Diagonal here, and f5 coming next.
Yes, and has been played before. Oh, but this is now a new move. In the game that I have, white played knight to g3, and so the 2 players who played into this position previously was Alexander Indicits and Leandro Kreiser.
Okay, so 2 very strong grandmasters. This tends to be a grandmasterly variation, therefore, and bishop d2, the first novelty on move 15.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm wondering what the idea is. Black's most obvious move is to hit this knight in the center. Say F5. Has to retreat.
Yeah, put it back to...
somewhere.
I don't like G3, I'll be honest with you, because it feels like...
Feels like you're just a target
Exactly.
later.
So let's put it on C3.
Yeah. I think this is the explanation for his move, bishop D2. Because now Black's E5 pawn is hanging, the knight is hanging. If you trade knights, at least now you can line your bishops up, and hitting the E5 pawn as well. Still looks very tense to me. Black can play a move like bishop D6, maybe actually bishop F6.
Bishop F6, and then... It's...
B4 is coming to hit this bishop.
Yeah.
Later E4 is coming to hit this knight.
Don't get what White's play is,
Yeah.
apart from like Queen D2, and then it just feels like Black actually started the game, not White.
Exactly. Black's been the one pushing pawns.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just Queen D2, slowly build up, as you say, Rook E2, Rook E1, but it feels wrong. It feels like this bishop on B7 is going to be the best minor piece. Feels like there might be an E4 break in the near future. I think Esipenko should be pretty happy with the outcome here.
I think he will be very happy as well. And also, he will know that Erigaisi is not the kind of player who's very happy in a cramped position. You know, Erigaisi wants to push the pieces forward, wants maximum complications. So Esipenko, very well prepared, and this has worked well for him. Okay, let's move down the rankings, down to board 5, where we see Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces against Alexei Sorana.
Yeah, this is the start of the score group on 4 points out of 6. The previous 4, the top 4 boards there were the leaders. So here we see the start of the chasing pack. We've looked at the games, at least briefly now, of everyone on 4.5 points. Time to focus on those chasing. And maybe not quite in must-win situations if they want to get top 2 spots, but definitely itching to get some victories. And this one, another open Sicilian, Jovanka. Yeah,
another open Sicilian. And now the white queen has come to D3. And yes, our eagle-eyed producer has spotted that Alireza did have something to occupy himself with during the FIDE. He got himself a haircut.
Yeah, very fashionable haircut. I'm not sure we call it the fade. Yeah, I'm not brave enough to shave the whole back, but he must be, well, he's looking fresh, must be feeling fresh after this rest day, and he's played quite an ambitious line with White's queen landing on D3, aiming to slide across to G3. I'm expecting that move now, actually. And Sorana, a very counter-attacking player. This line of the Sicilian, very solid for Black, but there's some risk involved. We see Duda watching the game with interest too. This D5 move, he's built the triangle with Black. He's got the rock-solid pawn on D5, and it's always kind of a question here. When, if ever, does White play the move E5? You're pretty much going all in now on a kingside attack. But the plus side is that Black can't castle.
Yeah, that is true.
If Black castles, bishop to H6 would win material due to this pin. Black would be forced to play G6, and the rook would drop. So actually, it's very tempting to play the move E5 now, Queen G3, forcing Black to play either King F8, a bit of an ugly move, or G6, also with some drawbacks.
Yeah, and yeah, I must admit, you know, Black's position does look rock solid. So I would be tempted to go G6. You know, at least have the option for castling if you need to make an escape. But on the other hand, what is White's plan once this very solid formation has been formed?
Yeah, I think this is the downside for White. You can park a bishop up on H6, looks nice, but Black will maybe challenge it with bishop F8 at some point, maybe even now. And if you ever trade off, Black's king has a perfect hiding spot on G7. And yeah, your point I think is really relevant, Jovanka. White has no pawn breaks. Once you've played E5, you've shut yourself down. You would love to kind of push a pawn to C4, but that's impossible due to the knight. Black actually has some targets here on the queen side as well. F4 will kind of never really achieve F5.
No.
So you're playing with pieces, but it's hard to imagine a real breakthrough.
Yeah, C4 is what I want to play, but I really don't get that on the board. And
E5 as well, slightly vulnerable long term. If you're forced to play F4, then you've kind of committed everything with White. So a big moment.
Yep. And also the pawn break H4, H5 isn't going to happen because first of all, you can't even cross the H4 square without it being taken off. So, big moment here. Alireza Firouzja Is he going to go e5? Is he going to keep the pawn structure flexible and go queen to g3, which I quite like? Or is he maybe going to refine things with some bishop out to... Is that ever an idea? Put the bishop out to either f4 or to g5 and then trade off dark square bishops?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I like one of these two moves as well. I'm quite attracted to bishop f4 just because now you just bring your rooks to the center. You kind of keep the tension. You keep black guessing. I like bishop f4 because you stop any rook b8.
Yes.
But
I like that too. And as well, I'm getting really enthusiastic about your plan, David, because if black ever goes c5, well, suddenly there's a lot of pressure on the d5 pawn. And, yeah.
Hanging pawns.
Exactly, hanging pawns. And the bishop on c8, you know, isn't happy being forced to a defensive role.
Yeah, so either Alireza will go all out on the attack. He'll cut or haircut the board in half with e5 and slide his queen to g3, or he'll play more position-y, just develop. Either way, it's a crossroads at an early stage.
It certainly is. And we're going to keep an eye on all these games, but we're also going to move down to board number 6 between Etienne Bacro and Yu Yangyi.
Yeah, two players who've kind of been very solid this tournament, getting a couple of victories and then just kind of closing games out with draws anytime they face the stronger opposition. Etienne Bacro, and well, it seems to be open Sicilians on every board today, Jovanka. Etienne Bacro, he's got the Maroczy bind, pawns on c4 and e4. Black has a backward pawn on d6. And yeah, look at those snacks on the table.
I was actually going to mention that. It was kind of like a inside joke, right? So in round 5, Yu Yangyi played against Sindarov. Sindarov came to the board armed with a banana, and Yu Yangyi came with that packet of nuts. Today, it's like no banana is going to neutralize the nuts.
Extra power. Wow. He's anticipating a long game. That's a lot of nuts, a lot of snacks. You likes nuts.
You likes nuts. And bananas.
And bananas, clearly.
Yeah.
And yeah, he just never looks in trouble, Yu Yangyi, anytime I see him play.
Yeah.
Just seems so kind of in control all the time, but he needs to start getting those wins. And a bit of a dilemma for black. I was just about to say, okay, he does play bishop g7. I was wondering whether now white could be a bit sneaky and play a move such as bishop to c2, saying, whoops, you have a backward pawn, just reminding you there of this weakness.
How dangerous is it if I let you have it? Because but I can't defend it, can I? Unless
you play a king e7 or back to f8.
Somehow, you know, I'm not a Sicilian player, so you won't normally find me putting my king on e7. So I'd rather give up the pawn. Yeah. But I can also... I was just wondering if black castles and says, have this bad pawn. I don't care.
Okay, two directions. Let's take with the knight first of all.
Yeah, and here I wanted to go knight to d4.
Yeah.
And say...
cut the coordination between white's queen and knight. Kind of forcing me to maybe take off this bishop.
Oh, and no, let me be refined. Can I be really sophisticated? Although I don't know how sophisticated I am being.
Bishop
so
g4?
Yeah, bishop, just, yes.
Yeah, gain time, hit the white queen.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I'll block.
And now I can step back.
Okay, step back. Thought you wanted knight d4 maybe.
Oh, yes.
I did. Right, yeah. But yeah, I mean, at the very least, you step back. There's also some checks.
Oh, even better. Put that on, put that on the board. Queen b6.
I'll slide.
And now bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6. I might be caught behind enemy lines here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoops. This does look a bit awkward for white, who's so far behind in development. I think he's teasing Bacro here. He's trying to tempt him, trying to provoke him into going grabbing for this pawn because black has such activity on the d-file. Yeah, I love it, Jovanka. I like this pawn sacrifice for black. Even if white can later somehow get a knight back, which I'm not sure how, because you're hitting c4 right now. Even if this knight survives, then black will have fantastic compensation activity. And yeah, if I take with the queen, just final question.
Yes. So here, there's not that much I can do about this, apart from, I mean, first of all, can I just go queen takes queen?
Yep.
And now, I'm thinking I could either go knight to b4 or knight to d4. But knight b4 was just purely aimed at winning back material.
That's always nice.
Yeah.
often actually the side who grabs a pawn in chess often has to return it at some point, or should return it in return for tempi, or in return for kind of solidifying their position. Knight d4 looks quite nice.
Yeah.
Bishop moves. But I am eliminating this guy and clinging on for now. I'm wondering whether there's something better. Back row, he's the type of player who, if he kind of is given a challenge, he often rises to it. You don't want to poke the bear, wake the beast. Yeah, queen takes. There's also moves just like a6. Although, actually now I don't have to retreat with white. I can jump in and then back to the beautiful d5 outpost. Okay, I would love to see back row just at least ask Yu Yang Yi here, ask you what he's doing about the d6 pawn.
I mean, also, let's just put the king on e7 just to... No, it just felt wrong in every single level. I mean, at the very least, you've even got moves like b3, and it's like, oh, look at that. If you chase away the knight with a6, knight takes d6.
Nice.
And now bishop a3, and I've embarrassed both the queen and the king. And how many moves is it? I can't.
This would be 12 moves in, and white is just winning.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely not king e7 here. Knight b4, we should mention, blocks the diagonal, saves some material, but at the very least, white can trade queens, win the piece back with interest, pawn up. So okay, interesting position. If back row doesn't go for the d6 pawn in the near future, then black is just totally fine, and probably just a very balanced middle game. So we'll see. We'll have to find out later.
And let's quickly go to board 7. Vincent Keimer against Anton Korobov, because looks very interesting.
Yeah, really interesting. This is recognizable as a Slav defense. Let's quickly go from the start. I'll just mention that I actually played Vincent Keimer last night at like 1 a.m. at Blitz online, and he was crushing me until he disconnected twice. So I won twice by disconnect. So internet here in the Isle of Man. But it shows that they're addicted to chess, these players.
Yeah.
It was the rest day, but they needed to get their fix.
It was quite stormy yesterday, though, David. Did you feel a chill in the bones?
I did.
Where were you skull?
I was a skull for Halloween.
Oh, you were a skull,
playing in a tournament. And I was trying to tease everyone with my puns. Happy Howell-ween. But yeah, apparently he's in a hotel, same hotel as our producer here. Shout out to Leonard. And the Wi-Fi there is questionable. Maybe on stormy days. Yeah. Extra questionable. But yeah, one of the main lines of the Slav. Black wins a pawn, but white regains it. Knight e5, one of the two ways of doing so. White can also play e3, a very trendy line. So knight e5 was met by the knight being chased twice. And early in the tournament, Anish Giri himself put the knight back on e3, but knight e5 is known as one of the main lines. Black plays a5 to stop white from kicking the black knight. h4, h6, and okay, I've always distrusted this from black, having your bishop shut out on the h7 square. Similar stuff happened in the World Championship match between Anand and Topalov, I believe. And often Anand would find his bishop trapped on h6, on h7, sorry, slightly different variation, but yeah, it can be really unpleasant long term, even in endgames. But here we see Vincent just keeping all the pieces on the board, and knight c4 hits this piece. I don't really see the downside, just retreating, keeping the bishop on the board. b2 is protected by white's knight.
Yep. No, I don't see the problem either. I mean, again, I'm a bit nervous about this bishop on h7, but I guess maybe you shouldn't be. You should just let it live there.
Is it alive, really? It's like half alive.
No, I'll get resurrected later.
It's not Easter. It doesn't get resurrected.
That is true. Okay, but...
it's the Day of the Dead a couple of days ago, and this bishop, not quite dead.
No,
close to it.
Close to it. Okay, but I guess you could just go bishop to. What I'm trying to do is I'll try to provoke you. So I'm going to go bishop d6.
Bishop d6. Yeah, the problem is this knight. I don't really understand what it's doing on c4.
No, I didn't see that one.
d7 pawn as well.
No. I cannot do this kind of things. Then I can't put the bishop on the d6 square where the knight should be retreating to.
Yeah, but what else? I don't really see it unless he's trying to break with e5. Why would the knight willingly sit on a vulnerable square like c4, where it will get hit either by a pawn or white's queen?
Yeah.
f5, e5, or c5. Anton Korobov, he's not the type of player to sit passively either. He will not happily kind of strategically suffer with a bishop on h7.
Maybe his idea is bishop e7.
Okay, bishop e7.
But this is, again, this is a highlight of my style, which is like knight d6.
Oh, 96. What? Sorry.
Knight d6. Please go e5.
And, whoa, you're alive.
Exactly. I have hope now.
And I'm not sure how black continues because this knight's a bit stuck.
Yeah.
Maybe
Okay.
you can play knight f5, hit this pawn. Nearly trapped, but not quite.
Yeah, and okay, I don't think black should be worried about abandoning the b7 pawn, because the fact that you can take on h4 is more than enough compensation.
Yeah, often white's queen actually is just on a poor circuit and she'll get kicked around the board. So yeah, okay, it's not one-way traffic, but either way, Vincent Keimer here, he's about to retreat his bishop. He plays bishop f2, the most natural move on the board. He's making kind of significant face gestures here. He was frowning for a long time here. He's like, what's your opening idea? Clearly something that he hasn't predicted and therefore surprised.
Yeah.
Anton Korobov, it feels to me like he's bluffing a bit. This isn't his main opening. He doesn't play the Slav on a regular basis. Normally more of a Queen's Indian type of player.
Yeah. So Vincent Keimer doesn't have a poker face?
No poker face. He's very expressive.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Normally, yeah, I guess with German players, we assume that they're kind of stoic and they don't give too much away. But I played Vincent a few times, including the last Grand Swiss, and there he blundered against me, and he was just
really.
He was letting me know. I mean, we both knew, but he was very visual about the blunder. But then it got to an endgame where I was slightly better, and he was already just kind of waiting and like, okay, give me a draw. He was making it very clear he didn't want to be tortured, which I tried to do for a bit longer. But 96 back.
Yeah, knight to d6, and we're expecting black to continue with bishop to e7. I think the time that someone made it very clear to me that I should be resigning was when they got themselves a pint of beer.
A pint of beer? Wow, yeah. That's another level of cheek.
I was completely lost. But it did infuriate me a little bit.
Yeah. I don't think that would be allowed in a professional tournament like this. The player's not allowed those types of beverages, but yeah, either way, it feels very passive for black right now. I like white's chances with the center, with the black bishop locked out on h7, and yeah, I think long term, Vincent has a enduring advantage here.
Yes. Well, certainly that, and let's revisit the. Let's go to the women's section actually, and then revisit the top boards in the open section.
Yeah, let's go to the women's section. I'll click on that top board. Here we go. It is Goryachkina against the leader, Anna Muzychuk. And okay, no open Sicilian in this one. It's a Spanish, Roy Lopez. We'll go very quickly from the start.
Yep.
We're only at move 9 right now. Knight c6, bishop b5, the Spanish. And okay, this really trendy line where it's like the early Archangel where black normally puts a pawn on b5 and then plants a bishop on c5.
Is this the Muller defense?
It might be the Muller. There's also the Neo-Muller. I wish I knew all the terminology for this one. Let us know, chat.
Yeah, my database is calling this the Morphy defense, but I thought the Morphy defense was something else, and then it says the Anderson variation. Don't know whether this database is just making it up and literally gaslighting me to believe something.
It could be. People just throw any names at openings these days. Everyone wants to coin their own openings. Yeah, I do recall it being the Muller. I think the Muller might be bishop c5 before knight f6. I'm not sure. The Neo Archangel is another thing. Anyway, bishop c5, trendy move.
Yep.
No matter what its name is. d3, d6 now. h3. And black finally plays b5. So we're heading more into kind of classical. Okay, I was going to say classical Archangel waters until I realized that the white bishop could be hunted down, which is normally not part of white's plan. Has she been tricked here with the move order, Goryachkina? White would love to already have the move c3 on the board so the bishop could slide back and save itself.
Yes, h3 is an inaccuracy. c3 is the main move.
Yeah, c3 looks far more natural as well, kind of threatening d4 in some circumstances. Maybe she was scared of the black bishop pinning her knight, but I think in these positions you're never really scared of that as long as you can firstly kick the bishop and you can defend your knight, you can break the pin. The white queen is free to move. Often, actually, you play g4 and the black bishop will be stuck, just like Korobov's bishop in the previous game on g6. So really nothing to be scared of there, but your Goryachkina spending a bit of time on the clock playing h3, and like you said, the bishop gets hunted down. So here, at will, black can take this bishop, no rush. And normally in the Spanish, anyone who plays these openings, the Italian game, the Spanish, they're so attached to their light square bishops. Bobby Fischer would be disapproving even, of allowing this bishop to disappear.
Yes, but that is what she must do, because black can literally play knight takes bishop on the next move and can even wait with it, just like you've indicated. But yeah, I guess the life continues, and I do have some gains in my database. White has been trying like bishop e3.
Makes sense, bishop e3, because, for example, if you play too slowly, let's say we start maneuvering the knight round to g3, which they often do here. Black's actually going to be very happy with a pair of bishops, and if the center ever opens up with black playing d5, even if white plays d4, then these bishops will really start to exert their influence. So you have bishop e3, get rid of the bishop pair, of black's bishop pair at least, if yours is getting exchanged off as well. Roughly level chances, still early days.
Yeah, but Anna Mozarchuk will be the slightly happier of the two. And let's go over to Bibisara Asalbayeva against Vaishali. And, well, it came as no surprise that, Bibisara opening up with some English type, like a Reti English type position.
Yeah, so this position will catch up with it. It looks like a reverse Sicilian, actually, with white pretty much playing as you would in a Sicilian defense. Black is the one with the Maroczy bind, controlling any pawn breaks. Let's go from the start. You mentioned the Reti. Starts life with knight f3, g3, very slow stuff. And just as black is about to start occupying the center, white fights for some ground, allowing some exchanges. And knight c3, a very well-known position. Black has choices. You can play g6. You can, you can play knight c7 as she did. You can even take the knight on c3. Well-known stuff. Castles, e5, and okay, white quickly tries to break in the center. Rook b8. We saw this or something similar earlier in the tournament with Richard Rapport on the white side. And okay, here we see actually already a threat. Bishop takes knight, eliminating the defender of e5. So this pawn has to be defended. f6, and Bibisara, a long time in the tank here. She's been thinking for a long time, and finally, just as we come to the camera, plays f4. Committal stuff.
It is committal stuff and has been played before as well. Kasper Puren, I think he was world puzzle solving champion.
I think at least three-time puzzle solving world champion. And okay, f4, we say it's committal because white's king is never going to be entirely safe, and this type of pawn structure with white's pawns in the center, they're really inflexible actually. Later you're pretty much committed to piece play, very dynamic play for the rest of the game, but your pieces are active. There's some pins. This knight on c7, not too happy.
Yep. Very interesting position. I'm just checking the database. After pawn takes pawn, one game played. Bishop takes, as you've mentioned. Black had tried king h8. I'm not sure whether that's a necessary move.
It's the type of move I would play just to avoid calculating any checks later on. I guess maybe some ideas of maybe g5 later. I'm not sure. It looks a bit risky to open up the king side.
Yeah, it's interesting because the white then switched tack, I would say, and then played a4. I'm not sure I would actually approve of that move because it does concede the b4 square. And at heart, I'm a positional player and I don't like giving up squares too easily.
Yeah, and normally in chess we say long-term the side with more central pawns is doing quite well. Actually, long-term black's doing quite well here because these pawns are easy to target. I guess a4 is designed to stop b5, hitting this white knight. It's also designed to play knight b5 herself here with pressure on this diagonal. Yeah, it's definitely, I think, a indicator that Asalbayeva wants to win.
And did you know who just walked past in the camera?
Giri again.
Giri again.
He's everywhere.
He is everywhere. Oh my God, when we go back to the open section, I have to go to Giri's game to find out what on earth is happening there.
Yeah, this position we'll check back in a bit later, but f4, really ambitious move here from Asalbayeva. She's burning her bridges. It feels like Vaishali's the better prepared of the two. And yeah, this one's going to get really sharp and really dynamic shortly.
Yes. And let's move down to Maria Muzichuk against Antonetta Stefanova. This is happening on board 3.
Clash of the former women's world champions.
Yes. Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah.
And we had another one, right? Between Tan Zhongyi and Maria Muzichuk.
Earlier in the tournament, that's right. And of the 2 world champions, it's actually Maria Muzichuk with the better head-to-head. She's won 2 games. Stefanova just the 1. And Stefanova is half a point ahead, though, right now in the tournament. So Maria Muzichuk with white will want to leapfrog her opponent, get that win.
And Antonetta actually has a remarkable ability, especially in open tournaments, to win the last few rounds. You know, I've seen her have terrible tournaments, and then come rounds 7 to 9, she just kicks, levels up, and well, wins a lot of prizes, a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, she's got great nerves, Antonetta. She takes big risks as well. She's kind of great with strategic and dynamic play, but always playing quite ambitiously. And I remember once I played her, she didn't realize that the final round or one of the rounds started early, and she turned up 55 minutes late. But she saved her best for last, just as she always does in these tournaments. And I was in trouble the whole game. I had an extra hour on my clock. I had white, and she was just totally outplaying me. So yeah, a very strong player. Once she gets in the flow, and it feels like she's really found momentum this tournament. Just before the rest day, she won a marathon game, and nearly 100 moves. So this position, shall we trace from the start?
Let's go back, yeah.
Okay, e4, e5. Okay, it's pretty much been all Spanishes or all open Sicilians so far in both across both sections. Castles, bishop d7. This one, is it the Steinitz defense for black?
I think it's called that. Hang on, it's...
Deferred Steinitz.
I told you, my database is just literally playing games with me. It's called this one, the Morphy defense as well.
Everything's called the Morphy
Everything's
defense.
literally the Morphy defense. I mean, this maybe it's called Morphy defense. We saw the Anderson variation. Now it's the modern variation.
Oh. Morphy was a great player, but yeah, this is just greedy calling, reopening his. So c4, bishop g4. So actually interesting that the bishop moves twice. Bishop d7 and bishop g4 immediately next. I guess she's arguing that d4 is a bit of a hole for later, but the d4 hole was immediately occupied. d4 takes, and a pawn sacrifice from Maria Muzichuk. She doesn't recapture. She could. There's a pin. Oh, actually, could she?
No,
b5 might be a bit tricky. Actually, yeah, this is a poisoned pawn. The pin is broken and the white queen is hit. Queen d5 counterattacks, but this will be defended against with gain of time, gain of tempo, defending the knight, attacking the queen. So actually, if she wanted to regain the pawn, she could have taken the knight first and then captured, but this would come at the cost of her kingside being shattered. I have no idea whose pawns are weaker here, to be honest. White's ahead of development. But rook e1 simply from Maria instead.
Yeah.
Wow, interesting stuff. It feels like both players already freestyling on their own.
Yes, very much. So after bishop g4, they do have a few games in my database, and there white was always going h3. So d4 is completely new. And let's look at the clock times. The women did start with 1 hour and a half on the clocks. So, I mean, she spent a good 10 minutes there at least. But knowing Antonetta, she will be very happy that she's a pawn up. This is like her favorite thing in chess. She takes big risks in order to win material.
And then she clings on and converts it.
Yeah.
Just as she did in round 6, where she won a pawn. She was up a pawn for like 60 moves. And eventually managed to turn it into a win. Yeah, bishop b7. The pawn can be captured sometimes. I'm not sure. Again, never sure whether you have to take this knight first. Queen takes d4. At least now you're hitting g7.
And well,
do you take this knight?
Yeah, you can take the knight first.
And now b5.
And now b5. Because you're going to meet queen takes g7 with bishop f6.
Bishop f6.
And oh dear me.
Whoops. Defending the rook in the corner, hitting the queen. b5. I was now hoping to play queen d5 because your e7 square has been occupied. But now knight b4 instead. Or maybe actually...
Knight e5. I'm going to go after your rook.
Oof. Attacking the bishop, attacking this pawn, and suddenly it's catastrophe for white, unless you play the sad move, bishop d1 to defend this pawn, but at the very minimum, she can win a pawn.
She can win a pawn, and she's very, very happy.
Yeah, Antonetta Stefanova looks pretty confident right now.
Yeah.
She spent a lot of time, but bishop b7, nice move. She can play bishop f6, still flexible, knight f6 next move.
Yep.
definitely the onus on white to regain material.
And just a reminder that there are 2 time controls. The open section are playing 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then after that they get 50 minutes for the next 20 moves. So this is a long time control, and then 15 minutes for the rest of the game. And of course, you do have that standard 30-second increment from move 1. Whereas in the women's, this is a lot more classical, and the players will be a lot more used to this one. It's just 90 minutes for the first 40 move, and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game. And of course, you get that 30-second increment, or time bonus as I like it, from move 1. And the big what do you say? The big thing is that there's no agreed draw before move 30.
Yeah, I think we all approve of that rule. Guarantees a big fight, and we've kind of very rarely seen kind of quick draws or games without significant battles. So, okay, should we keep track of the chasing pack on
Yes.
4 points in the women's section?
Yeah, let's have a look at former women's world champion Tan Zhongyi facing off against Stavroula Sulakidu, and they are in the chasing pack of 4 points.
Yeah, so they're 1 point behind the leader, Anna Muzichuk, but they're still in the mix. And soon these women will start needing to put winning streaks together.
And another E45.
Another E45, okay. No,
No?
I think this is a King's Indian. I was going to say this could come from E45, but we'll have to trace our steps back. This started life.
No. It did. Yeah, you're
as
right.
a
It's
King's
the
Indian.
I was. Yeah, you're right. I just saw the pawn on E4 and I thought, oh my God, this is coming from E5 and some kind of Philidor. But no.
This is how the pawns got there. Jovanka.
Yeah.
You're right. It was E45, but only on move 7 and 8 did the pawns land on these squares. And here Black actually traded off very quickly. Rook E8, putting some pressure on this central pawn. I've actually played this position myself kind of plenty of times, too many times to count. And in this position, it's kind of unclear what plans either side should be going for. White now plays the very nice move knight b5, just preventing the C and D pawns from really ever moving. These pawns are immobilized because of pressure from the knight against them. And Black instead slides the queen to c8, attacking this pawn. And okay, h4 played. Normally you want to put the
go king on h2, right?
Normally, to protect these pawns.
Yeah. I remember this particular variation was suggested in Boris Averich's opening volumes, and I remember his reasoning, because Black has gone a5, you can stick a knight on b5, and he literally just kind of finished it with some lines and said white is better.
That's the problem with opening analysis. It's always like, oh, plus equals, small advantage.
Yeah.
But what next?
Yeah, but it is really kind of symbolic of this opening that's all about depriving your opponent of space. So you do want to go king h2. You want to slowly get f4 at the right time. If you're not getting an f4, then you can sometimes I've even seen them go g4 and then just kind of reroute things and then go f4 and just hold on to the space and just keep saying to Black, what is your plan?
Yeah, and that's why I'm less keen on the move we saw in the game. Tan Zhongyi playing the move h4. King h2 just keeps everything protected. Now, in terms of plans, Black at least has a launch pad on g4.
Exactly, and you're going to put the knight on e5, and then the bishop will come to g4, and they can also play f5 as well. I've seen them break out like that.
Okay, she actually uses g4 for her bishop. We saw there on the camera, Stavroula plays bishop g4. It's a provocative move. It's basically losing a bit of time, a few tempi here, just arguing that f3 will further weaken the white king, which it well might. Now the bishop could drop back. I'm wondering if you can get away with bishop to h3, just because now the pawns around the king side have been weakened. I don't think white has time to overload the black queen.
Yep.
Knight takes c7. It suddenly gets sharp, though.
Bishop takes bishop.
Bishop takes bishop. I was hoping to play a move like knight takes rook and next move take the bishop back.
And almost without calculation, I would be looking at queen to h3, swooping in and eyeing up the king. Although I can see that maybe the white gets away with it after knight takes f6 check, and then king f2, and suddenly the queen.
I don't know.
Oh, hang on.
I don't know. There's some big threats here. Also, I just realized that this knight is hanging.
Oh, yes.
So maybe knight d5 and then...
Yeah.
And then your idea, king f2. And oh, actually, knight f4 is
okay,
going to kill the fun. It's just one check, and the bishop will drop. But yeah, f3 looks kind of the most natural move. You don't really want to allow a bishop to sit on g4, but she could just sidestep queen c2.
Yeah, but then it gets...
Feels like a lot of holes in both sides' positions.
Yeah. What is the plan for black? Is it like rookie? No, they don't go rookie 7. What do they do?
Yeah, what do they do? This is a big question. You would love to play the move c6 with black, so I like the idea of setting it up now that the queen is no longer kind of zoned in on d6. Often they move this knight out the way, just as you mentioned, either f5 in the air, or at least you want to get this knight round to e5, maybe knight d7.
But if you go knight d7, then knight to d5 was what worried me.
You're right.
Consequences.
Big consequences for black.
Okay, so this was something actually why this a7 to a5 carried a lot of risk.
Yeah, earlier pushing a5. Normally you want to put a pawn on c6 and then play a5.
Yeah.
But yeah, big questions. Knowing Tan Zhongyi, she will play f3, and she always plays risky moves with big consequences. And yeah, the game will continue, but shaping up to be a big fight.
Okay, and whilst let's move down one board. My computer is frozen. Thank you, computer. No, it's okay.
Yeah, and this is another clash between that score group on 4 out of 6. Sophie Millet has been putting a few wins together. Marcela Fromsky has had some great results too. This position looking symmetrical almost, apart from the fact black has a pawn on f6, which actually here is quite a nice one. It blocks out this bishop on h4. It covers squares that the white knight wants to use. The downside is that black's d pawn may be a bit vulnerable long term. I don't know if you can go for it immediately. At the very least, white can just trade off bishops.
Yeah. Very level, doesn't?
Very, very level, this game.
And I guess black just has to reinforce control over the weak d5 point, and...
Yeah, maybe the bishop comes around to f7 to defend.
And once you do that, then I guess you just wait for someone to do something.
Yeah, the bishops are coming off bishop g3. Sophie Millet loves to attack. She hasn't got that type of position yet. But very solid for both sides. We'll check back on this one later. Yeah,
and we have a few other players on 4 points. Shall we just take a look at Von Guntel against Garifulina and then move on back to the open section, because there's been a lot of progress in the game between Wojciech and Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, let's just do a quick roundup here. Again, 4 points, both of these two players. Open Sicilian, Jovanka, back with d-pawn, the d6 pawn here. White has a nice square on d5, but then again, black is solid, got everything covered. Black is going to put pressure on the half-open c-file. Black's knight is maybe coming to c5. Looks very level to me. Looks kind of like both sides have got their plans in, and this one will be decided a bit later in the game.
Yep, I completely agree with that. And let's go back to the open section and take a look what has happened in Wojciech against Fabiano Caruana.
Anish Giri, he's on the camera again.
Oh my God. Okay, first of
he's
all,
everywhere.
Let us find out what's happening with Anish. I mean, it's driving me nuts. Let's solve that mystery.
he's on board 11.
He's playing against David Anton. And, okay, so he's... Now, you would think by the amount of time we've seen him on the camera that he's barely used any time on the clock, but the clock timers tell me that he has used 17 minutes.
Wow, and this is a game for the viewers out there. Spot Anish Giri on the big camera, on the wide angle camera right now. He's everywhere. Anytime we zoom into any game, he's lurking. But right now, it looks very level, Jovanka. I think Anish is going to be relatively happy. It's a slow type of position against a dynamic player like David Anton Guiaro, but black with doubled e-pawn, so maybe small advantage for white long term.
Yeah.
Either way, mystery. He's definitely not at the board, Anish Giri. Where is he? It's like, where's Wally or where's Waldo for our American viewers? But where's Anish?
Where is Anish? He's not at the board. And, well, okay, let's go to top board clash between Wojciech and Fabiano Caruana.
I'm just waiting for Anish to just wander around in the back there, or to come in and look at the score sheets. We see Mikhail Krasenkov instead, who I share the same birthday as, watching this game. And yeah, he's a November baby too. Okay, this one has changed, as you mentioned, Jovanka. Should we go back to where we left it?
Yeah, so we left it in the early throes of Stanislav. And decision had to be made after castles. Was black ever going to take that pawn on c4? And not yet. He did.
Yet. Yeah.
He built it up for a few moments.
Rook e8, pretty much going all in on the plan of playing e5. As you mentioned, taking and playing b5 is an alternative plan. And okay, here we see Wojciech. Love that camera angle as he tries to ponder what to do next. Let's catch up though with the game. He now takes on c4 and fights for space in the center with e5. Really thematic stuff. You have to fight for those central squares if you're black. Can't be too cramped for long. Bishop e3. Capture. Knight g4 now. Hinting at some kingside action on the h2 square. Sometimes there's some tactics, but I think more importantly just stopping white from stepping forward, controlling e5. Extra kind of control over the square now with all of black's pieces. Rook d1, the queen shuffles, and now knight back to e5. Feels like black is fine, especially if more pieces disappear. I don't see anything direct for white to try anything too forcing.
But black might be fine, but white is also rock solid.
Yeah, white's definitely got no problems, but Fabiano, he's only spent 2 minutes on the clock. Has he solved his opening problems? Normally the first step as black is to equalize and only later try to outplay your opponent. Do you think he's achieved this, Jovanka?
It's actually really difficult to tell, to be honest with you, and it's going to hinge on whether white can actually get in this f4 break. Because say, for instance, knight takes knight, yeah, and then you drop the bishop back to e2.
It's a bit of a choice, but
yeah, okay, E2. Yeah, e2. I just put it here just to, and say you, for instance, black were to play like a bad move like a5, and then f4. And if we have this kind of really old-fashioned plan of going f4, e5, and yeah, I mean, it's even dangerous actually with few minor pieces on the board, and it's just all about like white taking space and taking control of the D line. So if Fabiano has control over this f4 pawn idea, then he'll be equal.
Yeah, big moment actually. Knight takes knight. An immediate recapture on the board. Again, we saw it on this beautiful angle. Anish Giri, he's in the back again. He just walked past. Literally every single time.
He's literally photobombing our stream. What is the word when you just? It is photobombing, but there's another word for someone just.
Video bombing in this case.
Video, yeah.
Wow, Anish Giri, man of many talents, but photobombing clearly one of them. Yeah, once this bishop retreats, and okay, it's a bit of a choice, a bit of a crossroads for Wojciech, but once it.
If it goes back,
if
it goes back to b3, I mean, my big question is, can you do one of these sacrifices?
Okay.
But you can't actually.
What type
I once wanted knight f3 check.
Nice.
You know, but it doesn't work because sometimes you're able to go bishop takes h2 check and say get a perpetual. So here it doesn't quite work because the queen is on d2. But
yeah. If you could use the g5 square, which is covered right now, then this would work. And unfortunately for black, you can't quite swing the rook because this square is covered. I'll pretend that's why I put the bishop on b3. I didn't see this far into the future, but yeah, definitely a bit scary to put the bishop on b3, and therefore he retreats it on to e2. Yeah, I like this one. It's more harmonious, just covering the g4 square, for example, that the black knight might want to use. Okay, Fabiano, we think he's close to equality, but big threat, at least positionally, on the board.
Yep.
f4, if he gets kicked back, then momentum white.
And okay, we're coming close to our first break, but let's check out Hikaru Nakamura against Alexander Predka. And because, well, you were right. You suggested a3 as being the sideline that Hikaru would choose, and sure enough, a3 on the board.
Yeah, Hikaru, he really loves to avoid these forcing lines. He doesn't take up the challenge of walking into his opponent's preparation very often. We last left this 4 moves ago after knight c6, and yeah, rather than we mentioned the really direct lines that occur after knight takes knight and e5 that have been discussed continuously by the top players, he instead just plays the move a3, cutting out bishop b4 ideas and taking the game into quieter waters. You said it as well, he loves to keep every single piece on the board, minor pieces, maximum tension.
It was how he was playing in Qatar against the Indian juniors. Where possible, he would keep the pawn structure really tense, not commit anything too soon. And more often than not, especially with these Indian talents, they would just immediately take direct action.
Mm-hmm.
And then he would react to that, and before you know it, he's a resourceful defender. He would seize the initiative.
Yeah, that's what Hikaru they call anti-young player chess, because this modern generation, their calculation skills are just on another planet. That's all they train on pretty much, especially the Indian school of chess. It's calculation, 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 and it makes a lot of sense to keep tension, force them to make strategic choices where there's no obvious right or wrong. So I like this approach from White right now. Of course, he's not playing an Indian teenager. He's playing Predka, who now represents Serbia.
Mm-hmm.
A very attacking player, but yeah, Black's position a bit cramped right now. I'm expecting an exchange of knights very shortly, and for Black to maybe park a bishop on c6, put some pressure on the e4 pawn, maybe rook c8 first. But either way, this one's shaping up nicely. White and Black both flexible.
Absolutely. So this one is going to be quite the interesting battle. And it's time, David, for us to take our very first break of the day. But don't go anywhere, because we are going to bring you more of the chess action in just a few minutes.
Extraordinary is an island like no other. Extraordinary is the Isle of Man. Book now.
Having women in chess, that's just an essential part of the chess world being round and harmonic. Women in chess, it is the beauty of the game. So we want to increase the number of the girls, women who go in for chess, who use it or choose it as their profession, as their career path.
Lots of things has to be done, but as an organizer of a top-level event, what we want to do is to have more top-level events also for females. Even though Norway Chess is an event that includes both men and women, in practical terms, it's only men. So what we want to do is to have a women's tournament that actually has the same prize money that we give for Norway Chess, the players that play there.
The top chess players are extreme outliers of the bell curve, and there is simply not enough women in chess to create these extreme outliers. The more numbers of women playing chess and comfortably growing in chess will create these outliers, and we will have the women competing for the biggest title in the world.
I want to wish all girls who is interested to play chess, who likes chess, who is still thinking, is it game for me or not? Yes, it is. It's a game for everyone. You can learn a lot of interesting new things apart of chess, like logical skills, meeting friends, meeting new people, going in different countries. And also, yes, we are all one family, against Suna Sumus. Thank you.
I believe that there should not be any difference between
men's and women's chess because it's sport and should be contested by them equally. But traditionally, men have had and still have more freedom, let's say, to focus only on chess, whereas women have to split their focus for chess and for family or kids' responsibilities. What I clearly know about chess that when I was a kid and I started to play chess, we had many boys in the group. I was the only girl, but I never thought that it's important. We were just playing chess and beating each other every day, trying to improve. So that what was important at that moment. I truly believe that chess is a very fair sport. Girls and boys, men and women, young or adult people just can play together, and what matters is how good you are in chess. Let's say the rules are the same for everybody.
I think in life everything is possible, so yes, sure, it's very possible to have a world champion. And yeah, with these activities and promotion of women in chess so I'm very sure if it's very possible. Estoy segura que es muy posible.
Provide the conditions and the environment so that girls feel secure, so that girls feel encouraged, so that girls feel appreciated, and so that girls can afford going in for chess. And one day, a lady will fight for the crown of the world.
We are back with our coverage of round 7 in the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. And there we saw during the break that chess can be used to benefit everyone and to provide opportunities. But here it's all about the competition. It's all about prize money, glory, and those 2 candidate spots. And we wanted to keep you updated with our our resident photo bomber, Anish Giri, and there he is in action against David Anton.
Yeah, and Anish Giri, I know actually in the build-up to this round, he was tweeting about someone wearing a certain hoodie, and actually that person, the Balenciaga hoodie, was Jordan van Forest, who just walked in the foreground. Yeah, Anish, he's been everywhere so far, but finally he's pinned down to his board. Seems like no matter where we go, he's there, whether that's his game or whether that's anyone else's game in this round.
Yeah.
And next to him, Mateusz Bartel.
I just can't get over Anish has virtually made an appearance in every single one of our coverage of all the games. They weren't even his games.
They talk about chess players burning calories. That's because Anish Giri's been doing laps of the playing hall. And okay, this game on board 11, not too much action here. Very, very static type of position with black fixed with the double D pawns long term. A bit of an issue here. Whereas white, not clear what Anish's plan is either. Maybe he will at some point play c3 and try to expand on the queen side. But looking very balanced.
Definitely. Balance is the name of the game. But if we were to go to boards 3 and then to board 4, we will see that imbalance is actually the name of those games. And especially now, once Vidit has actually broken through with his last move with d6, d5 in the center.
Okay, nice move. This is actually almost a mirror image of the Anish Giri game if black had just sat, because white is the one this time with the kind of saddled with the doubled e-pawns. Black, however, is happy to undouble white's pawns for him at the cost of breaking out, as you mentioned, and trying to gain some space, gain some activity. Sindarov looks a bit surprised, a bit confused by that one. To me, it looked like a very natural alternative. And now the question for white, do you take or do you retreat? Probably you take it.
I would take it. And now you have to recapture with a knight.
Which one? Maybe this one?
Yes.
So e3.
Yeah, and here I kind of wanted to put my queen on f3, although I realized that I could find myself in big trouble if I don't look after her, especially because the black can go bishop g4 and then have to force me to go queen to g3. But if there's no follow through, then white is fine.
Safe enough square for now, I think, g3. The black knight's a bit overloaded on f6, defending its other knight, defending its bishop now. Some ideas on the g and f files. Yeah, it looks quite pleasant to white, kind of for white to me. But yeah, after e takes d5, what else could black be planning? Queen f3. Maybe it's just a case of playing bishop to e6 and sitting, just protecting, shoring up everything in the center.
Yes.
White's knight makes a bit of an odd impression on h4 because it can't quite come into f5 yet.
It is annoying, isn't it? Because I was primed to put it there, but if you do, then after queen takes bishop, oh my goodness me, the pawn on e3, fallen, and has taken down has taken down a rook with it as well.
Yeah. So right now, white has this dilemma how to get the knight into f5.
I guess you could go rook a1.
Yeah, I could just defend this pawn. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, a move like e4 would be committal and maybe not in a good way for white because after knight to f4, suddenly there's pressure on the backward d3 pawn long term. Yeah, rook a1, I like that move. Getting ready to play knight f5. Both sides have their plans, right? Who would you rather be here?
It's tense. That's all I can say.
Happy with both sides.
I'm kind of happy with both sides, you know, because if white is allowed, then the knight will come to f5. But I can also assume like black can step forward with the queen to d7, and then what is white's oh, well, we just saw the evaluation bar saying,
this looks
no,
okay.
Yovi.
This looks fine. Maybe white plays a move like queen g3. Maybe it's a bit uncomfortable. This pawn.
That's true,
some
actually.
tactics against this knight.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly when. Maybe this pawn.
You're selling it to me, David.
Yeah, I think I would take white just because I'm quite biased towards flexibility in the center. White can play e4 at the right moment. White can play d4 if necessary. I like the fact that all of White's pieces are playing, despite the fact that this knight is a bit clumsy on h4. Meanwhile, for Black, it's hard to know how to mobilize the a8 rook. I don't know. It's very tense, I think.
Yeah.
Should be objectively fine for Black, but it feels like FIDE with maybe a question or two more to answer than Sindarov. We'll come back a bit later.
Yes, and talking about question or two, I really can't wait to hear your opinion on Arjun Erigaisi's position, because when we left it, it looked very, very unbalanced. It looked like White was in danger of being on the back foot, in fact. And now, well, some attacks on the d5 knight, but also the white knights on g5 and f3 could be quite clumsily placed. So let's rewind and find out how we got here.
Yeah, we've only had 3-4 moves since we were last at this game. We last left it after White playing bishop to d2. And very surprisingly, there was kind of a stutter step here between Black's f-pawn and the f6, f5 squares. He first played f6, defending on e5. Only after White played c3, then did he play the move f5. So it must have been kind of aimed towards a lost, well, it's a lost tempo, but it must have been aimed towards preventing White to use the c3 square for his knight. Now this square no longer available as a retreat square, so knight g5 committal stuff. Because as you say, this knight's actually trapped on g5 in the near future. Now c4, White has to play very actively before Black is allowed to play h6. Take. And yeah, who's... I mean, I'm so attracted to Black's position if you can move the knight and play e4 or h6. But maybe White has enough right now to counter against that. Where's the knight go, first of all?
Okay, so the knight's not going to go backwards. It's going to go forwards.
Okay, not back.
Yeah, forwards. I want to go to... So I hadn't quite made up my mind. I'm going to put it on b4. I want to look at the d3 square and smile.
Yeah. Coming in.
I know. I'm feeling very optimistic today, David.
Justified. It's justified. We had the rest day.
Yeah.
It's good you're feeling optimistic after that. Knight d3. Yeah, e4 is a big of threat as well.
Yeah.
I guess as White, I have to try and do something forceful. Let's take this knight off.
Oh yes, I forgot about that basic thing. Queen takes queen. I have to do then.
Have to come off.
And now knight takes bishop.
And now there's the big question: do I play rook d7? Do I play c4?
C5. So
let's try rook d7 maybe. Ooh, although
c5.
Yeah, maybe.
I like c5.
C5, and we're alive. At least this knight is alive.
Yeah.
That being said, e4.
Yeah.
I just want your knight d3 idea to land suddenly. I'm switching sides. I was trying to be loyal to White. Suddenly I've switched to Black.
Yeah, not that clear, because after knight f7, you're just simply going to take that on off the board.
I think so.
Or maybe even go king. Ah, you take it, take it.
I'll take it and just move.
Yeah.
Attacked. Don't see how you save them both.
I don't think you can, right?
No, I mean, you can go active like rook d7 and the game goes on, but yeah, this one looks like it's turning out in Black's favor. So knight b4 looks very tempting. I'm wondering what else he's considering. Like you said, it's kind of natural to go forward. Knight e7, is he wondering about? I really don't want to go to b6 where I will get hit with tempo.
Exactly. I didn't want to put it there either. c5, I thought, oh dear.
Yeah, and so maybe e7?
And...
So same idea, if you play a move like c5, I'll just hit this knight. And it's crazy. But good crazy for who? That's the big question.
And if you embrace the chaos by going knight to h4.
Wow.
Yeah, nice. I know.
I smell checkmate though. I smell this king being trapped on h8.
Well, that was the dream.
Yeah, and there's still knight jumps that I have to worry about in the near future. Yeah, I mean, this position, there's, I think, nothing strategic or positional we can say about it. It's just dynamics, tactics.
Yeah. And somehow, once again, isn't it a pity that pieces can't move through their own pieces? You know, because here, if you
play queen takes queen.
Yeah.
Forget I can move through my bishop.
Yes.
Sorry, which one were you going to point
I
out?
was actually just going to point at bishop to d5. Yeah, queen takes queen.
Sorry, that's
No, I liked it.
illegal, unfortunately, in this one. Yeah, the current position, you can tell on Esipenko's face. I mean, firstly, the clock situation is stressing him out. He's got 45 minutes. We've only been playing an hour and a quarter, but he's used nearly an hour of his own time. He's got less than half of his opponent's clock time. And he's also stressed because it's pure calculation.
Yeah, and that's where Erigaisi excels in as well.
Yeah. Also, in the back of his mind, we're at move 19, but he's got to be thinking, Erigaisi's played so quick up to this point. Is he still in preparation? There's always kind of a bit of doubt in your mind. If you think you're playing against your opponent's prep, playing against Stockfish, then it can be disorienting.
Yes, it certainly is. And I think it's all to do with this f6, f5 I wouldn't have allowed. I feel like black wasted one move that was potentially critical. Because if you go f5, and we saw what was going to happen after knight c3, that wasn't too scary.
Not scary at all, really.
Yeah, exactly. And you feel like, okay, well, black has got all the potential here. So the move he must have been afraid. I don't think
he's that afraid.
You get afraid of that, right? I mean, it would have been like knight to g5, but then he's lost time.
Yeah, knight g5, if we compare it to the game, as you mentioned, Jovanka, instead of retreating, knight g5, what did he play in the game here? Was it just bishop f6?
Bishop f6.
Yeah, actually we could have seen a direct transposition. White now save move with c3, c4, so actually we could have seen the exact same position. Wow, kind of tricked ourselves there, because f6, f5 was a loss of tempo, but so was c3, c4. So maybe Erigaisi didn't have that move order in his preparation, but he had this position just by that alternate move order.
Yes. It makes a lot of sense now. I forgot that white played c3, c4.
Yeah. Also, what Erigaisi did, what Esipenko's done, even getting confused. Both players starting with E here. What he did is very, very ambitious for black. If he gets e4 or h6, as we mentioned, then white's knights are simply left looking silly. But first, a dilemma: what to do with his own steed here on d5. Yeah, I think he might go for your move. Just it's more his style, knight b4.
And if you put it on
f4,
at least everything is protected.
Yeah, now some calculation. The problem is the queen trade is pretty much forced.
Yeah.
And actually, if black survives the next move or two, he's going to be very happy, but I'm just not sure whether he does. There's all sorts of tricks like knight f7 check. This cannot be captured because the e8 rook would hang, so black has to move into the firing line, and I'm just a bit scared of something like this.
Yeah, it is scary.
You
don't want to be playing this.
So yeah, I think just human point of view, this is too much to calculate, too much burden. You're asking a lot, basically, from your position. So it feels like, in the game position, knight e7 or knight b4, and either way it's complicated. I'm just waiting for Anish Giri to pop up on the camera now.
And, we did see Erigaisi.
There he is, fixed at his board. We have the Giri cam.
Okay, well, Erigaisi wandering around, and big decision on the board for Esipenko. Does he go back with a knight, or does he go forward? And let's move down to Alireza Firouzja. Some of the players on 4 points. They are half a point away from the lead.
Yeah, so we've updated you with the big group on 8 points, the Great 8, and how they're doing. But this is the chasing pack. Okay, this one has changed, but not that much. Actually, I really don't like what's happened for white, because if we go back to the position, we're now at move 14, position on move 9, basically white's pieces are still on the same squares, the knights, bishop, all of these, except the queen has moved to f3 and the bishop has disappeared. 5 moves, but nothing's really improved for white. If you compare it with black's position here, then if we fast forward to the game position, suddenly, look, pawn on d5, queen out on g5, it's definitely improved. Okay, the knight on e8, maybe less so, but it's flexible, it can come back.
Exactly, it's going to put itself on d6. And then from d6, it will control some squares. And if you can get white to determine the pawn structure in the middle, then black doesn't have a problem whatsoever. I mean, in fact, black is better.
Black has a big advantage, if anything. Long term, easy access to the B, later the C files. This bishop will park itself on the long diagonal, knight coming to d6, maybe to f5.
Yep.
I love black's position, I've got to say. It's reminiscent of a Caro-Kann, Jovanka.
Yeah, it is, and that makes me very happy. Yeah.
White simply wasted a bunch of moves. I'll just show what happened. He played queen g3, one move hit, wasted some time with his bishop. This is why the black knight dropped back, defending e8. Wasted more time with the bishop, dropping back, and a third move with white's bishop just to trade itself off. So he's literally gone there and back. Again, another stutter step with the queen, and then he's gone one, then back to f4, then take on g5. So he's kind of wasted 3 tempi here.
Yeah, and well, the knight on c3 is in front of his own pawn, therefore preventing the moves that white wants to be playing, which is c2, c4. He wants to really disturb the balance there in the middle of the board. So, I mean, if I were white, I would play my knight to a4 anyhow. And the big idea, it's not very sophisticated, but if the knight comes to d6 or comes to, then it's just to jump in with the knight to c5, protect e4, and then I'll have to take a load of moves, but I'm going to go c2, c4 eventually.
Yeah, I like this. I think he might have to rush with this before the black bishop ever gets to life, because the white knight on c5 at least is a very strong piece. Right now he has no real foothold on the position. Yeah, and if you ever force black to break the tension, even if lots of pieces disappear, then suddenly white is the one better because black's pawns are isolated. Yeah, I love your maneuver there, Jovanka. I think he needs to do it now because, as you mentioned, if rook d1, for example, if you play a lazy move, actually maybe this one's fine, but let's say I play a lazy move like rook e1, then the knight will park itself on d6, tying white's knight down to e4 forever, and white is left planless almost.
But shall we show the neat trap though after rook a1? Because after knight d6, is it just me? But you can sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
Just a simple word.
Oh, wow.
Oh, but maybe not because you've got bishop b7.
Bishop b7, I just take the black queen, but maybe knight f5.
Ah, and you survive.
And there's knight f5, and unfortunately no discovered attacks against this. Whoops, misclick. No discovered attacks against this rook in the corner. For example, rook takes knight, the bishop recaptures and defended. And now you'll wish you didn't sacrifice.
Oh, look at that! I hit the chess bingo. Knight to a4 played.
It's an outpost after all.
It is. What is the definition of an outpost? For me, that knight would have to be on c5 for it to be an outpost.
It's when it can't be attacked by an opposing pawn, an opponent's pawn.
Right,
I guess.
But if it's in your half of the board, I mean, could you claim that b1 is like outpost for your knight?
Chess philosophy. It's too deep for me. Yeah, I'm not sure. A4 is an outpost. It can't be attacked. But c5 is a better one, of course.
Okay.
There's different levels, different tiers of outpost.
Yeah. B1 for a white knight is not a square to brag about, right? Okay. Okay, well, we saw Firouzja adopt that plan. And let's go to the Etienne back row against Yu Yangyi.
Okay, and wow, he did go greedy. He did grab the pawn. Let's backtrack to this position. We were discussing bishop c2, Jovanka, but the bishop, we did kind of come to the conclusion that it's a bit of a target there. So he plonked it back on e2. Interesting stuff. This pawn is attacked, but if it's captured, then I guess white will just attack this knight, drive it back, and now take on d6 with a check. So black couldn't really allow the king to be caught on e8. Black therefore castled. White doesn't rush to grab this pawn. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. Knight e8 would be a really passive response to guard it. So Yu Yangyi gambles the pawn, gambits the pawn even, and it's off the board. Knight d4, c5. It's also protected. I love what Bakker is doing. He's really putting big pressure on black now to prove compensation. Also this pawn up for grabs sometimes. I don't see an immediate way to win things back for Yu Yangyi. Queen a5.
Queen a5, but then can you steal the pawn on b7?
Yeah, big question. Knight takes b7. I think I just come back and...
Oh, my knight is trapped.
Almost trapped. You can retreat to d6, but again, you might get trapped.
I think it's trapped.
Yeah, so queen a5. What is black's... what is white's solution here? Looks like the most natural move in the position. Does white just get greedy and grab everything?
Yeah, can you also go... First of all, you do have the bailout move, knight c4.
Yep. Last resort type of move.
Yeah.
Giving back the pawn. So, okay, let's keep that one in our pockets.
Yep.
What else could white try? Okay, forcing moves.
Yeah, bishop takes knight.
And maybe take again.
Yep.
It's 2 pawns now. Black will
Yeah.
regain one of them by playing knight d7, hitting the white queen. But
You can go queen
queen a4.
queen a4, queen
Ooh,
takes.
Wait, queen a4, bishop
Oh,
takes.
no, yeah, I
and I
blundered
defend.
that. That's a nice trick.
Maybe just queen e3 or
Knight
queen
takes.
somewhere.
Yeah, then you take on c5 with the knight.
The knight, yeah. Feels like good compensation somehow for black with the monstrous bishop on g7. But yeah, maybe I'll block it out and play f4 and strong knight on d6. Still feels like white is for choice.
Oh, in that case, maybe you have to go queen takes c5
Aha.
just to stop the pawn getting to e5, because I agree, I love that maneuver.
Yeah, queen takes c5 feels much more healthy because now actually the knight is a bit trapped. Rook d8 coming, b5, b4 coming as counterplay. Unrivaled bishop gives great compensation for black. So okay, it feels like this is what he should try. The reason I'm attracted to queen a5 more than queen c7 is queen c7 you do actually have to answer b4. Or maybe it's your move from the Fallujah game, Jovanka. Maybe knight a4 as well, just to cut out b6.
Yep.
Put both knights in if you get b4. Although wait, b5. Whoops.
Oh yeah, and you let go of the c5 pawn. I thought you
Yeah.
could go knight b6, but
Wow, really hiding behind. But maybe the knight is trapped.
one
on
knight
a8.
is trapped, right?
Yeah, both
Knight,
knights.
yeah, exactly. And then queen takes d6, and then oops,
Yeah,
problems.
problem. So actually, still a lot to calculate. Still some tactics in the air. That's why Yu Yang Yi is investing so much time now. But one of these two moves feels like the way to go. If white stabilizes, if white gets one more move b4, then big long-term advantage. Extra
Yeah.
pawn.
Yeah, and Yu Yang Yi definitely needs to think about the consequences of white playing bishop takes knight in every situation. And let's move over to board 7, because in my brutal assessment, well, actually not brutal, I was going to use caveman-like assessment, I would be like, white is winning already. I mean, just look at it. G4, H4, E4, D4. Need I say more?
Yeah, 5 pawns on the 4th rank.
Yeah.
Talk about being greedy, being ambitious, grabbing all the space on the board. Look how cramped black is. Black's just camped out on the 7th and 8th ranks, pretty much one knight on d6, but not really. That's definitely not an outpost. Can get destabilized at any moment. Yeah, it looks like great opening preparation from Vincent Keimer here. Just, I don't see anything at all for black. Trying to create some counterplay desperately. Korobov, he's that type of player, wants to be active, but not going anywhere on the green side.
I like Vincent's last move, right? So Korobov has just played b7, b5, and Vincent goes, all right, King g2. That's how I'm going to meet that one. And just again, ask the question, what are you going to do? Because if you go b4, well, all Vincent has to do is just move the knight backwards and then go knight to d2 and knight to c4. And there's just beautiful play along the c line. So you don't want to be doing that. But if you open up the b line, then knight takes a4. And that is an outpost.
Yeah, this one's a very juicy outpost.
And then put it on c5, and then black has still problems with this bishop on h7.
Yeah. We talked about it earlier, Jovanka, about how it's pretty much dead and needs to be resurrected at some point, but how to achieve that. If black ever tries to crack open the white center, if black ever plays f5, then yes, you might try and open up your bishop, but that comes at the cost of weakening e6. This could be fatal. I'm already looking at ideas like knight to f4. I'm not sure whether you play e5 first, but this pawn is just kind of indefensible. No way to protect it.
Yeah.
Just looks horrible, rancid, this position.
Well, I must admit, I have on occasion found myself sitting there with a bishop on h7. I mean, it hasn't been my finest moment, but you know, these things happen. And I did manage to extricate it by doing some weird stuff like king h8.
Bishop g8.
Bishop g8,
F6.
f6, and e5. It's out, David.
4 free moves for black, and maybe the bishop's slightly less dead.
Yeah. But I mean, is it such a duff idea to go king h8?
No, I quite like it.
Okay, and then what you do is you go f6. So you're just
So
ready.
white just moves.
Yeah, and then f6, and you're ready. No, I can't. No, because you can always go knight f4, David. I need some more time.
But if I give you that time, bishop g8.
Yeah.
And the game goes on.
And the game, and now
Maybe
e5.
maybe e5. Just
Yeah.
actually would be threatening b3 in this scenario. But unfortunately, of course, white does have ideas like knight f4, as you mentioned, and some real holes around the black king. And it's not Korolov's style to just contort, to sit there really passively.
Okay.
He does take on a4. This is maybe even worsening the black position. But you have to take risks.
Yeah, he does. And at least he gets some squares for his pieces. I mean, if white has to play knight takes pawn, I think you have to do it now, because if you don't, then black will go knight to b6 and we'll start trading off a few
pieces.
Yep.
I think we'll see knight takes a4 almost guaranteed. Vincent doesn't like being material down. He likes to play on level terms. Rook takes c6 is a threat. What does Korobov have up his sleeve?
Maybe knight to
see
b6.
Knight b6.
Anyhow, and just let you have that knight on c5.
Oof, what a knight. Oh,
Yeah.
what a knight.
It's enough to give me nightmares.
Yeah, this is a beautiful piece now on c5. Also, the other knight's coming to e5, targeting this backward pawn on c6.
Yeah.
I do wonder, because it is Korobov, is he going to play knight takes e4?
Yeah, take it.
Yeah, take it, and yay, one piece has disappeared off the board, but the bishop on e4 suddenly breathing life.
That's true, but it came
for a while.
yeah, with great sacrifice. Bishop f3, sorry.
Yeah, bishop f3. It doesn't feel like it's enough, right?
No.
The white king is actually safe, and Vincent holds the key to this position. Vincent Kima? No, Kima. Ugh. I'm trying. Knight takes a4, I think will be played very quickly, and just judging from his strengths, I think this position perfectly suits him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dream position for white, and yeah, he's got this choice of doing things. Okay, so good start there for Vincent. Shall we move over, or shall we just take a look at board number 8? That is against Bogdan Daniel Deac against Yakubov.
Yeah, Yakubov, the winner of the Qatar Masters, featuring the likes of Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura recently. So Yakubov, bang in form. Yeah, this position, the last move was just a capture. It was very cagey stuff. We see them there, second nearest game to the camera. Deac is thinking right now. He takes d4. Finally, a piece has been traded off on move 14, a pawn at least. And there's some serious pressure against e4.
Yep.
So I'm wondering what white should do here. Do you have to take with the bishop? That would be a reluctant choice. Normally you want to build the big pawn center, but this would come at the cost of a pawn in some scenarios. Maybe there's still some pressure on c7. So maybe you can get away with it. But a lot of calculation to be done. Deac is a time trouble addict, Jovanka.
Yeah.
I was watching the European Club Cup. I was commentating there, and every single game he would play at least 10 moves with 1 second left on his clock every single time, and he'd just calmly walk around with 30 seconds on his clock, just getting up from the board, just doesn't care at all. Nerves of steel.
Not for me, David.
Not for most people.
I think I would probably not survive too long if I only had 1 second left on my clock. And, well, we do see...
Yeah, these moves that I'm making, sorry.
Yeah.
I think this would just win a pawn for black. So,
yeah,
he has played bishop takes d4, defending.
Yeah. And
e4 pawn.
Okay, still very tense position there. Can we go over to the women's Swiss? Because I want to go straight to board 2, Bibisara Asalbaeva against Vaishali, because I'm following the evaluation bar here.
Wow.
And the evaluation bar is like, black is just so much better.
Yeah, there on the right of your screens, you can see an overview of the top 10 boards. So, yeah, we'll follow the bar in this one. Black doing really well, and the current position, it feels like she's committed some cardinal sins of positional chess. Oof, I really don't like what White's been doing. Let's backtrack, and we left it here at move 13. White had just played bishop takes f4. We said it's all about the dynamism of White's position. Nice bishops, at least, on these diagonals. Bishop to e6 played, and wow, e4. Ugh, ugly move, just giving away. We talked about outposts, Jovanka. That's one of the kind of god tier outposts. This is the top level of outposts you can get for any piece, knight on d4.
Yeah.
Why would she commit her pawn structure like this? Not only giving away this outpost on d4, but after e4, saddling herself with this eternal backward pawn on d3.
Yeah, it's a mystery. I mean, I want to say Baby Sarah's only just started playing these Retty English type openings. I mean, before that, she was almost exclusively a d4 player. And when you're used to playing classical chess, then it's all about like advancing your pawns in the center. Whereas this type of position, it's all about the dynamism, a lot more hyper-modern ideas at play. So you probably should be playing Queen C. Actually, what should you be playing? I don't know what White should be doing here. Is it something weird like H3 and G4 and King? I don't know. But then again, you see, I want to push pawns.
Yeah, it's tough. Often you have to, especially here where you're really flexible with White, but you have to kind of bide your time. I think pushing pawns, unless it's a pawn break where you automatically open lines, then you really have to think twice, because you have to give squares to get squares. She wants maybe d5 for her pieces, but she's giving up some more vital squares. I would just be playing moves like rook d1, maybe playing with pieces rather than pawns. Knight e4, just sitting on the position. Often the knight will come back to e3. I mean, even knight e3 in some positions like this. I think later in the game she plays king h1, but why not, for example, put the king there so there's no checks. You play with pieces, you're patient.
Actually, I really like your knight e3 move now as well, because you know, if Black gets provoked into going g5, you've always got bishop takes knight.
Yeah, and suddenly you get squares for your pieces. I'm not even sure which square you use, but you get squares for your pieces without having committed your pawns. And maybe later you want to put a pawn on e3 to take squares from the opponent's pieces. Yeah, it's about staying really patient, especially in these Retties, Englishes, like you say. I play them a lot myself, and I've made similar positional errors throughout my career. But yeah, you have to be really, really patient, flexible, and kind of react according to what your opponent does, not necessarily a move like e4 where she's trying to force the issue. I guess she's creating a threat of knight d5, but maybe she underestimated. Black just steps out of this pin, and suddenly no threat, no plan. And a move like queen e2 shows that she's really struggling to back up her her zest with e4.
Yeah.
Also just losing tempi. Knight d4 comes with gain of time, and b5 comes. Oh, sorry. In this position, b5 comes with gain of time against this knight. Now she trades off and drops back. So she does have one square, but it's just one square. And king h1. Black's bishop is going to be unrivaled on e5. It's not the end of the world. White's not lost to anything, but
I don't know.
Advantage Black is going to be long term.
I don't know whether she's actually not significantly worse, because like you say, a knight does come to d5. I just want to be a bit concrete. You know, the queen just moves over, not a big deal.
Yeah, d6 or f7 or b7. Or
I feel like any square will do, right? And the plan is quite simple. You're just going to go, you can go a5, b4. You can also go c4. You can also, I loved your idea of going rook to d8 as well. And White is just floundering here.
Yeah, White's actually, we talked about dead bishops. White's bishop on g2. As long as Black blockades the e4 pawn, like with the bishop on e5, this bishop is going to reign supreme later. Meanwhile, White's bishop is just staring at its own, it's like a blockader. You're just...
it's just jammed in by its own pawn, and the bishop on g2, just a good defensive piece. The only role it's doing is just basically defending its king. Even the worst bishop's a decent defender, but unfortunately right now, with heavy pieces still on the board, it's just looking horrible for White. I think I would be too tempted to park the bishop on e5 and only later try to come up with a plan. I don't think there's any need to rush for Vaishali. She'll know that she has a long-term bind now as Black. Well, things looking great for Vaishali. And let's go back to our marquee matchup between Alexandra Goryachkina and Anna Muzychuk.
Okay, so our top board clash where there's plenty at stake. The leader, Anna Muzychuk, yeah, she got rid very early of this white light squared bishop. She played knight takes b3 a bit earlier on, and we've seen a kind of trade-off in the center where lines have opened up. I've got to say, unless white has something immediate, I really like black's position. The chances, some pressure against the e4 pawn, open files for the rooks. Alexandra Goryachkina, it feels like she's committed to doing something on the king side, maybe knight g4 in the near future, maybe a knight landing on f5. It's hard to achieve because of the pressure in the center.
Yeah. Actually, how is white going to activate the bishop on d2? So, like rook d8, nicely fighting against knight g4 ideas, because after knight g4, you just go knight takes knight.
Yeah, but now you have to take with the pawn.
Exactly.
To keep your bishop guarded.
And I just wanted to point out that if you do try to go bishop e3, just to challenge that piece, well, you can simply go knight takes pawn.
Yeah, knight takes e4. And unfortunately, after a trade-off, there's no time to win black's bishop because checkmate is threatened on g2. Just to show, we promised we'd always show the checkmates.
Yes.
And this one would end disastrously, and black's lined up for it. Maybe she just has to take a time out to defend her bishop. But this will come at the cost of maybe kind of even promoting the idea of trading off all the rooks later on, encouraging it. And if all the rooks disappear, black's bishops will gain in power. Actually, I think black's position is easier to play if anyone's.
Yeah. The bishop on b7 is so good. And you can just double. That's what I was thinking of. And again, what is white going to be doing? I mean, the only move that I can see here is knight to g4.
Yeah, but even if I just take
queen,
ooh, maybe I shouldn't rush. But
queen takes.
Queen takes. Yeah, I was going to say even if I just play this, but now you do have knight f5.
Yep.
At least for the first time in the game, there's a big threat. This can always be solved with queen g6, for example. Actually, wait, maybe queen g6. This is a bit of an awkward pin.
Yeah.
That's the problem. White's relying on tactics to make things work, right? And black is just building up.
Yeah.
It's not a nice position to be in when you know that if your tactics don't land, then you're just suffering.
Yeah.
Okay, Goryachkina. She plays pawn to b4, locking down the queen side. Not really changing too much. Black will happily drop back.
Yep. That's
maybe she's fixing c3 for her bishop. Because if she'd parked it there earlier, then black could play b4.
Okay, well this is interesting. Okay, so bishop b6.
Yep, bishop drops back. Maybe bishop c3.
Okay. No immediate threat.
No threat. Just putting some pressure on the e5 pawn at least.
But now maybe you can get crafty and go bishop to d4. I had a game against Alina Kashlinskaya and she did this to me. I was like, what an annoying move. I guess here you can have to go rook a3.
Okay, just defend.
Yeah.
Actually, I found out Alina just had a baby recently.
Yes.
Just in the last month. And it was Wojtaszek's birthday, her husband, the other day when he won his game. Didn't realize.
No, I didn't know that. So not suffering from the birthday curse.
No.
Which a lot of chess players do.
Yeah, we've seen that before. I think Jeffrey Zhong in this tournament also lost on his birthday. And okay, b4 is met by bishop to d4 first. Okay, mind games, trying to provoke the pawn to c3, and now dropping back and arguing that white's bishop now is slightly less mobile.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alina, she was the winner of the Women's Prize in Isle of Man a few years back. We see her husband in the background of this shot.
Yes, but it wasn't just the Women's Prize that she won. She got a Grandmaster Norm. She also came like top 10 or something.
Yeah,
I mean, she got a fantastic result. And yeah, Alina's also been European Women's Champion as well. So very, very strong player. And here we see on the camera, Radoslav Wojciech.
Yeah, let's just quickly point out that in this game we have seen a bunch of moves. Should we move women's forward to the top open? We last left this position here. Black now played bishop e6, giving a square to the knight. It did actually avail itself of this square, c4. Some tactics, if you take, unfortunately there's no time for white, for example, to jump out of the way with the bishop to attack the bishop on d6 because the rook is hanging on f1. So white kept the bishop pair, queen c1, We saw a bit of shuffling, knight back to b6. Not a good square at all for the black knight, where it's dominated actually, but needs must. Bishop h5. Oh, a bit of tickle to the rook. g6 now would be very awkward for black long term, because this pawn has been become really vulnerable. Bishop h5, I love that move.
Yeah.
Forcing the black rook back to f8. And Jovanka, I like the, just aesthetically, I like white's position. I like the pawn center.
Yes, me too. I'm never going to say no to not liking those two pawns. But what am I actually? What is black's plan now? I think about it. It's okay. Queen c7, right? Is an idea. So first of all, before I even think about playing that, you have to go rook f to e8.
Rook f8 looks very natural. White's only pawn break. That's the issue. White's only pawn break is e5, and as long as you find an answer to this one with black, you should be fine. I guess you take it.
Yes.
White would like to take back with the pawn, so let's investigate that one.
And now you have a few options. So the first move that I'm drawn to is bishop a3, just attacking the queen. And then the whole idea is just to blockade that pawn on e3, on e6 as quickly as possible.
Blockade, maybe play rook f8 next. I wonder whether you can be even more ambitious here and... Oof. Is it too greedy to play a move like c5? I don't really want to open up white's pieces and give away the b5 square. I was just trying to trade off rooks and then grab this e5 pawn. Actually, maybe let's play more positional chess after queen f4. Yeah, the pawn's not going anywhere, at least for a move or two.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wonder whether you go knight d7. You could trade off bishops if you really need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, tense position.
Yes.
Feels like black isn't too worried about the isolated e-pawn, though.
No. No, it's definitely very, very tense. And, okay, this is the big question, right? And, yeah, we do see that we've been asked a question from the audience. How are the participants picked for this event? And the question can be answered is that, first of all, if in the open section, if you're in the top 100 rating, you qualify, right?
That's right. You get invited if you're in the top 100.
And top 50 women. So you can qualify via rating. You can also qualify if you get a good enough performance at the World Cup. So I know some participants such as Medina Olia Warder, she qualified because of her performance at the World Cup.
Yeah, and there are continental spots in the open section. I believe there's 4. There's wildcards. There's a few. Those are chosen by FIDE.
Yeah.
I believe 9 wildcards. And in the open section, the women's world champion's actually invited as well. But she declined that invitation.
And it was quite interesting, actually. I remember the first time that this tournament was held in 2019, and Magnus Carlsen decided to play.
Yeah.
And it was like, what are you doing here? This tournament is in place so that we can find out 2 candidate spots to challenge you. And
he wanted to play spoiler. He wanted to knock out some of his rivals from contention. He didn't play this time, nor did Ding, the current world champion. And yeah, some viewers might be wondering kind of how other players in this event are selected. I do believe there are junior spots as well for the younger players.
Yeah.
And, of course, not all of the top 100 accepted the invitations, myself included. So those open up, those go to players slightly further down the rating list.
Yeah.
We have a nice field.
We do have a very nice field. And yeah, you're right. The World Junior Champions do get invited, and we have them here. Mark, Andrea Maritzi, and also Bejdulaveva for the women's section.
And okay, rook to f to e1, the last move. Fabi's taking a long time to think. He's 20 minutes up on the clock. I think we'll check back here later. Feels like black is solid enough. I like the move rook f8. Maybe he's contemplating whether to flick in bishop a3 as well. Could be quite similar in the end. One thing he would love to do is trade off bishops, but just impossible right now. I just wanted to point out one tactic. Bishop c5 would be met nicely by knight d5, attack on the queen, and a attack opened up against the bishop as well. Unfortunately for black, this is a skewer. So another reason, another kind of nice point behind putting the rook on e8. I think it's just going to be roughly equal if he does play this move.
Well, a very intriguing game. And let's also revisit what's happening between Hikaru Nakamura and Alexander Predke. I must admit, this is going to be my favorite matchup because Alexander Predke just plays sparkling chess when he's allowed to. You know, we saw the way he just completely destroyed Jan-Krzysztof Duda in game 2. And then, of course, who can forget that amazing game that he played against Arjun Erigaisi, where he sacrificed the piece. It was completely speculative and forced Arjun's king to move from G8 all the way to the center. It even found its way up to, is it B5?
B4, yeah.
B4 even.
Yeah, Black's king went on one of the wildest adventures you'll ever see. Essentially walking from the Shire out to Mordor, the Black King in that game. And yeah, every game that he's won so far this tournament, Predke, has been just in spectacular fashion.
Yeah.
And I just want to praise, okay, we see a couple of moves here. I wanted to praise his shot here in the analysis board, the bigger board we see on our screens. E5 was played a few moves ago by Predke, a pawn sacrifice. If the pawn is captured, however, then there would have been disaster for white on the dark squares. I'm not sure exactly how. Maybe queen b6 first or knight g4. Just looks like the white king is too open. Nakamura actually rejected this. Actually, knight g4 looks very attractive, but he rejected this offer of a pawn. After e5, he stepped back, and after knight g4, continuing to harass this bishop, it was defended, and a trade-off, rook c8.
Yeah, and again, what a tense position. The bishop will move forward.
Yeah.
Let's not go backwards this time, you know.
Back or forward?
Yeah, let's
Okay,
go forward.
It goes in.
And let's go, yay, threatening a b7 pawn. And maybe more importantly, your a7 pawn.
Ooh. Greedy, Jovanka.
Yeah.
See pawns up for grabs, your eyes have lit up.
Yeah, completely. And, well, that can be easily defended if it needs to be.
Yeah, I think black urgently needs to flick in pawn takes pawn. Need to take on f4 before, for example, if I spend time saving my pawns, white might get tempted to play f5.
I will be tempted. That was the whole point.
Yeah, and suddenly this black bishop is a bit stuck, as is its fellow bishop on d7. Yeah, I think you urgently need, even at the cost of a pawn, to take on f4. At least now you deflect the white queen. Rook takes would be met by bishop g5.
Yeah.
Although some tactics still there, but looks good for black. So queen takes, and now I think firstly there's a check.
Maybe I've actually blundered by putting the bishop on d5.
Yeah, I think he might want that square for his knight.
Exactly. And now I'm thinking, oh no, I actually should have put the bishop on b3 so that it overprotects the c2 pawn. And if you were to go e takes f4, I can go queen takes. And now if you jump in with the bishop.
Bishop f6?
Yeah.
Yeah. Still some pressure.
There is pressure against the knight, but there is queen takes pawn.
Yeah.
Just I think I got away with it, David.
Grab. Why not?
Yeah.
If there's no refutation, that's the first thing we should always look at.
Yeah.
Taking material.
You should. Yeah, he's just going to say you should always grab material. you know, if you can, sweep the supermarket.
Yeah. It's free food. And yeah, I love some free food. Yeah, this position would be roughly level still, maybe, because white's pawns are so weak. I'm wondering whether you can get away with taking on c3. There are some tricks on f7 that we have to watch out for. But things are really heating up in this game, and it's becoming very concrete because white is close to establishing domination if you play the move f5. So black has to fight against this quite energetically, I think, by taking this pawn. That's also the question of this one, but just to show that this might well backfire after d5. Some threats in the air. White's going to have to continue the journey, continuing to grab. And that would be a fun variation to analyze, but I doubt it will happen.
Yeah, white had a fantasy and just ran with it, right? No, yeah, don't do that. It's too much.
Definitely not. Nakamura, I think b3 is the most natural. It's the move he will likely play, just because he wants to keep d5 vacant for his knight.
Yeah. And yeah, well, this one is setting itself up to be a really nice game. And well, we actually got an answer to the question of where the knight was going to go in the game between Arjun Erigaisi against Isipenko, and there he went back to e7.
Okay, and Wow, look at the clock times, Jovanka. Under 30 minutes already for Esipenko. Yes, he's made 19 moves, but the first 14 of his moves were blitzed out at lightning speed. So his last 5 moves have taken him about an hour and 10 minutes. That's, I mean, that's Howell-esque proportions of clock consumption. I don't recommend. That being said, knight e7 probably wasn't on Eric Geissy's radar when he came, we assume he came armed with preparation to this game, because he's also been thinking now for 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Just on this one move, and both players deep in concentration. A win for either of them here, and they'll be loving life, and they'll be fantastically placed in the tournament. Especially Esipenko, who's already faced Caruana and Nakamura, the 2 top seeds.
Yeah, and he held them both to very easy draws. But okay, well, he has a challenge here because he has to defend against Erigaisi's initiative. And, well, Erigaisi now walking a tightrope. This is the kind of position where the price of an error is pretty high. So if white makes a random move, then h6 is going to be disastrous for white.
Yeah, the knight would simply be trapped on g5, so it's a big threat. Also, the move e4 looks very tasty, attacking this knight, destabilizing it. I think white would be forced to go in with your idea, Jovanka, knight h4 from earlier. So, of course, white won't waste a move, but that's just to highlight the dangers.
Yeah.
Black would be winning instantly if white did nothing and h6 appeared.
And we were looking at the move c4, c5.
Yeah, at least creating some launch pads for the
Yeah.
knight.
And I have a question, like, what happens if black just goes... First of all, black doesn't have to do anything, does... Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He does. Because if you were to go h6, then there could be... There is a counterattack, right? I was thinking with bishop e6, but then you put the queen on d3.
Aha, because if you put her, for example, back on d8, then
Yeah,
you
this was the big point.
material to this fork. Yeah, so you can save her on d3. That's well spotted. She gets booted around a bit. Rook a3. She has to retreat to b5, which looks a bit offside, to say the least.
And then it feels like you're going to get checkmated, right? I mean, now that the queen is divorced from the king, it feels like there's like knight f7 jacks and after king h7. I mean, can you even get away with it? Throw the knight into the fire.
Oof. And the fires of Mordor. The black queen's still chilling in the Shire.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, just to show pawn takes knight, this would end in checkmate in just a couple of moves. The black king will die. Very painful death. And yeah, you can take this knight once, but you definitely can't take it a second time. Again, really nice tactics there, Jovanka. Checkmate. Yeah, so it does look very dangerous, this c5 move. I think the conclusion we came to earlier was that e4 might be necessary, attacking this knight. Now at least bishop e6, you could potentially meet it by dropping back to d8, as knight f7 is no longer such a big threat. Maybe you just move now, attack this bishop, and the knight's still falling.
Yeah.
So I think black's getting away with this, although still complicated.
It's still massively complicated because you could throw in bishop e6 and then include knight h4. You could also go for knight h4 immediately and keep bishop e6 in your pocket.
Yeah. There's Anish Giri, he's back.
He's back. Ready to conquer our screens.
Stealing the show, stealing the attention away from a fantastically complicated position. But I think you're right, Jovanka. Knight h4 is likely to happen if Erigaisi goes for this variation. And I think this is why he's kind of staring off into the distance right now. It looks really unorthodox to leave your knights hanging in midair here, both vulnerable. And like you say, it's such high responsibility chess from both sides. If white doesn't land a hit on the black king, then black might just be winning. The knight coming into d4, e5.
Yeah. Actually, that is so critical. So
critical.
Difficult, like knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5. Although the e6 square's now available, maybe bishop e6, or
maybe even knight e6.
Yeah, knight e6.
Although the knight is hanging, could you throw in queen? Queen h5.
Queen h5.
Cheapo central.
So I have to play h6, I guess, first.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, unfortunately, this bishop's hanging if you jump in now with your knight. Yeah, cheapo central. I mean, why not threaten checkmate?
Yeah.
Looks tempting. Threatened on h7.
Yeah.
Oof. I mean, I don't blame the players for investing so much time at this point. It's crazy, the position. This one, again, hard to imagine a draw happening. It just feels like the type of position that can go wrong for either side.
Yeah.
And one of them will pounce on mistakes for sure.
Yes. Well, difficult position for both sides. And talking about difficult positions, can we go back to the women's section and just cast our eye on Maria Muzicuk against Antoaneta Stefanova? Because let me just quickly do a pawn count. She's a pawn up.
Pawn up for black, yeah.
Yes.
She was a pawn up when we last left it. We mentioned that the pawn could be taken back, but that didn't occur. Okay, we've had a lot of action since we were last at this game, so I don't know how far we should backtrack, if at all. Although there was a flurry of tactics.
Okay, let's just show the tactics.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Just briefly. We last left it after bishop to e7, and we thought, okay, if white wants to bail out and just regain the pawn, she can take this knight and then take on d4, and roughly level chances, but h3 instead. Now white definitely isn't regaining the d4 pawn, as we see in the game position. Bishop f6, very ambitiously defending the pawn. Next move, knight e7 and castles if black gets time, and then black would just be winning.
Yep.
So she had to, Maria Muzicuk, play e5, giving up another central pawn, but taking now on c6. Check. The black queen can't block because she's tied down defending her rook, so the king has to scoot over, and this is how we see that pawn structure. But black's got everything covered. It's two very strong, cemented central pawns. And white's struggling to open up lines against the black king. h5, okay, maybe activating the rook on the h-file later, or creating a square for the king, if need be, later in the game. King g8 played.
Yeah.
I don't see any compensation, or at least insufficient compensation, Jovanka.
Yeah, I don't see anything either. The king is just safe as houses on g8, and white needs to open up some lines in order to get the rooks. And how to do that? Okay, you can go f2, f4. I mean, I have to break open the position, so I need to work on getting that onto the board. Queen e4, there you go.
Queen e4 looks nice.
Yeah.
f4 maybe threatened.
Yeah.
I wonder whether I can prevent this forcibly by playing a move like bishop g5. Because you told me your plan. I'm not sure. I'm not sure black should actually try this. But
Okay.
Just to kill your excitement.
Yeah. And no, I cannot play it. Okay, but okay, consequences. Must not get too depressed about this position. Bishop now moves to a3.
Yep, nice move.
Wow.
The one thing it's going to be difficult for black is to kind of coordinate her pieces. I guess the compensation lies in the fact that the h8 rook is on the wrong side. It wants to be over on e8, but unfortunately no leapfrog there. I don't know if black has time to play like king h7 and bring the rook. Feels a bit awkward to step into the firing line here now.
Yeah.
I like your queen e4 though, centralization.
Yeah.
Maybe at least you scare your opponent with a threat.
Was the only thing I could see, to be honest with you, David.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what is white doing? If you just make like meh moves,
Random.
like bishop d2, bishop b2, I mean...
Black will just solidify.
Yeah,
everything.
exactly, c5.
Everything's covered. And
Maybe even step up with the queen to d7, and then, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like big pressure on Maria Muzicuk to just win her pawn back at some point, or to find some counterplay from nothing. At least on the clock times. They do say that time is worth material.
Yeah.
I'm not sure being a pawn down is worth an extra 35 minutes on the clock, but maybe.
maybe. Well, definitely. We'll see how this game gets on, and I'm really just hunting the very sharp positions, and I see another sharp position, but this one back in the open section, and it's Etienne Bacro against Yu Yangyi, because we did see Etienne solidify a knight on d6 by pushing the pawn, the c pawn, but this has been swiftly undermined by Yu Yangyi.
Yeah, so we last left this after c5. Black retreated, knight d7. So indirectly defending d4, we were thinking that there might be a problem with the simple bishop takes d4. That's no longer an issue. b4. And like you said, undermining is the name of the game for you right now. Bishop, b6, undermining the c pawn first of all, defended with knight a4, and now a5. Yeah, it's really awkward, this tension. Unfortunately, I don't think you can continue defending your pawns. Because, there he is again, Anish Giri walking past in the background. A3 now would fall and fail tactically, I think, Jovanka. Oh, wow. Actually, first to bishop b3, which just drops a piece. Okay, this would be a nightmare, disaster, of course. But I was going to say, even ideas like taking all of the pawns, there's always bishop b3 in these lines, which wins. But even ideas like knight takes c5, because the white queen is overworked at the very end, rook takes rook, would win a piece for black. Next move, the knight on d6 drops. So actually, all these tactics are working in black's favor suddenly, and back row, down 20 minutes on the clock. If he loses his extra pawn, then black's just left with a beautiful knight on d4, and white's knight on d6 might lose a bit of time if it even stays on the board.
Yep. Oh, well, definitely an interesting game, but this one could fizzle out. You could just simply see that all the pawns will get traded, black will regain the pawn, and then be left with just 4 pawns against 4 pawns on the other side, and easy equality.
Who do you think would be the happier of the two players right now? Would you be happy?
You would be happy, wouldn't you?
He would. Yang Yu would be very happy. Then again, I think back row should be looking for some of those kind of bailout options right now, because judging by the clock time, judging by the last couple of moves and the trend, it feels like black is the one putting pressure. I think he should try and... there he is, Anish Giri sitting next to this game, actually, so no surprise we see him in the camera shot right now. But yeah, it feels like back row should be playing safety first chess. Things have gone a bit wrong for white the last few moves.
And incidentally, let's go to Anish's board. And I think we're going to take a quick break as well. But, well, Anish has been... he's come back to the board to see that black has played d5, d4, and suddenly fireworks could be setting off in the center.
Yeah, I doubt we'll see Anish walking around too much more in the near future, because things are really heating up in his game. Just to show the last two moves. Finally, he broke the 4-pawn integrity here. Nice camera shot. Nice rotating of the camera there. b4 and d4. Boom. And Giri really doesn't want to allow black to undouble the e-pawns. What do you think, Jovanka? Step back?
Yeah, step back.
Take?
Step back.
Step back. Yeah, I think stepping back makes a lot of sense strategically, because now if this ever happens, then black's pawn's easily targetable.
Exactly.
And I don't see any real downside here tactically. If you take this pawn, then go back, still looks fine for white, but actually why break the tension? Why
exactly,
release?
but then black will be very happy. They'll play, I'm thinking knight to e5.
Yeah, knight e5
knight
in the near
e5,
future.
and then
if these knights ever disappear, black will swing and
pile up.
Some pressure now on the king side. Yeah, I think Giri will most likely retreat his bishop after not too long thoughts, and he'd be happy. He's got a very playable position, still a lot of tension left in this game.
Yes. And you nailed it there, David. We are going to take our second break just when the tension is riding high. But don't go anywhere, because we will bring you more of the news, more of the action, more of the gossip on the chessboard in just a few minutes. So see you in a few minutes.
as many spins or toss them in the air or something?
Oh my gosh.
A girlfriend does this a lot, yeah? But I can't spin it like him. He can like do a full spin in one. I have to do it this way.
I don't even know how he does it.
Two hands?
Maybe with the left hand it will be better.
Okay, I'll try.
Does it have to be smooth?
I have only one hand, yeah, I suppose.
I guess I'm not as good as girlfriend, but
I'm really not.
I was probably originally left-handed.
This is so silly.
Oh.
Three, two, one. Go, go, go.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. Yeah, I don't know how he does it.
17 or 18, I don't know.
Like, of course, with a pawn it would be much easier, but I think it'll be better than some, but worse than others.
Was really? Number one. Really? Okay.
Having women in chess, that's just an essential part of the chess world being round and harmonic. Women in chess, it is the beauty of the game. So we want to increase the number of the girls, women who go in for chess, who use it or choose it as their profession, as their career path.
Lots of things has to be done, but as an organizer of a top-level event, what we want to do is to have more top-level events also for females. Even though Norway Chess is an event that includes both men and women, in practical terms, it's only men. So what we want to do is to have a women's tournament that actually has the same prize money that we give for Norway Chess, the players that play there.
The top chess players are extreme outliers of the bell curve, and there is simply not enough women in chess to create these extreme outliers. The more numbers of women playing chess and comfortably growing in chess will create these outliers, and we will have the women competing for the biggest title in the world.
I want to wish all girls who is interested to play chess, who likes chess, who is still thinking, is it game for me or not? Yes, it is. It's a game for everyone. You can learn a lot of interesting new things apart of chess, you know, like logical skills, meeting friends, meeting new people, going in different countries. And also, yes, we are all one family, gens una sumus. Thank you.
I believe that there should not be any difference between men's and women's chess, because it's sport and should be contested by them equally. But traditionally, men have had and still have more freedom, let's say, to focus only on chess, whereas women have to split their focus for chess and for family or kids' responsibilities. What I clearly know about chess that when I was a kid and I started to play chess, we had many boys in the group. I was the only girl, but I never thought that it's important. We were just playing chess and beating each other every day, trying to improve. So that what was important at that moment. I truly believe that chess is a very fair sport. Girls and boys, men and women, young or adult people just can play together, and what matters is how good you are in chess. Let's say the rules are the same for everybody.
I think in life everything is possible, so yes, sure, it's very possible to have a world champion. And yeah, with these activities and promotion of women in chess so I'm very sure if it's very possible. Estoy segura que es muy posible.
Provide the conditions and the environment so that girls feel secure, so that girls feel encouraged so that girls feel appreciated and so that girls can afford going in for chess. And one day, a lady will fight for the crown of the world.
We are back with all the action of round 7 in the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. And we've had a cagey start already. And, well, before we dive into the games, let's remind ourselves of the tournament situation. We had a free day yesterday. Players had a rest. And there we can see the standings after round 6. And I don't think we've ever had it before in any tournament that there have been 8 players sharing the lead after the halfway point.
Yeah, it's rare to see it this close. At the Grand Swiss 2 years ago, we saw Alireza Firouzja and Fabiana Caruana battle it out at the top, kind of taking over the lead from each other. 4 years ago here at the Isle of Man at the Grand Swiss before that, we saw a few leaders, but then eventually caught up and heading into the final round. It was very, very close for AKG. But yeah, it definitely feels like whoever stands up now and hits form will be the winner of this tournament. And these are the pairings that we have today. We've done a roundup of most of the top boards. We'll keep you up to date with all the action, of course, but it feels like after the rest day, everyone's just brought really solid chess back to the table. No errors so far, nothing too drastic happening.
No, and there you see at the top 4 matchups, they are between the tournament leaders. And Fabiana Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura showing good form, and also Sindarov against Vidit. I mean, it's really too close to call. And let's not forget that, yes, there are 8 players on 4.5, but there are so many players as well on 4 points.
Yeah, I think we see 12 players just behind the leading pack. So plenty to play for. Where should we jump back in, Jovanka?
Yeah, so maybe we can pay some attention to the game Sindarov against Vidit. Even though that's not that much has happened here, we should do a quick status update. And not much has happened in the game Aragaisi against Yesipenko.
Yeah, just one move since we last left that one a while ago. Only one move in that game, I think, in the past hour. So, okay, we'll jump in here first, and then we might follow the bar, where we do see actually between boards 8 and 10, just on the side of your screens there, we do see some action happening with White getting advantages. The top 6 boards, the top 7 boards even, very close so far. And this one we left a while ago. Let's just update viewers on the last few moves. We actually got to this position, and we were predicting bishop to e6. Instead, black took a timeout, took a step back, offering knight takes bishop as a potential solution, actually maybe forcing the bishop to disappear in the near future, because it is tied down to the d3 pawn, cannot really move. So e4 played, defending d3, queen to d6, allowing the bishop to survive. Slightly surprising there, but queen e2 and bishop g4, the white queen getting kicked around the board. You predicted that.
Yeah, but well, someone has gonna take a step forward or a step back, and I suspect that it will be actually the queen is gonna carry on being kicked around. I changed my mind. Forget what I just said, because if you do go knight d to f3. I was going to say knight 2 to f3. I don't know where that's coming from, David.
R2, D2.
Yes, I think it's because all my life I really wanted to say R2, D2, and I finally got it in, and then it just stayed with me like an illness. Okay, knight takes bishop.
Yeah, this is the problem. As soon as the white structure is broken like this, only black can ever really be better. Black would occupy the open file. And, okay, we do see Vidit make a move there. So knight h3 on the board, and he's replied rook to d8. Definitely feels like white's activity earlier with the knight on h4, the queen maybe coming over to g3 earlier. We were quite optimistic about white's chances, but Vidit's found really nice solutions. This knight b6 concept, putting pressure on, it's really worked well for black.
I mean, totally, because, I mean, what has been the whole point? You know, white's literally just wasted time, and now he has to go rook f to d1 to guard this weak d3 point.
If he chooses the other rook, then there is a pawn hanging.
There is a pawn hanging that can and should be taken.
Yeah, knight takes pawn simply wins material for black. So, yeah, we're definitely predicting the move rook to d1, unless there are some tricks with d4. Maybe black is the one to launch those tricks.
Oh, okay, let's investigate.
Okay, he plays a move. It's
H3.
h3. Okay, I was going to say d4. Really ambitious move here, but there are loads of tricks in the position. Maybe black can take this pawn, and if white recaptures, I'm wondering if black.
Yeah. Oh,
Give
that's
up the queen. Queen takes d4. Check.
Yeah.
Knight
Oh,
takes.
knight like it.
Just bishop takes.
That's it.
Yeah, black will win a pawn.
And win the material back.
Yeah, bishop takes, and one of the knights will drop. Black will have won a pawn in the process. So actually, in that position, h3 was necessary.
Yeah. Okay. So whilst things are brewing here, can we go back to the Arjun Erigaisi game? Because you'll see that the knight did land on f7 with a check, attacking the queen. And, well, Erigaisi went for this.
He played c5 as we predicted.
Yeah, and e4 was played as we predicted. And instead of just waiting around, he went bishop e6.
Yeah, we actually mentioned this variation, Jovanka, and we concluded that after bishop to e6, queen to d3 not advisable. The queen only gets kicked around further by white's rook. So the queen stepped back. The only other safe square, d8. Yeah, and jumping in, rather than kind of keeping the tension, he does win the material, and big decision dilemma now for Esipenko with only 25 minutes on the clock. Does he move the rook? He's currently the exchange down, and there would be a double attack on the knight and the bishop, or does he go for this weird material imbalance by taking on f3 and arguing that he has 3 pieces for white's 2 rooks? Here with such open lines though, feels like the rooks should be the ones thriving.
Yes, and also there's no great coordination between black's pieces. I mean, if the bishop were on d5 or something, then I would say, okay, there's compensation. But as it stands, I think after queen takes f3.
White will probably play, for example, if black clears the back rank, gives the king some breathing space, which you probably should tactically, then bishop c3. And yeah, it's easy to see how the two white rooks will overpower the minor pieces. You can even push the b pawn.
Yep.
Yeah, like you say, just not quite coordinated, no real outposts for the pieces. That would be the most ambitious one, but what about the option rook f8?
Yeah.
Looks safer at least.
It does look safer. Incidentally, can you guess what this Lopez variation was called?
Ooh, I just saw Giri walk in the background, sorry. This variation of the Lopez, the Morphy
The
variation.
Morphy defense.
Another one.
But this time the closed variation.
Wow.
We saw the modern variation, we saw the Anderson variation, everything.
These players from the 19th century, they've stolen all of them. Steinitz has got a variation named after him, Chigorin, in the Spanish opening. Okay, this position is just wild. Okay, what does white have to play though?
Okay.
Knight g5. Do you just move the bishop out the way?
Okay, if you...
I guess at the very minimum we drop back to h5 and we argue that rook and pawn for 2 pieces, level material.
But I'm a little bit afraid that this bishop will be hunted on h5.
In this position, g6.
Yeah.
It is trapped.
I know that this goes against like king safety and everything like that, but
But it's
But
material.
it is material, and you know me.
You spot material, you take material. It's consistent, Jovanka. It's a good strategy in chess. Yeah, this one is wild, though. I really don't know how to evaluate this even. Who's going to be better here? I really think he should play rook f8, though. It feels by far safer than the alternative.
I'm just wondering as well, is there anything like after rook f8? Are there any other aggressive moves?
He's about to make that move.
Well,
He's reaching for his rook.
He is reaching. And
He's going to play rook f8.
yeah. I was just wondering whether he could do anything, okay, rook f8 on the board. Whether he could... Somehow I didn't want to move this bishop from f7.
Just leave it.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to go knight to
G5.
G5.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. And if the knight is removed, the defender of the bishop, take.
Take, yeah.
At least now the queen's come off.
Exactly.
Who does this favor? Let's say white takes with the rook.
Yeah. And I'm...
Actually, it's very forcing now.
And now rook to d7.
Ooh, one more move and black would have consolidated and been fine, but this... Yeah, it does look a bit scary suddenly. Especially with the back rank still vulnerable. Let's say black plays h6.
Okay, now I counterattack. I see a pawn, I win a pawn. Rook takes d7.
Yeah. And if we're left with this position at the very end, I think you're right, Jovanka. The B and C pawns will just win this game.
Yep.
The black knight's really not stable on those squares. Okay, so this is all very forcing. Were there any forks in the road? Rook f8, knight g5.
Yes.
Does black have any options whatsoever?
Well, my next move will be queen h5.
Yeah.
So
knight e6 also threatened.
Yes.
Okay, has to be eliminated surely.
Yeah. And bishop takes bishop. And I guess you could go rook takes bishop.
Yeah, queen takes queen did not work out well in that variation for black, so how about this one? But it does feel shaky.
Actually feels like...
Oh wait, there's a hit.
Oh, yeah.
Loose pieces dropping off here.
Okay, so we can abandon that plan. So that's not... So you have to go queen takes queen.
Have to take the queen. Have to take the bishop, I think. And rook d7, this might be the key position that the players have been calculating in their minds. We mentioned this was moving at a snail's pace. I think it's because they'd foreseen this one and we're just trying to evaluate here. How about king g8? I just want to defend the black rook.
Well, I take the pawn.
And now at least the black knight no longer pinned can move.
Okay.
Defending 7th rank, forcing you to trade off rooks.
Yes.
And okay, at least now the b pawn is controlled. Knight g5 on the board from Erigaisi. I think we're going to reach this exact position as we mentioned. Everything's just so forceful. Maybe black's okay. It's light squared control. The white rook can't get in anywhere.
But the bishop can drop back to d2. I'm going to try to...
Ooh, tricky.
Yeah. You can see...
King,
yes, no, I'm going to go b4.
And maybe black has to play knight c7 here, because if I take, then I get skewered on the b file. Yeah, still anyone's game, and I think this is what he's relying on, Andrei Esipenko, in this position. Must be king g8, right?
Yeah.
We found nothing else. There is, however, the alternative of taking this knight, I realized. Trying to get the other rook to the 7th rank.
Oh. Yeah, that's actually... Rook takes... Okay, so you have to go rook takes bishop.
Rook takes. For now, take. And
no, but this is much better, actually.
Looks more attractive, at least.
Yes.
Although, still no immediate way forward for the b-pawn. If white could teleport the king over to c4, then it would be winning on the spot. 2 minor pieces against a rook. It's it's really anyone's game here still.
Yeah, but it's super important. Okay, and wow, we have another e3 played by Esipenko.
We did not predict that one.
No. We were so focused on the knight, and there we can see, is that Fedoseev?
Fedoseev watching.
Looking over.
Yeah, a creative player in his own right. He would have spotted e3, but this move was not one we considered. So now breaking the connection between the bishop and knight.
So bishop takes pawn.
Surely bishop takes pawn, the first one to calculate. Caruana interested as well. Again, they're like sharks. They smell the
and
the
Yakubov has also made an appearance.
I'm waiting for Giri now. He's going to be there somewhere.
And, is that Harry Krishna has walked past?
Okay, bishop takes e3. The idea, I guess, is to trade queens first, and then there are options for black. If the queens disappear, white would ideally like to take with the e-rook to keep the a-file, but let's say he takes with the other way, and h6 maybe is his plan to undermine this knight. This is the only real way to deviate. And yeah, we're going to get one of those positions similar to what we discussed of 2 pieces against a rook and pawn, maybe even a rook and 2 pawns, but feels holdable. I really love this e3 from Esipenko. I don't know if that was on Erigaisi's radar.
Yeah, and well, we'll keep everyone posted on this one. This one is sharpening up, but it's going to be just a very sharp endgame. But it ultimately looked quite balanced, especially if black could maintain the blockade on the queen side. And let's also go to Hikaru Nakamura against Alexander Predke, because some trades have occurred.
And Hikaru taking big risks to try and win this game. He's now got passed pawns on the A and B files, but white's pawns still take a while to march down the board. In the meantime, he's given up a pawn on f4 and allowed black to install a monster bishop on e5. Should we recap?
Yep, let's recap.
What has happened? Action replay here, rook c8. Actually, we thought the d5 square was more important to leave for the white knight. So we were advocating bishop back to b3. Hikaru goes for your first instinct, Jovanka. You mentioned bishop d5 as the alternative. And he went pawn hunting.
Yeah. Oh.
Queen takes a7. Wow.
Oh.
The safe move would have been queen takes f4. I don't think any real risk attached there. Well, then again, queen b6.
Queen b6 and...
that's why we wanted the bishop on b3.
Yeah, exactly. So that the knight could jump into d5.
Okay, so maybe there was risk attached. Queen takes a7. Bishop g5, keeping the pawn alive. The queen drops back, and only now bishop f6. Really interesting stuff.
And now, is it...
And now queen takes f4 would have been met again by a check. And the b2 pawn would have dropped, so Hikaru just defends that b2 pawn. He's taking massive risks here because he is taking another pawn, drops back. Queen f6. Big threats already on the board from Predke, and you know how Predke likes to attack. We've seen it before multiple times this tournament. Big threat of bishop d4. Even the pawns, the black pawns storming the white king side. h5, h4, g5, g4.
Yeah. Scary business. So what did he play? Did he play king h1? Did he go knight to...
He's thinking Hikaru right now.
Oh no, he's made a move.
He's left the board. Okay, we'll try and get an update there. It looks like king h1, surely. What else?
Difficult, actually. Let's
try and figure out, judging from the camera. Is king still on g1?
Did he go... I thought maybe he would go knight to d2, but that probably doesn't work.
He looks like his knight might be sitting next...
Oh
no, it's still his move. He just got up to put his coat on the back of his chair.
Ah, okay. Because you're not allowed to leave the board when it's your move.
Yeah, definitely not allowed to leave the playing hall when it's your move, once you've seen your opponent's reply. So yeah, he didn't... Well, he briefly left the board just to put his coat on the back of the chair. And yeah, he has to guard this d4 square at any cost, or he has to shuffle his king into the corner. It's knight e2, king h1, or rook d1.
Okay, I'm gonna predict king h1, but I'm very afraid of your g5 plan.
Yeah, it just feels like black has a free hand on the king side.
Exactly, like what is going to happen there? I mean, it's just horrible. So okay, so let's just show why I'm so terrified. So g5.
G5. If black wants to bail out, we should mention maybe bishop takes knight, but let's say g5.
Yeah, it's Predke.
It's
Predke. He's going to go full throttle here. So g5, and then...
This is his bread, and butter. He loves to attack. Okay, g5, yeah.
G5, and then it's going to be g4, and then g3, and then ching, checkmate.
This is the stage where you start pre-moving. You know you'll play g4 no matter what white does. Push the pawn. I'm really shocked that Hikaru's gambling like this, because the A and B pawns, you just can't push them.
Yeah.
The B pawn's tied down forever defending this knight. If you ever move your knight, now, actually I like g5 for positional reasons as well. You defended f4, so you could well be justified in going getting greedy again, taking b2.
And if you go knight to e2, which was my cowardly move, but I thought maybe it might be okay, knight e2. And so my plan is, if you go rook takes pawn, I'm just going to start backpedaling furiously and play rook takes rook.
Take.
And then I'm going to go queen takes f4, and I'm going to say draw.
And we would likely see a draw in the near future. Position like this, level material.
Yeah.
White's strong bishop 1d5 compensates for the bishop pair, and yeah, maybe Hikaru needs to bail out now before it's too late. He's really journeyed quite far down this road, though. Knight e2, what else? Yeah, king h1, the more I look at it, the more I think this option might disappear. And if after knight e2 immediately, could black play g5 anyway?
And then I was going to go c3.
Yeah, c3. At least now you've solidified.
Exactly, and then I'm going to...
I'll throw all the pawns down towards your king.
And then I should try to do something, but maybe I don't have to do anything.
Yeah, if this was a blitz or rapid game, I think black would just steamroller.
Can I go... Can I really, go h4?
Ooh, fight fire with fire.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, undermining f4.
And it's just so good that I have a pawn on c3, David.
Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe this one tempo is important. If your pawn weren't on c3, then none of this would be possible. And if this one tempo is indeed as important as we think, then knight e2 immediately might be the key, the only way to hold the balance. And yeah, Hikaru risks being on the back foot if he does anything else.
Yeah, and for the first time today, can we just check whether
Mr. Fish?
Mr. Fish, yeah, Mr. Fish is S-Fish.
Yeah, Stockfish does confirm, the computer does confirm that knight e2, as we thought, is the only way to hold the balance. And anything else, black is seizing the upper hand. White is actually frozen here after g5. I mean, black's got easy moves, rook fc8. Happy moves, as you like to call them, Jovanka. Rook fc8, h5, h4. Meanwhile, this knight is stuck. He can never move now because the pawn on b2 just drops. So you have to move it instantly now to put pressure on f4.
Well,
Hikaru, he doesn't look too happy with his own play, but he has to go for it. Knight e2.
Yeah, knight e2. Otherwise, it's too risky for Hikaru. And interesting, Hikaru. I just always am a bit confused at how he's he always looks up and he looks around. Whereas a lot of the players are kind of solely focused on the board. We've seen this with also the younger generations. They're always being Beth Harmon, looking at the ceiling.
There we go, looking around.
Yeah, it's and you see, when I was a kid, I was always told off for looking around. Now, in fairness to Hikaru is actually concentrating, whereas I wasn't.
That's strict, telling off kids for doing some very natural things. Yeah, if Hikaru can, then why can't we? But now he's back to focus mode. Yeah, he seems to calculate, having watched his streams. He likes to have a bit of distance as well, and not get too engrossed in the position. Because sometimes you get carried away, and calculating too much can backfire as well.
Yeah.
So maybe when he's looking around, he's just evaluating. He's thinking, okay, how much risk can I take? Tournament situation, is it worth going all out here?
Yeah.
But surely he'll come to the conclusion that knight e2, eliminating this pawn, is strictly necessary.
Yeah, I thought by the grimace that maybe he would just accept that, okay, knight e2 was the best move on the board, but a little nod of the head.
Yeah.
I can't...
He's a hard man to read.
He is a hard man to read, because he keeps looking at the queen side.
Yeah, and...
Okay, well, maybe he's calculating knight e2, rook takes pawn.
It must be something along those lines. Knight e2, just to reiterate, we're expecting rook takes pawn here and things to fizzle out. Yeah, often the grimace is, it comes before the move that he doesn't want to play, but he knows is necessary. For example, knight e2 is very much playing for the draw here, but anything else, and it's playing for the loss, if anything.
Yeah.
So, okay, should we check back in to see whether he does play this move? You're right, he's looking off at the queen side quite a lot, maybe wondering whether he can start racing down the board in the near future, for example, in a line like this one, whether it's possible to play a4 and just start push, and pray.
Yeah, push, pray. That's my...
it's like eat, pray, love, but just...
yeah, push, pray. That is how one wants to play chess. And can we quickly pop in, just to do a recap of what's happened in Wojciech and against Fabiano Caruana, because both sets of rooks have left the board.
Yeah, this position has really closed up. We last left this around 5 moves ago. We were kind of suggesting rook to e8 here. Fabiano found a more active alternative, bishop to b4, putting some pressure, just tickling this white knight on c3. And after e5, he did not open up the center as we were expecting to be inevitable here. He instead blocks with f5, showing a lot of ambition, Fabiano. He's essentially said endgames will be favorable for white, at least king and pawn endgames, rook and pawn endgames, due to the protected pass pawn on e5. But there's still so many pieces left on the board that now actually black has a free hand on the queen side, 3 versus 2, whereas the white majority is
jammed.
Pawn on e5 is blocked.
Yeah.
And rook f1 just getting out of the spin, a bit mysterious, but freeing up the white knight. Now all the rooks, this is where they disappeared, Jovanka.
Yeah. And that's one of the most important things in these endgames is like how mobile are your pawn majorities. And as you mentioned, white's pawn majority, it looks really impressive. It's a protected pass pawn on e5, but it is safely blockaded. And this is something that if Fabiano wants to work on, he can. He can just slowly improve his pieces, push his pawns up the board. But ultimately, that's not much.
Yeah.
And I'd also, whilst this game is a slow burner, can we go over to the women's section, Sophie Millier against Marcel Efromsky? Because, well, we just saw a stunning tactic appear. So let's rewind a few moves.
Okay, so back around here.
Mm-hmm.
Black plays rook h8, b4. It looks very slow.
Yeah.
We mentioned the symmetrical pawn structure a bit earlier. We thought it was very balanced, and the tactic, Jovanka,
But
happens here.
you got to be on guard in these type of positions, especially when your king is on g7 and the pawns are on g5 and h5, because knight e7 happened and bang! Knight takes g7. Beautiful stuff from Sophie Millier. This is her bread and butter. She's incredibly aggressive and incredibly tactical. Trust me, I've played her so many times.
Yeah, she is always itching for a battle, itching for a fight, itching to attack. And the whole idea is once the knight is captured, at this point, black is committed. You have to just grab the material. Rook takes e7. And white's a whole rook down, but after queen takes g5, it's a double attack, hitting the rook, hitting the king. The king has to move, defend its rook. Suddenly the black queen is overworked, so the bishop falls as well. And once the dust is settled here, white has already a queen and 3 pawns. No, a knight and 3 pawns even. Knight and 3 pawns for the rook, so up on material, but a 4th pawn likely to drop, and black's king is naked here. It's really lacking shelter.
Yes, and that's going to be enough to easily net the point. So a nice tactical spot there from Sophie Millier.
Yeah, a massive advantage. She'll grab this pawn on b7. She'll add her knight to the mix, maybe with knight e4.
Yep. And she's on 4 points, so a victory would move her up to 5 points and be within touching distance of the lead.
Yeah, fantastic tactic there. As we see, she's currently 1 point behind leader Anna Muzychuk, but for example, if Muzychuk draws or loses, then she closes in. Big result for Sophie Millier.
Yeah. And there you could see that there was one sole leader in the women's. It is Anna Muzychuk on 5 points out of 6, and she's facing off against her highest rated rival, Alexandra Grachkina. And let's pop in on that game. It's nothing to write home about, but well, there's a small thing. You know, the black B pawns are doubled.
Yep, the black B pawns are doubled, the white F pawns are doubled. Although I'd rather have the F pawns than the B pawns. Who would you pick here if you had to, Jovanka? Who do you think is the one playing for the win? Or are both playing for the win?
I think both are playing for the draw.
Draw looks logical at this point.
Yeah, I don't envisage too much happening here, actually.
Yeah. This is the type of position, if there were minor pieces, literally any assortment of minor pieces, then there'd be a lot to play for, especially for white. If you could put a white knight or bishop on e4, it would dominate the whole board. But if it's just heavy pieces, the rooks and queens, I think they just neutralize, cancel each other out. So good news for Sophie Millier if she does win her game, because she will close in half a point within the lead if this is a draw. And remember, these two players on top board, they've already qualified for the candidates, making it much more exciting for the chasing pack.
Yes, and talking about the chasing pack, let's go over to Bibisara against Vaishali. That's on board 2, and both of these players are on 4.5 points out of 6. And Vaishali had a very comfortable advantage. Also banana power.
Yeah, the snacks, always
Yeah.
important, especially as the game drags on. And you mentioned the stable advantage. I think we can tell even without the evaluation bar, even just by looking at the player's body language, who the happier player is right now. Aselbayeva does not look too happy with her position, head in hands, hiding her head, hiding her eyes from the board right now as Giri walks past in the background. Yeah, simply because black has full control. Black dominates the dark squares. This bishop is beautiful on e5. Black's knight will land on d4 in the near future. Maybe you could even rearrange those pieces, put the bishop on d4, put the knight on e5, and from e5 it will target the d3 pawn. First, though, she challenges for the a file. Vaishali makes a lot of sense. And yeah, essentially, long-term, white is suffering. The bishop on g2, unable to play an active role.
Yeah, and that's the key issue. All the fun and games will happen on the queen side. So and now you've got to deal with this threat of, do you step the queen to a1 and then accept the trade that way? Do you just trade off queens and then try and target the c pawn? I mean, these are the things running through her mind.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it just feels a bit shaky for white.
I mean, you almost feel as well that black could just go rook a7 as well.
Clever. Just keeping the tension.
Exactly, and then move queen a8 and then just say, look, the target is the b pawn.
Yeah.
How are you going to defend it?
If you can force queens off the board, I think that would be fatal for white. If black can force the exchanges of all the major pieces, if it's just, for example, bishops left, maybe a set of knights left on the board, yeah, as you say, b2, eternal weakness. D3 as well, easily targetable later once the bishop moves from black's knight. Yeah, I like your move rook a7 in that one. I mean, even if, for example, you just forget the a file, even if you just don't want to blunder any tactics with the loose bishop, but for example, just protect. I don't really see what white is doing next, whereas black can slowly start to improve.
Yeah.
Again, bishop d4, knight e5 comes to mind. Even h5, h4, soften up the white king.
Yeah, the knights have no purpose, neither does the bishop. And the king on h1 looks like it might be condemned to stay there for the rest of the game. Yep. This is beautiful strategy from Vaishali.
Yeah, Aselbayeva definitely suffering in this game. And okay, where to go next, Jovanka?
Yeah, we've been given a hint that things are quite fiery. And Sahakian against Alexei Shirov on board 23 on the open. And we will primarily be focusing on the top 10 boards of every section, but we will sniff out the drama wherever possible.
Yeah, we do love the drama, the decisive games, the sacrifices, and in this one, it's fire on the board, but not in favor of Alexei Shirov. White has sacrificed a piece for 3 pawns, and it's not just any old pawns, it's a monstrous kind of horde of passed pawns right now. And black has an extra knight, but the knight on c4 not really playing a part. I'm wondering when the moment will be that white just pushes one of these forward. Do you need to add the rook to the mix, support the e-pawn pushing? Do you add the rook via h1, h7?
Yeah.
Do you first sideline the black knight? Actually, you can push the black knight onto the edge of the board.
Yes.
Pawn to b3.
So the rule that I would use here, that I actually learned quite recently, was that when it comes to endgames like these, you always mobilize the piece of highest value first. So, and he said it's like, this is a super static rule, so obviously you need to bear that in mind, but it's very helpful. So here I would be going rook h1, although your idea is also good enough, b3 and then...
b3 first.
And then...
kick the knight.
Yeah. But so...
What's the highest value piece here, Jovanka, though?
Is
it the rook or is it the king?
Oh,
Do
yeah.
we activate the king?
Well, if I activate... Actually, now I think about it, if I activate the rook, there's a problem, right?
Yeah, the d4 pawn
the
is
d4
hanging.
pawn is, yeah.
So this would be needed to calculate really, really precisely. e6 is a monster threat, though. So bishop takes pawn, I think. e6 check. King g6. Maybe it's not possible to quite force them through. I initially wanted to play f7, but the black rook moves somewhere. And e7 now would drop the f7 pawn.
And if you went rook f1 to support the...
Yeah.
Oh, but then you would step back with the bishop and say,
drops back
that's a blockade.
Yeah, that being said, I did kind of kind of half blunder into maybe a favorable tactic here. I can play e7 anyway. And king takes. I think I can promote g6 check.
Yes.
Deflecting.
And
if you keep trying to protect your rook, then I have bishop h6 at the end. Check. So this would force black into taking, and firstly you need to evaluate this position with white. Probably it's just winning because the black king's so far away, no fortress here. But secondly, he has to work out if this is all obligatory for black. Also, we mentioned rook h1.
Yeah, no, but a rook e1. Rook e1 supports the pawn.
Rook e1. The other question is, whether to play b3 first, force the knight back, and now go for rook e1, whether it makes a difference or not. To me, it looks very attractive, but...
Okay, so e6.
So
bishop takes pawn.
e6. Same trick, no?
Yep, same trick. Can't do anything about it. Just move the rook.
Go somewhere. And now e7 again. Just to show once more. Promote and push. Check. Deflection. Tersahakian, really strong grandmaster from Armenia. He's on the national team these days. Works so hard on his chess. His openings are almost flawless with black. I played against him last year. I had when I had white, he was black. I had no idea how to get an opening advantage against him. His openings are just bulletproof.
Yeah.
With white, he takes a bit more risk, but still a very positional player. Great understanding.
I just love his first name.
Samvel.
Samvel sounds like something from the Shire.
Samvel Baggin. No,
Samuel.
No, not Tali.
Samvel.
Oh my gosh, it's been a while.
It's like something, anyway.
Samwell is from Game of Thrones. Samwell Tali. Samwise.
Samwise. Ah, yeah, Samwise.
That's it.
I don't know what it's called.
Yeah. Either way, he's doing Sam very well in this game.
Yep.
And he's going to tear Sahakian. He's going to tear apart Shirov's defense. Rook e1 looks strong.
He will. Rook e1, great move. And let me just follow the other games, and maybe it's the evaluation bar is like strictly level. By the way, Arjun Erigaisi and Andrei Yesipenko did follow our analysis up to a point, and then they disagreed because we were looking at rook takes bishop and then moving the king to g8 and setting up a blockade.
So a similar position. We were thinking with the pawn still on e4, however, so a bit different spin. Here he plays h6, undermining the defender of the bishop, so he wins his piece back in a different fashion. And now it's this counterattack you mentioned, rather than having to move the white bishop out of the way, whereupon black would have time to defend c7. He takes first. So we could see something similar, but okay, first you need to decide which assortment of pieces. Interesting that Erigaisi is playing white in this game, but now he's kind of just standing up behind his opponent's shoulder. He wants a different view of the board.
Are you allowed to do that?
I think so. I think you are, as long as it's not like in a team tournament, the captain behind.
Yeah.
Some players like to see it firstly from the white side, then the black side, just in case they've missed anything from their opponent's point of view as well.
Yeah.
Do you keep the bishop on? It looks like he's about to. I was going to say, or you could trade off bishops and then play the move f4. He plays bishop back to a8.
Bishop a8. Okay, so it is very complicated now. The bishop needs to move
somewhere
from where to go? I don't know. Bishop e6.
Okay, bishop e6.
Just to throw it in a random square, and then I'll find out which is the which one was the best after. Hang on, is there bishop takes pawn? Is that
b2?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And the g5 pawn might drop.
Yeah.
Bishop takes b2. Bishop takes g5. Samwise Gamgee. That's it. Sorry, took me a while.
And it is from The Hobbit.
It is. Yeah.
No.
Samuel Tali's from Game of Thrones. Samwise Gamgee is. Get them confused.
Okay. So don't let go of this, because this one feels like white is breaking things down. So
this position.
Yes. Now we go f4.
F4 as well. Yeah. I think this is his big idea. Why he kind of gave the e pawn earlier to force white's pieces passive. Also, this rook doesn't have too many escape squares. Normally, what do you prefer? 2 pieces or rook and 2 pawns?
Depends.
It
all depends on the position, because in an endgame, actually, the rook and pawns tend to be very powerful because the rook is so much more flexible than the bishop and the knight. The rook can just transfer from the queen side to the king side and can just harass the two pieces like this. But here's a little bit different because the rook is saddled on c7.
Yeah, and also the fact that black still has one rook of his own, really important. If Erigaisi could somehow magic one set of rooks off the board and just be left with his own unopposed rook, like you said, the scope and the kind of fact it's unrivaled, traveling across the board in one move, really would turn things in his favor. But black does have one rook to fight. It's like having all the ice cream flavors. You've got a rook, you've got a knight, bishop, you've got everything you could want. And yes, black's a bit of material down, but I don't know, rook b8 looks like it might target the b2 pawn in the near future. At the right moment, you can activate knight d4, maybe a knight b4. Still feels like it could go. It's a 3-result game.
It is. Can I just? I had a moment of inspiration. I also might have been a moment of stupidity. But if we go, can we go back to here? I mean, is it possible to go f4?
Wow, f4, and the whole idea is if I take the bishop.
Yeah, I wanted to go pawn to it, but now I step and I see that you can go bishop e5, which really.
Because your idea, I guess, was to play g6.
Yeah, g6, and then
using
just
a pin.
and then try to go bishop.
Yeah, bishop g5.
Yeah,
some pressure, but
nope, it's not enough.
It's really clever though, this idea, and it's just unfortunate, and maybe that black can gain time, gain tempi on the loose rook. Like you said, it's the rook on c7 that's actually slightly misplaced for white, and we're very much expecting the bishop first to step back to e6 or a2. Anyone's game, and definitely want to check back in on. My eye was drawn, Jovanka, to board 6, 2 players on 4 points, between Etienne Bacro and Yu Yangyi, because there's a knight on a8. And looking at the material balance, white is a whole rook up.
Okay.
For now.
For now, yeah. The knight on a8 will not last long.
Well, white's a rook up, and it's his move. That's why I was a bit surprised initially, and the evaluation bar is locked in the center. It's not long for this wild, this knight. When it does drop, the material balance will be the exchange.
And the light squares, and the bishop, and a passed pawn on d4. So there's a lot of compensation.
Yeah, actually, it's just tough to find a move for white right now.
Okay, so you can't. That's a pity.
Rook e1, queen f3. It's just leaving the knight to its fate. I was wondering if white could do anything here, just while the knight, while black has to take a move, kind of capturing this knight.
Could you be fancy and go f4?
Ooh, f4 forward.
Yes, and it's way too reckless. I realize. You step
Bishop
back,
moves.
then kind of wanted to go knight to g3 and then f5.
Okay, power through.
Yeah.
Why not?
And now
Take
f5.
f5.
And
if black were kind of obliged to take this pawn, then great attacking chances against the black king.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, maybe the black bishop just moves. I'm also getting greedy. I'm learning from you. I would never normally look at that pawn on a2, but suddenly I'm looking at it with.
Okay.
It's
too much what I did.
Yeah, just to show the power of the bishops, where black's compensation might lie long term. It's in the crisscrossing bishops. And Etienne here, he has to watch his back row for checkmates. Okay, anyway.
That was a good one.
Thank you. Right now it's the knight on the back row that is about to drop for white.
Yes. So how to handle this?
I liked your idea of knight just kind of going for something while the black army isn't quite coordinated, but maybe the bishop just moves again. Bishop c4 maybe. Gaining time. Oh, whoops! I've clicked on something that. Sorry.
When I do that, literally the blue screen comes up, and I'm like, "Oops!"
Oh my god, my heart dropped. But sorry viewers for the exclamation there. It's not because of the game. My poor mouse skills, but bishop c4. I think this is just unfortunately a big tempo gainer for black.
Actually, maybe you can just refine this idea. Maybe so instead of going knight to g4. Let's go queen d3.
Queen d3. And I'll take that
you
knight.
Take. And I'm kind of hoping... Kind of was thinking I should activate the rooks. You know, they haven't been involved in the game and they're feeling a little bit miffed at me, so...
Yeah, makes sense. White has 2 rooks, one more than black after all. So
Yeah.
rook c1 or rook?
Rook c1 was that what I wanted to play, but
I don't know.
I just feel, but I just
maybe
feel that
threatening.
things are going wrong for me already.
Oh, actually, there's ideas like b3. in the air.
b3, yeah, okay, so
These bishops are so strong.
I know.
It's crazy. Just to show the idea, queen takes rook and back rank. Trouble. Yeah. Oof. Really tense position. Who would you pick if you had to?
Black.
Black. Me too.
It's just so much easier to play.
Biased with the bishops.
Yeah, and it's super easy plan. You know, first up you take the knight, then you centralize and maybe take the a2 pawn, and then you just push everything. And what is the knight on e4 doing? I don't know.
I really don't know either. The white knight would love to sit back on d3, but no easy path to get there either. And yeah, we'll check back on this one, but we think that Yu Yang Yi, firstly with a lot more time on the clock, 30 minutes against 8 minutes, but we think that his position easier, more pleasant to play as well.
Yes, and now we have a treat for you. We have a very short video with some of the atmosphere shots from today. So. Yes, and a unique playing hall and a unique tournament. It's so rare to see up close and personal shots of the players in action, and well, we are there. You can see Predka, and his opponent for today is Hikaru Nakamura, and we did leave Hikaru in a spot of trouble. You know, he had to make the right decision, and he had to find the only move, knight to e2. So spoiler, I think he did, judging by the position that we saw there in the live board. But knight e2 played.
Knight e2 played, and give the top players a position with a narrow path, only one move to find to hold the balance. More often than not, they do find that top move, and Hikaru did retreat his knight. We said he had to, just in time to attack the f4 pawn. The b2 pawn, though, is the price he had to pay, and after the queen's disappeared, we head down to this endgame. Yeah, and Jovanka, we might get one of the first finishes on the top few boards, because this position, really simplified now, looks like it might be heading towards a draw.
Yeah, it does. But there is still like chances for black to go wrong. So say, for instance, you go knight takes bishop.
Yep, it's check, so take the bishop.
Yeah, and after pawn takes, you can go c4, right?
Yeah.
Anchor that bishop down, the all-seeing bishop there. And if black were to go bishop takes bishop, I think that would be an inaccuracy, because then you could just simply capture like that towards the center, and then you're going to back that up with rook a5.
Yeah, suddenly black would be forced passive, and yeah, it's unfortunate for black that the king is still trapped on the back rank. If you had the extra move h6 or g6 in, then black could happily kind of hold the balance with rook to b4, but just not enough time due to the back rank checkmate. So actually, just it's important the tempi here. c4 looks very pleasant for white, because white will be the first to attack the isolated pawns. Maybe I've written this off too soon. It should be a draw, of course, just reduced material. Maybe black has to go passive with a rook on c8, just brings the king to the center in the meantime. Should still be holdable, but Nakamura, he does kind of make a living from grinding opponents down, at least in online blitz. It's just whether that transfers to classical chess, and we see him very quickly return to the board, capture that bishop. And I think it's almost guaranteed that we see the move c4. Maybe he throws in rook a5 first.
Yeah, rook a5 is tricky, right? Forces rook c8.
Yeah, rook a5 as well. Very similar. Rook c8. Maybe now he'll just bring his king. Maybe try and actually leave the c4 square for his king.
Yeah, okay.
Hikaru, could he be working his magic here, maybe?
Okay, let's try.
It's too harsh.
Let's put that king there on f2, king
F8,
f8.
King e3.
And now king Maybe rook c7 first.
Rook c7, yeah. King e7 might walk into some checks. So rook c7. Now the king gets to c4.
Yeah, it does.
Suddenly not so clear, at least in terms of holding this one for black.
Can you go king?
e7, king c4, you want a king d6 maybe?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe black's just in time in this variation, but it's starting to be tempo by tempo. It's not kind of just always a draw like I assumed it would be. Also in this position, I do wonder after rook c7, whether white is extra sneaky here and trades off the bishops in order to play e5. And now it's harder for the black king to get across.
But the rook can come and check.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have to put the...
All rook games are drawn.
Yeah.
White's not quite quick enough to cross because rook d2 creates counterplay just in time. And still a complicated endgame, actually. Black gives it, white gives a check, maybe takes this pawn, comes in with the king. I would not like to be black in this position, but still should be holdable. Hikaru thinking.
Yeah, Hikaru thinking, but it's definitely Hikaru who will try to nurture an advantage through. And can we go over to the women's section? Well, first up, let's just do a spot assessment of Alexandra Gryashkina against Anna Muzychuk. They are on move 34, so the players can offer a draw to the other. What do we think?
I think a draw is incoming. This one, Anna Muzychuk, she did win a very, very nice queen endgame against Afsalbayeva just before the rest date in round 6. But there she had an extra pawn on the queen side. There was a pass pawn. Now she captures on b4. We see queen takes b4. The problem is there's no potential for pass pawns on the queen side, and if white just sits, locks things down, queen e2, defends the b pawn. On the king side, it's very, very much frozen. You're stuck. The white king has somewhere safe to hide. I don't even think any hope for either side. I'd maybe slightly prefer being black, just safer king. Only chance is to kind of play b5, b4, b3 later. But this one should very shortly be drawn.
Yeah. Also, is it possible for the queen to just like take a foray in and try to get to... I want to get to g6.
So
I want to do it... How can I... I was wondering whether you could even sacrifice.
Maybe queen d7, queen takes pawn, and you want to play something like this to come in and behind.
Yeah. But I guess you can always go queen to b4.
Queen to b4, okay, and got a check. Sorry, now king to g8, and now you want to come back and block.
Yeah.
And here it's unlucky that queen e6 would pick this pawn, but it's definitely a motif that might appear in the near future.
Yeah.
They'll probably fine-tune this idea, but if white gets this accurately, then it should be a draw. For example, just perpetual checks against the black king. Nowhere to hide. And,
well, someone who has a place to hide for the king is Vaishali. So let's take a look at that endgame. And a lot of pieces have been traded off. The queens have come off, a set of knights.
White has managed to neutralize the black bishop pair. Black earlier had a very strong light squared bishop. Also, white's a pawn up. I'm not sure how the h7 pawn disappeared, or the h pawn for black. Because actually when I first zoomed into this position, I thought black is just going to be winning. Black's b pawn march, makes a new queen, and will win. But white has an extra pawn, therefore might be able to give up a piece for all of black's remaining pawns and force a draw. Jovanka, can we just recap the last few moves?
Yeah, of course.
Because we actually did see queen a1 as we predicted. And in this position, I don't really like queen a7, because that idea, in chess you never need to rush, you never want to rush. That idea is not going away anytime soon. I like the idea of just king f7. Next move, queen to a7, kill the tactics first, protect your bishop, loose pieces drop off as we mentioned. Because after queen a7, she simply dropped a pawn. That takes f6 check. Because the bishop is undefended.
And this is where you have to go king f7.
Yeah, king f7 was played, but after the queen exchange, she's actually envisaged this whole endgame we're going to get, Vaishali. She's calculated deeply, but why calculate when you can get the same position with a big advantage? Instead, she dropped a second pawn on h7. She knew she would win b2, but at the very end, now maybe she's still better with black, at least in practical terms, but closer to the draw than ever. I think she should have just tortured her opponent, king f7, wait, and only pounce later. She had a long-term advantage. Now it's very short-term.
Yeah. And is there a way for white to establish a barricade there on the light squares. I mean, you can go passive, right? You can go bishop f3, bishop d1.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Cover the b pawn. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but there is a set of knights on the board, so the knight can jump in to. Let's make sure I'm not blundering anything. Knight coming to b5.
And if I just move.
And then I come to d4.
And now, thankfully, it's opposite color bishops, and thankfully white's a pawn up, so I can throw one of those pawns away to try and force a draw. Still some work to be done, maybe, but if the knights disappear, for example, a position like this, then very easy draw with white's bishop parking up on b3, blockading the light squares. Yeah, still some work to be done for white, it must be said, but maybe this idea, it looks a bit counterintuitive. Top players, they never really want to go passive with pieces, but maybe it's necessary right now.
Yes.
Vaishali, she's taking big risks. Maybe she'll still win just because it's the b pawn's so strong, but at least she's given some hope to Asalbayeva. Time scramble incoming though, Jovanka, in the women's section.
Yes, definitely. And let's also follow the clock times. And I see that Stavrula Sulakiru, well, according to the bar, she's doing well, but she is down to her last minute on the clock, and they're only on move 33.
Yeah, she's got a great position, a very healthy position with black here. She's won Connect 4 with the beautiful pawn chain in the center. But big dilemma, to trade or not to trade, Jovanka. Queens, do they come off the board or do they stay?
Do they stay or do they go? Do you know what? Because she's in time trouble, I'm going to predict that she gives a check. I was going to say she trades.
Yeah, long-term black's doing very well, so actually she would have been justified in trading queens, reducing any risk, but she's going for checkmate. This is a check. The white king could not march forward because this would have been an even more deadly check. Knight g4, and I think anything wins now due to discovered checks on this diagonal.
Yeah, you collect the house.
Yeah, everything comes with tempo. Instead, she had to block with bishop to f1, Tan Zhongyi. And yeah, it feels like the former women's world champion, she's on the ropes here, but she does have the idea of kicking away the black queen next move, if necessary. How does black continue? Because originally I thought d4 must be so promising. You march forward, pawns are rolling. She plays knight to h5. d4, the downside is maybe the queen gets hit. And
I thought for a second that there was no escape.
Maybe queen d2, and there's still some pressure. This looked attractive, but she plays knight to h5 instead.
And a big idea on the board is that you can't go knight takes knight on account of bishop h3.
Yeah, although
hang on, rook to b1. Yes. Okay, so now you have to.
Maybe her idea is just to recapture, and suddenly there might be some sacrifices. For example, if white, for some reason, drops back, rook takes g3, bang, and this would end in a nice little checkmate. Check, and trapped. So okay, I actually do quite like her idea, but under 1 minute.
Yeah, under 1 minute, and well, now it's time for Tan Zhongyi, but she has 17 minutes on the clock, so she can take her time. I was wondering whether she can play. I kind of want to trap the queen.
Wait, can she? I think she can force a draw. I think this actually knight h5 might be a misstep, because how is the queen escaping? You don't need to trap it. You can just continually harass it. If it steps to the second rank, you always hit it with the rook.
Yeah.
If it steps to the first rank, if you go back, then you actually get caught. Trapped.
Yes. Oh.
Wow. So Stavrula actually blowing her advantage due to her time trouble problems here. But I think Tan Zhongyi pretty much has to go for this path. Otherwise, tables will turn again in black's favor.
Yep. Wow. Rook to b1, rook to b2 will force the repetition. And there is one other game that is in time trouble, and that is between Maria Muzichuk and Antonetta Stefanova. Antonetta, well, she's just got 3 minutes on the clock, and they're also on move 30.
And we'll zoom there in a moment. I just want to mention, Jovanka, that we saw a bit of an expression, look at that raised eyebrows from Stavrula. She knows she's been in charge, dominating this game the whole time. I think she's finally spotted that rook b1 and her queen can't escape. It's going to end in a repetition. And Tan Zhongyi, lots of time on the clock, 15 minutes for her. Just depends how ambitious she's feeling. She'll have half an eye on the opponent's clock. But she should force the draw now, rook b1. And nothing to be done. Let's go to that game you mentioned. Oof. we talked about two pieces versus a rook. It's that case, but white is lacking pawns as well.
Yeah. And, well, but it is a rook against two pieces, and that should be... Well, the two pieces should be enough to secure the draw and... No, not draw.
To
win
yeah.
is what I want to say. And Maria Mazurchuk, how's she going to get at the black king? I mean, she can't. She can't do a thing.
She simply cannot. This configuration of rook h3 and a queen on the h file, sometimes scary, but here it's just one check. The black king will hide happily actually in the center. And I mean, for example, you could even just tease white. You could say, okay, you put your queen on a bad square, you give me one check, that's it.
And it's just going to be followed up with a very nice plan of just putting the rook on d8 just for starters, or you mean, and then push the d pawn.
Push the d pawn. Knight f4 is actually a big threat as well for black in the current position. I don't see any saving hope here for Maria Mazurchuk. This would be her second loss with the white pieces in this tournament if she fails to hold. Stefanova, she's just rolling through at the moment.
Yep.
Great opening for her, and she's backed it up.
Yes. Maria perhaps taking one risk too far. I mean, we saw this against in her game against Vaishali. She played a very committal opening where she abandoned the bishop pair, and then she didn't quite have enough to back it up. And
we'll just mention top board in the women's section did, as expected, end in a draw.
Yeah.
Maria's sister, Anna, holding on to her lead there, but will she be joined?
Yeah, will she be joined by Vaishali or Antoaneta Stefanova, also on 4.5 points? So if Antoaneta wins this, she moves on to 5.5, shared lead.
And she's under 3 minutes. Rook g3 was played. I'm expecting her to drop her queen back. She could offer a queen trade, but then she would have to calculate what happens after rook takes knight. Some calculation, some work to be done there. I'm not sure how deeply you want to dig in that direction. Queen f4 also available. If the queens disappear, always winning for black, Jovanka.
Yeah. I would be tempted to go queen h4.
Okay, let's check it out.
Force Maria to calculate, because after rook takes knight,
yep,
pawn takes rook, you can just hide your king on actually anywhere, to be honest with you. You can put it on h8, you can put it
on h8 is nice. Rook e4 I was initially a bit worried about, but you can simply step back with the black queen. And no fear of ghosts. Antoaneta, though, she's reluctant to calculate any of those sacrifices. So she does play queen f5, which is also very healthy, of course. And she's simply going to evict the white queen next move, bishop g7, keeping all her trumps up her sleeve.
Exactly. And then it's just a case of harmonizing the pieces and promoting the central pawns. Well, Antoaneta, lots of time on the clock now. And someone else who has lots of time on the clock and a great position is Vaishali.
Yeah.
And
ooh, king g1.
King g1, yeah.
We thought maybe white had hope of saving this game with bishop f3, bishop d1, and clinging on, but king g1 just walks into the firing line. Some pins here. Also, it doesn't contribute to stopping this b pawn.
Yeah, I mean, for the starters, bishop to d4. Let's try that one. King f2.
Pin, does this win? b4.
Bishop must now come round.
Bishop has to come round to d1 to protect this pawn.
Let's get that pawn as far up the board. Be a good sport, David.
Push,
Put it on.
Push.
Yes, okay.
Now at the very minimum, black plays knight to b5, going to a3. I don't understand what she's banking on, unless she's just going to give up a piece.
Yes.
But even giving up a piece here is will need a bit of help. Knight a3 actually will trap the bishop. Maybe she has to go round, for example.
Yeah, but then knight c3.
c3 and coming into d1 check. Maybe she had to, in this position, give a check first. Force the black king to move. I'm not sure where. Let's say e5.
And
a2. But this looks terrible.
And now I guess you can go... Nope, I don't have a move, David.
I don't either. And it's really surprising. I mean, if we go back to the current position, king g1, I mean, if her plan is to play bishop f3 anyway, then why not start with that? It's necessary, it's part of the plan no matter what. And this would also enable her to put the king on a safer, safer light square. So same idea, just a better order. But king g1, I mean, very straightforward play. Looks like it's winning material for black.
Okay, let's run through that one again. So bishop
d4.
Could there be some funny business with bishop h3 check? Let's just throw in
H3
that
check.
for fun.
Okay, the king moves.
Okay, now king
Maybe
has to go f. Oh, is there anything else I can do? No, nothing else. King
Maybe
f2.
I should be careful where I put the black king, because on the e5 it might be vulnerable to knight checks.
Yes.
Let's just say I go back
Okay,
somewhere.
now I have to go king f2,
b4,
king d2,
king e2, b3.
knight to d1.
Okay, so the idea is to give up a piece. And the question is whether black needs to take it immediately.
Yeah.
But even a position like this, is she going to hold? There's only 2 pawns remaining, but the black c pawn's going to be very hard to exchange.
Yeah, you can't exchange anything. So, it should be nicely winning for Vaishali.
Yeah, looks very, very good for black. Earlier I was slightly critical of her decision to go into the same game, but maybe she realized that in practical terms white had insurmountable problems. And it looks like Asalbayeva, after taking the sole lead 2 rounds ago, maybe 2 defeats in a row. And it looks like decisive stuff all over the place in the women's section right now.
It's always very entertaining. And Sophie Millier well on her way to winning.
Yep, checkmate incoming against this black king.
And Irina Bulmaga about to pull off a win against Harika Dronavali. That's on board 8.
Yeah, looks simply like a pin. There are some tricks because the white f pawn is pinned as well. But I think the problem is black can't break the pin sufficiently in the near future. Black's knight is actually also, trapped on e4.
Yes. So, I mean, I guess you can also just go bishop. Let me count the pawns.
Bishop h2 and slow play it.
Yeah. Also, you can do this, rook to e3.
Yeah, rook e3, defend your rook on f1.
Yeah.
I love that one, Jovanka. For example, queen to d6. Let's say the queen just gets out of the e-file. Where would the finishing touch be? She's also a pawn up white here.
Yeah.
Oh wait, she's not because of the b pawns. Whoops, but the b pawn's irrelevant.
Yeah. So you can actually
bishop h2
bishop
first,
h2.
or rook e3. Bishop h2 looks very, very tempting. Queen back.
And now,
for my final trick.
I can. What can I do?
But even if white doesn't win the piece, f takes e4 would hang this rook on f1. So just let's mention that this does not work for white. But even if white were to be greedy and just take with the bishop, win a pawn, that looks very strong as well. I mean, I think there's actually better than this, but even this would be just a pawn up clearly for white. You can play later queen g3, h5, go for the black king.
Yeah.
It looks like she's a big favorite, Irina Bulmaga, against her grandmaster opponent.
Yeah, and I thought I saw results in the Paulina Shovalova against Fatilieva, but no, the players are still playing, and Paulina does have the advantage there. Whereas Tan Zhongyi still thinking about what to do in her game against Darula Sulakidu.
Okay, this one, she's got 8 minutes now, so time really ticking away, dwindling there. But she does have a draw at her disposal. We mentioned earlier, Tan Zhongyi has to force a draw with white, otherwise her king is simply going to come under heavy fire. Black's beautiful pawn chain as well means that black is doing very well long term. We have seen a repetition of this position once already. So rook b1 traps the black queen. You cannot go back. You get caught. No way home from there. So we would likely see a draw. And we've actually seen this happen once already. So yeah, I think this one, any moment, a handshake, Jovanka.
Yeah. And good save there from Tan Zhongyi. So where else?
We've also seen a draw on game board 6 between Mon Guntul and Garifalina.
Yep, that was a steady, calm and steady draw. And it looks like also Gunay Mamadzada will be defeating Corey Daisy. Remember, Corey had a great result in round 6 when she defeated Alexandra Kostaniuk.
Yep, fantastic result there. In this game, however, it's all about the black d-pawn. Black's a pawn up. And the d-pawn's rolling. Push it now. Threatens monstrous tactics like rook to d3. And unfortunately for white, I think she's just losing on the spot here because knight d5 can be met by the very strong capture and tactics galore, attacking the bishop, promoting the pawn. Next move, Mamadzada is going to win.
Yes. Okay, let's move over to the open section and take a look at the game. Sindarov against Vidit, because, again, following the evaluation bar, it looks like Vidit is doing very, very well.
Wow, big drama on this board. Some tactics just in the last few moves alone. In this position, we were quite liking Black's chances suddenly. We thought that Black had stabilized quite nicely, and also the White King. I don't like the fact that he played G4 a few moves ago. Suddenly there's big holes around the White King on the dark squares. Actually, he just got greedy first of all. Vidit here grabbed a pawn on A4. H4 trying to trap this bishop, and this was ignored.
Yeah.
Queen to F4.
Queen to F4, yes. Yeah. When you advance pawns, you create weak squares, and well, this is the case in point. The pawn on G4, completely vulnerable, so you have to drop back and defend it. Or did he go King H3?
He actually went for tactics here. I think you're right, he might have had to keep the game going by just defending this pawn, but knight takes E5. This was the trick he's relying upon. Now, if Black captures this knight, again, it's 2 pieces for a rook, the theme of the day. H5 is intended to trap the bishop, but at the very end, there is this trick, knight takes D3, and he's going for this. Or actually, maybe rook takes D3 is even stronger.
Yeah.
And Sindarov instantly recaptures. So we actually have this position on the board. Queen takes knight now from Vidit is the move he's about to play.
Queen takes knight, and now this is the moment of truth. H5, rook takes
H5 played.
D3.
Wow, he's racing down this line, but it loses on the spot for White. He's banked everything on this, Sindarov. But now, Jovanka, not knight takes D3,
rook takes D3.
And the reason you take with a rook, I think, is because if you take with a knight, White can just take this bishop. And after check, it looks like a fork on the king and queen. But when the king moves, Black suddenly realizes the back rank checkmate. Rook takes D8 would trap the king. So that's why we have to start taking with the rook in the game position, sorry. And Vidit's frowning.
Yeah, well, I think Vidit was looking more puzzled, actually, that his opponent has just headed straight into this line. Rook takes, let's put that on the board one more time. Rook takes pawn, the killer blow.
Yeah.
I mean, this one is also very easy to spot, because after pawn takes bishop, I mean, first of all, you have a square on G3 that you can plonk a piece, and I would be plonking the queen so that it gives a kiss to the White King.
And
yep.
Unfortunately here, I think the detail that maybe Sindarov has missed is that
you can
wait, what happens here? Oh, you give a check from H3, and once the White Queen blocks, if she doesn't, then the rook will deliver a killer blow.
Yeah.
But once the White Queen blocks,
you can actually go rook takes rook.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, Yes, everything's good.
Check.
And now the king has to move, and
the rook falls with check, and
he plays it. Rook takes D3.
Boom on the board. And look at that, Levon Aronian smiling in the background. He knows this is a winning tactic from Vidit. He's appreciating that, tactician himself, Levon.
Yeah, and it came as a shock to Sindarov. I mean, he was only expecting knight takes pawn or something, and long variation, wrong variation.
Yeah, he was the one who initiated this tactical flurry, but it's backfired on White. And we mentioned now that pawn takes bishop would lose to queen G3 check, and some checks ending in a material gain for Black. Rook takes rook will be met in which fashion here?
Bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn. The White rook will block, however. I think maybe it's just a simple case now, knight takes rook. And now knight F4 check will come, because there's no back rank problems like there was in the other variation.
Nice.
Now knight check, queen takes knight, met by double attack. Wow, it's game over pretty much. No way to keep fighting. And Anton Korobov, and it's nice how all the tactical players start kind of zeroing in as soon as they see some flashy moves on other boards.
Yeah, we saw Levon give Vidit the seal of approval, and look, another one coming, Yakoboev.
His countryman, fellow Uzbek phenomenon, Yakoboev. He knows that Sindarov is crashing to defeat here.
Yeah.
And not too much time on the clock, 2 minutes as well. Bishop takes E4 and queen G3, both killer threats. And
Sindarov actually has a problem with the clock as well. He's down to 2.5 minutes. He's poised, he's fully focused, but unfortunately his position is just creaking.
And Jovanka, Vidit, after losing round 1, he will have racked up 5.5 out of his last 6 games, 5.5 points.
Yeah.
That is a roll and a half. 5 wins against opposition of elite caliber like this. It's not easy.
It's the tournament of his life so far.
Yeah, if he could just eradicate round 1, just pretend it started at round 2, he's cruising. He's miles ahead of the pack.
But sometimes you need this. You need that loss just to kind of readjust yourself and just to kind of say, okay, the worst has happened. But rook takes d3 and, okay, well, Sindarov, he is a tactical player, and so he fights on until the very end. Bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, bishop takes f7. This is designed to lure one of the black pieces away. If the black king takes on f7, this would be disastrous because h takes g6 this time comes with check, so black doesn't have time to play queen g3. And if the black bishop retreats, then it's no longer hitting e4. Still looks very strong for black, I've got to say. Rook takes d3 here. At least this is his idea. And
but you have
to fight
also,
another day.
Yeah, but at least, you know, it's 2 pieces for the rook. This seems to be the theme of today.
Yeah, 3 pieces this case.
Yeah.
3 pieces for the rook. And at least he's hoping that after knight takes, there are some ideas of queen to d8, but I think that can be easily blocked, so black can even get greedy. Maybe knight takes b2.
Yeah.
Queen check. It's just one check after all. Black blocks. And white's position has collapsed. Black with 2 pieces and a pawn for the rook.
Yeah, and the a-pawn just goes a-marching. So, yeah, this is not enough for Sindarov, but perhaps it came as a surprise to Vidit.
Yeah, in his mind, he's probably wrapped things up. He's thinking, okay, I've spotted everything, calculated all the tactics. So it's nice to throw one final spanner in the works. I'm wondering whether king moves also win for black. But actually, now that we've seen bishop takes f7 so simple.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I was wondering whether king h8 is the way forward, because if you go king f8, there might be some funny, like, pawn takes bishop or something.
Yeah,
but
pawn takes. The problem is it's still always just checkmate.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, as we mentioned, this idea of rook takes rook and now a queen check.
what a shame it's not 9 by 9, because then you could step to king minus
King.
king 0, king g0.
King I1. Yeah, unfortunately, actually, that means that 3 of black's 4 legal moves in this position are winning. There's only 1 move that doesn't win for black, and that is probably the least natural of all of them. King takes f7, allowing h takes g6 check.
Yeah.
So a shot in the dark from Sindarov, but it's not going to pay off. Black can move the king, or even just take the bishop. Should be game over. We'll see the first leader emerge.
Yeah, and well, Vidit would move to 5.5 points out of 7. What a phenomenal score. And in the other games, again, tracking the evaluation bar, see there's been no change. Apart from Vincent Keimer against Anton Korobov, the evaluation bar is staunchly in the middle in the other games.
Yeah, so this clash on board 7 between the 2 Ks, Keimer and Korobov. Wow, I mean, that's traffic jam, Jovanka, on the H-file. You know what, I really want to play with white next move. Say black just kind of waits. I want to play queen h2.
And it's a good move.
I mean, it's probably just a
It's a really good move, right?
Just
break it down. Bishop takes knight.
Yeah, I mean, bishop takes knight would have been a free piece, but queen h2 is the artistic way.
Exactly.
Of doing it. And in the current position, look at these knights. They're just monstrous. They're firstly defending b2, the only breakthrough spot for the black rooks. Korobov, he's more used to being on the other end of these attacking jams, but yeah, the knight on c5, we talked about outposts, and that's just the most glorious piece you'll ever see. White's king's actually going to be safe hiding on e3 behind its 2 knights, and in the meantime, white will break through on the h-file. Bishop takes knight will be the starting point, then bishop to g5, for example, eliminating this bishop, then the bishop behind it will be vulnerable.
Well, the chaos button has been pushed. Bishop takes pawn.
Wow. Korobov does not want to go down gently. He wants to go down fighting.
But isn't bishop takes knight?
Yeah. Which one to take, first of all? 2 pieces up for grabs. Which one to calculate first? Both forcing. Let's say bishop takes knight, as you indicate.
Yeah, queen takes bishop.
Yeah, queen takes. Otherwise, black's just a piece down.
Yeah, and this is where...
I don't really see any reason not to just take this bishop.
Other than laziness.
Other than unwillingness to calculate. But it looks like a free piece, because as we mentioned, rook takes pawn is just 1 check.
Yeah.
Even if I step forward, there's no more checks. This square is covered by the white knight, so black's rook cannot use it. And if there are no checks, then white can switch his attentions. For example, a3, just to show some nice tactics, he can play bishop to e7, get rid of this defender, and you'll crash through on black's bishop, because queen takes here would be met by rook takes bishop, check, and a fork.
Yeah.
Everything's just working in white's favor. It's just a bluff. Bishop takes f4, a pure bluff.
You also didn't need to give up the rook as well, for
Yeah,
you could have gone knight to 6.
Same thing.
Exactly. But I like your way.
Yeah, just totally winning position. Even if you take first with the knight, knight and f4.
And, well, Vincent thinking. Korobov also under 2 minutes on the clock. His position is unsalvageable.
Trust me, everyone, the way you should warm up for games is to crush me in online blitz like Vincent did last night. That's definitely given him a bit of impetus.
But didn't he disconnect?
He did, yeah, twice. So it was 2-2 the final score. But yeah, bishop takes f7 looks like the professional way to do it. Remove a piece, remove this piece, and just sit happily in the center with your king.
Yep.
Safe, protected by your knights.
And are there any other points, after bishop takes knight?
Bishop takes knight.
I don't see anything else, but you have to go queen takes bishop, otherwise you just material down.
Maybe he just intends to give up that knight and retreat with his bishop, but I mean, this e6 pawn is hanging. Even if white just comes back, black's not breaking through on b2 anytime soon. It's defended.
Yeah.
Vincent Keimer, he will join the pack on 5 out of 7. Not quite in the lead, but there or thereabouts.
Yeah, and Vincent, he's doing the right thing. He has plenty of time on the clock, and is great just to calculate all the potential complications and then make his move. It's very, very... Oh, and we have a result, and that is the game. Is that Sophie Millier against...
against Marcel Efremsky of Israel. And it's the French woman who wins here. Actually, she had a big attack. She was almost mating the black king earlier in the game, but she very professionally transitioned into this winning king and pawn endgame. Simply, this pawn is dropping off next move.
And also, by the way, it was a draw between Tan Zhongyi and Stavroula Sulakidou.
Yeah, just to show that one more time. It was this black queen eternally being hit. No way for it to escape, and a repetition ensued. And also, we did see Bibisara's plan against Vaishali, and it was just to give up the knight. Ooh, so she's a piece down. Okay, this last move is very classy, at least. Bishop d7, note this pattern of the bishop caging the black knight. Unfortunately, it can be kicked away.
Yeah, it will be kicked away. And Vaishali will be a piece up, and Vaishali is in a good position to join the leaders. Anna Muzychuk is there with 5.5 points. Vaishali, with this victory, will move on to the same score, as will Antoaneta Stefanova, if she manages to win her position against Maria Muzychuk.
Yeah, and this is that board 3 clash, and Maria Muzychuk, she's fought hard, but now they've reached move 40. This is just past, we're on move 41 now. Extra 30 minutes in the bank for Stefanova, and as we mentioned earlier, knight, bishop. Okay, level pawns, but knight and bishop for the rook. But look at the quality of the rooks. Really stunted these two pieces, and the pawns are rolling.
Yeah. You can also drive the queen out from the d8 square, and I like your idea. Rolling with the pawns.
Yeah, two pieces definitely beating the rook in this case.
And Vidit is still thinking of the bishop takes f7 check. We saw he has a very pleasant choice to make. He can... Okay, no, he's just moved king to f8, and Sindarov now down to 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, time scramble incoming here, but unfortunately for Sindarov, he's blundered just beforehand, and nothing much to advise here. Queen g3 simply a killer, bishop takes e4 killer. We mentioned rook takes rook, and now the most efficient way would be simply to recapture the rook. Knight f4 now, a massive check.
Yeah. Is there any pawn takes bishops?
Yeah, and a check. I understand what you want to do here. You want to play, for example,
yes, king h1
or king somewhere.
And then pawn takes pawn, and hope that that pawn will one day become a queen. But after queen takes pawn, check.
Yeah.
Dream has been killed.
Close, but not close enough. And he does play rook takes rook.
Yeah, and knight takes rook on the board.
But how to step out of this one? Okay, he moves his queen simply. And
now this is a lot of pieces for...
A lot of pieces. How is Vidit going to bank this, though? He can take this pawn with check. He can even trade queens if he really wants to simplify the equation, but bishop takes e4. I don't see any safe squares for this king.
No, I like this idea as well. The king goes
probably back. If you go to a light square, then there'll be a discovered check.
Yep, so
and the queen would drop.
Can't do that.
So king g1. And now, I'm slightly surprised he didn't take this bishop off the board. It looked like the easiest way. At least white is hitting this knight, so it's not immediately over. Probably you're just winning if you take this pawn with the black knight and continue attacking this bishop. But what's the cleanest way to victory?
What else to do?
Yeah, okay, he's fighting. He's fighting
hard.
hard.
Yeah, I was also thinking
king takes bishop.
King takes bishop, rook takes knight.
Yeah, and here there's a bit of an issue on this piece.
Yeah, but that can easily be resolved with a knight coming back too.
Yeah, but suddenly pawns
then
are
rook
dropping.
takes pawn.
At least white is wriggling. It's still material up for black. It's another case of two pieces versus a rook. But is there anything that would turn the lights off for white in this
What
position?
about a queen takes pawn?
Queen takes pawn. That would be my choice, just because
queen's
off the board, you don't have to calculate as much. Check. And now maybe the simplest would be to
Knight takes pawn.
Oh, knight takes pawn as well. Yeah. That's greedy, Jovanka. Push the pawn.
Yes, but it's my style.
Greedy but strong. Yeah, this looks winning. The bishop has to move. I was suddenly scared it was trapped, but has to retreat somewhere. And now these two pawns, even if you just guard, eventually they will decide the game. Black's knights will re-centralize slowly but surely, and still some endgame technique needed, but should be a win.
Should be a win. And like you say, what a great comeback from Vidit after losing his first game to Owen Lamy. He's just been relentless. And there you can see his tournament progress so far. One loss, then beat Gupta, beat Dmitry Kolas, beat Shirov, beat Neiman in round 6.
Yeah, he's apart from Shirov, he's beating all the youngsters. Gupta as well, his countryman. He does play queen takes e4, the most professional approach. Why calculate when you can get queens off and head into a technical endgame, up a bunch of material? Yeah, I think we'll see him wrap this up. It'll still go beyond the time control. We're now at move 31. I think Sindarov will fight. The young players, they never resign, but yeah, he'll be justified in doing so.
Yep. And talking about someone trying to fight but not managing, Vincent Keimer did go bishop takes knight and did capture the piece that was up for grabs. So Vincent Keimer doing exceedingly well here.
Yeah, this simply looks winning. Korobov's trying to scare him with ghosts here, but it's no longer Halloween. You don't need to be scared of ghosts.
No.
Rook b3, the square's covered.
Yes. And can you still do your idea?
Okay, let's check it out. White's a piece up now. Bishop e7.
Yeah, then
I don't see any downsides.
I don't see any downsides either.
Eliminating this knight off f8. There will be checkmate.
Yeah.
Rook b3 check, I guess.
Knight takes rook. I'm taking, and now I'm moving my king away. I'm actually going to walk towards your rook.
Oh, walk towards it.
Yeah.
On the light squares.
Yeah.
Brave. I mean, just strong as well. I was hoping after rook takes rook to now finally take this bishop, but still the same tactic. Just knight g6 check.
Knight g6.
It's a family fork, and when the knight is removed, queen takes. Unstoppable checkmate.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything, just all the tactics working in white's favor, as we highlighted. It's funny how just 5 moves ago, this h-file was totally locked up, full rush hour on the h-file, but now it's just clearance time. Bishop e7 would clear the path to the win.
Yep. And meanwhile, on top board between Radoslav Wojciech and Fabiano Caruana, they've just hit the move 40 mark. And, well, who's making progress? Or is no one?
Feels like it's still level, but it definitely kind of smacks of Fabiano taking risks here. Black is the one, after all, pushing pawns b5, b4, his last move. B4, very committal. He wants later, once the white knight moves away, to park up on c3.
Yeah.
And white's majority, as we mentioned, it's kind of stifled right now. No way forward with these pawns, whereas black's pawns are mobile.
Yeah.
Maybe I would definitely take black at least.
Yeah, I would also take black. Although, is there any chance that white could sit that knight on c4?
Yeah.
So how to
Problem
get
is
this?
4 squares away, 4 moves away.
Yeah, I know. It takes a long time, but okay, I'm trying with moves like knight to c1, or I can go to knight to. Yeah, I can also go knight to g3 and try and get it that way.
Yeah, as soon as the knight moves, though, I'm just a bit worried that black will jump in.
Yeah.
I realise there's some consequences. The consequence here being that I've kind of abandoned the c5 pawn. Maybe white goes for it now. No way to defend it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I quite like your move, knight c1. Yeah, and this is a bit awkward, the tension.
And what about the trade? Bishop takes knight. Is that a good idea, or is that just...
In the current position,
yeah, could also be.
I would really refrain from this, just to highlight a endgame with bishop versus knight. Usually a knight would be very strong with a protector pass pawn, but here the bishop looks at pawns on both sides of the board, and knights they do struggle against outside pass pawns, which black can create with c4. Probably still a draw with best play, but feels like white is taking big risks. In this one, c4 and or a5, a4.
Yeah.
These pawns are targets. So actually, I quite like the idea of repositioning, repurposing this knight. Yeah, we'll leave Wojtaszek to mull this one over. This is going to take a long, long time, this game. Caruana will try and press it through. We actually saw the clock tick down to 0 in this one. Jovanka, for a second I got a heart stack. I was like, oh wait, it's 2-1.
They've already made move 40, so all is good. And someone else who is on the cusp of reaching move 40, it's Hikaru Nakamura against Alexander Predka.
2 more moves to make here. It's move 38, and we saw Hikaru scrutinizing the score sheet. Taking a bit of a frown there. He's won a pawn, Jovanka. White is a pawn up.
He did, I think black abandoned the c-pawn. Is it enough?
Really active defense here. I mentioned earlier, top players, they very rarely go passive unless they have to. And beautiful active king, beautiful active rook. Is it enough? White's king is really not participating. What's Hikaru going to play? He's got 4 minutes. If he takes bishops off the board?
King takes.
Just king takes. You don't want to allow the white rook to get greedy.
Well, I can.
Probably could.
Okay, let's go for it.
F takes, rook takes. Now you just take this pawn. Next
Yep.
move, e4 drops.
Yeah,
should be a draw.
that's going to be a draw.
Yeah, so white cannot play bishop takes bishop if he has ambitious intentions. But what else? We're a bit stuck. The pawns and rook are tied down defending their bishop.
Can you walk your way with a king to try to help the rook?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it.
A bit of a journey.
It is a bit of a journey, and I guess rook c2 will happen. And then, okay, I'll continue. I'll take the risk, although I'm afraid that I might get checkmated.
Ooh,
like with the king coming into like f4 or something.
For example, yeah, bishop takes. Black is not obliged to take the bishop back. King e3. Interesting.
Yeah.
Threatening checkmate. And now definitely don't move the bishop, save the bishop, because that would be checkmate. Yeah, this type of position, definitely activity paying off. Now you could take the bishop back, and most likely this will fizzle out towards a draw. I think Hikaru, he's pressed as hard as he could. Actually, we thought he was in a bit of trouble earlier, but this one should now be a draw. He's shaking his head as well. We might just see bishop takes bishop and a handshake in due course.
Maybe. Someone else who needs to make some moves quickly, that's Esipenko. They are move 38, but it's now this particular position, so Erigaisi putting on the pressure. And Esipenko 40 seconds to make 2 moves.
Stay here for a while then, because Erigaisi visibly excited on the camera, and the material count in this one is white having 2 pawns and a rook for black's minor pieces. And actually in every other game, you mentioned it, theme of the round, Jovanka. We've had it like half a dozen games now, but every other case we've preferred the 2 pieces. In this one, it feels like the rook and 2 pawns are definitely for choice. Black is trying to blockade, but it looks really flimsy, this configuration. I love white's bishop on d7.
Yeah, it's very nice. I mean, at the minute, is it safe? Is any
keep it secret, keep it safe.
Yeah, but how?
How, yeah. There's ideas like rook takes e7, just breaking at the right moment, maybe not immediately. 5 minutes for Erigaisi. Yeah, it doesn't feel safe because superfluous knights, we call them, when they're protecting each other, taking squares away from each other. Here, they're just very much fixed to each other.
Yeah. I also wonder whether there's ideas of going h4 at the right time, just destabilize the king side. But
yeah, that would be a nice time trouble move, especially if the opponent has 30 seconds. Be a bit of a shock. to Esipenko. I quite like it, just trying to get this pawn.
And yeah, you
Black
can't
still
go
can't move
knight takes
anything.
pawn because
Yeah,
the
no.
bishop is pinned.
Yeah, the bishop on b5 would simply drop. So yeah, why not? It definitely feels like this bishop is the one that's playing the smallest role right now, so why not free it up? Bishop takes f4.
Yep.
And okay, we reach move 40, then he can start to think about winning plans, Erigaisi. Is he calculating? He loves to calculate, so fantastically strong at...
So you're looking at rook takes knight. Yeah, I was also looking at that as well. And now you have to go bishop takes rook.
Bishop takes.
And now you can go bishop takes... but there's a check.
There's a check, yeah, and he plays your h4 move,
Oh,
Jovanka.
okay.
The prophetess peering into the crystal ball.
Nostradamus.
Yeah, just to show bishop takes bishop here would backfire because of a check. And only when the white king moves, then bishop takes d6, although the game goes on.
Yep.
F3 is not a winning check here, unfortunately, because the bishop is attacked. But yeah, h4 instead. Why calculate all that when you can...
And Isipenko, 12 seconds. Clock is ticking down. He has to make a judgment call. Does he play pawn takes pawn? Yes, and he goes for it.
He does, but he'll still have one more move to make.
Yep.
Erigaisi will blitz out. Bishop takes pawn on f4. The only logical continuation. Got to be consistent.
Yep.
And Erigaisi still one more move to make. Okay, why would he pause here?
Unless he's thinking about...
Nothing's changed though.
No.
Other than the fact that he's given up a pawn on h4.
I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe he's thinking about after bishop takes f4, you've got bishop c3 as something.
Bishop c3, but now there would be rook takes e7.
Yeah.
And this black knight is overwhelmed, and suddenly the bishop would drop, and white's 2 pawns up, or at least will be material up. This pawn might fall.
Yeah.
But bishop pair as well would be a huge gain. Black's just frozen. Bishop takes f4 would give him a horrible choice to make with 30 seconds left to make one move before the time control.
And yeah, he's reaching. I feel it. He's going to take the pawn, and he does.
He does. Moment of truth. We'll find out within 30 seconds.
Yep.
How Esipenko intends to defend. He wants to just maintain the status quo. He wants to reach the time control, and then think.
Maybe he can bring his king to g6.
Yep. Ooh.
Oh no! Rook takes knight.
Into this one again. Rook takes knight again, and the bishop would fall. There's actually not many moves that keep Black's position healthy. He's got to move his rook. He's reaching towards it. Rook somewhere A2. And we've reached move 40. And breathe.
It is and breathe. And what next?
Yeah.
Wow.
This one's a nice move. It kind of hints at some counterplay, at least against the f2 square, and it doesn't damage the configuration of Black's pieces. Everything's clinging onto each other right now, and yeah, I think let's move on.
Yeah.
We'll come back a bit later to unravel what's happened.
Yes, and okay, looking. Let's go to Deák against Norbert Jakubov.
Wow, and here we see a big attack for white, even in the endgame. Black's king on f8 is facing some serious pressure, and there's some tactics in the air right now. Okay, Black's taking a pawn with check. Double attack. Does white have to retreat to protect his bishop? It looks like maybe you can avoid this. I'm wondering how to... Yeah, maybe you just have to step back to the white knight.
Step back. That's fine.
Step back the white knight, protect the bishop.
Yep.
I was just wondering because in some scenarios you can just abandon everything. I don't think you can actually step to a good square. This is the problem. Because I was hoping, let's say that Black is kind of amenable here. Black takes this pawn. This is a fork. But unfortunately, Black does have the f4 pawn that can be captured, and also the rook can move with a check, getting out of the fork, out of the forking distance. Meanwhile, we do see a result down on board 9, where Kuzubov has defeated Vladislav Artemiev. Final position, he's just a queen up.
Oh,
wow.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's a big result for Kuzubov, because Artemiev, he's super not underrated. He's mega strong, basically.
Yeah, Kuzubov underrated as well, has been close to 2,700 in the past. The Ukrainian talent, another of the 1990 generation that has been at the top of world chess for so long. But yeah, he played at the Isle of Man plenty of times before. I've played him here myself. On his day, he can beat anyone, and he takes the win, moves up to 5 points out of 7.
Yep.
Okay, where are the time scrambles? You mentioned the Dayak against Yakubov game. Let's go back to this one.
Well,
Knight to E3 played move 40.
It is move 40, and Yakubov has just under 30 seconds to make his 40th move.
He's reaching out there on the camera. He retreats his knight to D8. He's clinging on to F7, but black is totally frozen. Literally kind of paralyzed here, immobilized. Black's knight stuck defending F7, this knight pinned, the king defending the knight. The F7 pawn can never move. So black is essentially playing with just the rook. I think I would try and be sadistic here.
And go A4.
A4, and say you're not moving anything at all.
Exactly, and rook A... If you go rook A3...
Rook A3, then I would look for a winning plan, but...
I mean...
It feels like white must be winning. Just need to overload F7 somehow. I'm wondering if that's kind of repurposing the rook. Maybe the king just gets out of the third rank. Still not easy finding a winning plan, but we have reached move 40.
Yeah.
I think actually everywhere now we've passed the first time control, Jovanka.
Yeah, I'm just going to check that for you. And yes, everyone has reached the first time control. Oh, and after all that action, David, I think we need to take a breather. And everyone, you should refill your cups of coffee, your cups of tea, or whatever takes your fancy. And we'll see you all in a few minutes.
Extraordinary is an island like no other. Extraordinary is the Isle of Man. Book now.
Having women in chess, that's just an essential part of the chess world being round and harmonic. Women in chess, it is the beauty of the game. So we want to increase the number of the girls, women who go in for chess, who use it or choose it as their profession, as their career path.
Lots of things has to be done, but as an organizer of a top-level event, what we want to do is to have more top-level events also for females. Even though Norway Chess is an event that includes both men and women, in practical terms, it's only men. So what we want to do is to have a women's tournament that actually has the same prize money that we give for Norway Chess, the players that play there.
The top chess players are extreme outliers of the bell curve, and there is simply not enough women in chess to create these extreme outliers. The more numbers of women playing chess and comfortably growing in chess will create these outliers, and we will have the women competing for the biggest title in the world.
I want to wish all girls who is interested to play chess, who likes chess, who is still thinking, is it game for me or not? Yes, it is. It's a game for everyone. You can learn a lot of interesting new things apart of chess, you know, like logical skills, meeting friends, meeting new people, going in different countries. And also, yes, we are all one family against Unasumus. Thank you.
I believe that there should not be any difference between men's and women's chess because it's sport and should be contested by them equally. But traditionally, men have had and still have more freedom, let's say, to focus only on chess, whereas women have to split their focus for chess and for family or kids' responsibilities. What I clearly know about chess that when I was a kid and I started to play chess, we had many boys in the group. I was the only girl, but I never thought that it's important. We were just playing chess and beating each other every day, trying to improve. So that what was important at that moment. I truly believe that chess is a very fair sport. Girls and boys, men and women, young or adult people just can play together, and what matters is how good you are in chess. Let's say the rules are the same for everybody.
I think in life everything is possible, so yes, sure, it's very possible to have a world champion. And yeah, with these activities and promotion of women in chess so I'm very sure if it's very possible. Estoy segura que es muy posible.
Provide the conditions and the environment so that girls feel secure, so that girls feel encouraged, so that girls feel appreciated, and so that girls can afford going in for chess. And one day, a lady will fight for the crown of the world.
We are back, and after quite that frantic time trouble, before we dive into the remaining games, let's take a look at the standings and the pairings, the results of the pairings. And here we go. Here are the current standings. It was an 8-way tie for the top. Quite hectic, I would say there. But let's take a look at today's results. And in the top 10 of the thing, we have one big result in our top 10, and that is Yuri Kuzhapov beating Vladislav Artemiev. But he will not be the only victor, because we do see that Arjun Erigaisi. No, hang on. Oh, it's been a long day already.
Vidit Gujarati is likely to win.
That's what I wanted to say. And also, Vincent Keimer is likely to win against Anton Korobov. And we also had a draw between Alireza Firouzja and Alexei Sarana.
Yeah, so only one decisive result confirmed so far, and we'll dive deeper into some of these games in a moment to see how they're progressing in the second time control. Should we check out some of the ongoings in the women's section, because more results there?
Yeah, let's take a look at the results in the women's section. And at the top of the table, tournament leader Anna Mozarchuk drew against Alexandra Gorechkina. But it was a win for Sophie Millier against Marcel Efromsky, and also wins for Irina Bulmaga against Harika Dronavale. A good result for Irina there. And also it was a turnaround for Corey Dacey, as Gunay Mamadzada was winning in their game, but Dacey tricked her opponent and won.
Yeah, and we'll dive now back into some of those games. In the open section, they've just passed move 40 a few moments ago. Things are taking a slower turn as players come to get to grips with the new positions, the new dynamics there. A lot of slower endgames, a lot of maneuvering ahead, including in the clash between Hikaru Nakamura and Alexander Predka, as we see in front of us. This one should be a draw, but still a bit of life left. Hikaru trying to push as hard as he can. Jovanka, maybe because there's a lot of drama going on in the women's section, we can kind of recap some of those games that we're left with. I think some results incoming.
Yes, and we can certainly look at the evaluation bar and form our judgments there. First up, Bibisara Saubayeva is in deep trouble. She's losing against Vaishali.
Yeah, simply a piece down for White. For the knight, White does currently have 2 pawns, but one or both of those pawns will drop in short order. I'm not sure the cleanest way to finish this one off, but for example, after a move such as knight to e5 hitting this bishop, White's pretty much frozen here, so you don't even need to rush. White's king is stuck, White's bishop is stuck. White will just have to wait a6, b5 with the bishop. So you need a winning plan, but how else to finish off here, Jovanka?
I mean, I would be attracted to improving the dark squared bishop.
Bringing it round.
Yeah, I kind of want to park it on e5.
Okay, you could go the long way around.
Or I would also like to give a check, actually. Give a check to the king.
Check. Force it away.
Yeah, and now I would like to move my king.
Ooh, this looks nice.
One step down.
Oh, one step down. Down the board.
No, down to d1.
Down to d1. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, suddenly I'm making a mess of things according to the evaluation bar.
I'm just slightly concerned about allowing White's e-pawn to
run.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the knight on c6 may be nicely put.
I'll time it. I'll time it with bishop d2.
Okay, bishop d2.
Yes.
Oh, I like that move. Just stopping this king from moving it. Say I push a pawn or...
Yeah, and here was the time when I was thinking about... I do feel that the bishop should be in a bit different square.
Okay. Oh, what square would that be? Would it be one of these?
No, it's just easy, right?
Still not easy. I mean, it is winning, and I think both players will be aware of that, because black still has 2 pawns remaining. If those disappear, then maybe a draw. But the c5 pawn especially impossible to swap off. So you just need to be careful. You just need to find a plan of progress. I'm really attracted to knight e5. I'm not sure exactly why. No need to rush. It's not going away any time soon.
I mean, would black be interested in like putting the knight on e5 and then the king to d5?
Yeah, d4. Yeah, king c.
That says d4, sorry.
I guess. Yeah, makes some sense. I think white just pretty much has to wait. I'm just going to wait with the bishop on some of these squares. So I'll just keep waiting forever. How does...
Okay, the king goes to
through?
d4.
King d4, I wait.
And now is the time where I need to get to the c1 square. So I'm going to go knight to a5.
Ooh, wow, you're coming round. And I'll try and block you off. You told me your plan. I'll try and stop you coming in.
Yeah, yes. Very clever. Very good.
Probably just maneuver around the whole board and kind of just do anything if you want.
Yeah.
But white will just continue waiting. Maybe we'll check back in a bit later.
Yeah, we'll check in and see the progress.
Definitely less easy than it looks, though. Less easy than the evaluation bar dictates.
And then board 3, Maria Mazicuk still fighting against Antonita Stefanova. But the players have passed move 40. But they're now coming to the final time control. Antonetta just under 13 minutes on the clock. But a commanding position nonetheless.
Yeah. It's a dominant position for black. She's just got to time it right to start pushing this pawn. You don't want to push too soon. I think white's last move hints that rook g5 might be an idea, sacrificing the rook on g6 to overload the black queen. So maybe some precautionary measures are needed. King g7, for example, would defend everything. The black bishop's a bit stuck right now. If you could mobilize that piece, black should simply be winning. Still some work to be done.
Right. Is there any attraction just to playing d3?
Yeah, d3.
That's the move I really want to play. And
can't be bad.
Yeah, and I'm going to let you...
She plays it.
Yeah, and I'm going to actually be a little bit careful because you are threatening rook takes knight and play king f7.
Nice control. The queen is really sidelined here. That was just a one-move trap, one-move cheapo.
Yeah.
And, okay, she doesn't play that. She plays rook to d1, Maria Mazicuk. She knows she's in big trouble. Now at least e4 is still impossible because of rook to d5 and suddenly a turnaround. So this pawn a bit distanced, socially distanced from the rest of its army here.
Yeah. Okay, but now king f7. I just want to take away your squares.
King f7 looks good. This is just one check after all. It can be blocked by black's bishop. And there's no coordination between white's pieces. They're just randomly dotted around the board.
Yeah. I guess you do have rook f5 check.
Okay, rook f5 check.
And now
we just sidestep.
Yep.
Yeah, sooner or later it feels like you just put the bishop on f6, you kind of move the queen to a square where rook d5 isn't possible, and then you just get ready to play e4.
Yeah.
Again, slow and steady, at least in terms of moves, not on the clock from Stefanova here. Okay, she's ready to make a move, but it looks like she should be wrapping this up. Talking of wrapping things up, should we recap some of the other boards? Let's show that turnaround that we saw on board 9. Big turnaround here, because actually last we left it was in this position where we thought black was simply winning after d2.
And black was winning after d2, and the big drama happened after white played rook takes bishop, and rook d3, good, and after queen takes e5, and here black just thought that they were completely winning. I think they could have taken...
Yeah,
they played queen.
They promoted to a queen, and suddenly after a recapture, taking this rook, they had missed. Oh, you always got to look for checks, captures, and threats first. Check. There's only a couple of squares for the king, and whoops, bishop f8. The blunder occurred, Jovanka, just before move 40. No way to prevent queen g7 checkmate. I think same idea, just in a different order, would have clinched this game. You didn't need to rush. Didn't need to rush with promotion. Take the rook now.
Yeah.
And the key is that g3 is not available to the white queen. There's still a check hitting the king. The king can hide. Maybe she was worried about white's knight just coming back, and still some work to be done in this one. Where is the killer blow then?
Is rook takes knight?
Ooh, rook takes knight. Actually, this just looks simple and strong.
And you're going to get ready to meet rook f1 with rook c1?
Oh, yeah, this is just over now. The d pawn will cost white a bunch of material.
Ooh, painful.
Time trouble rears its ugly head. Rook takes knight here, would have won.
But I must admit, rook takes knight was a fantastic cheapo.
Yeah, fantastic try from Daisy Corey. Actually, in the position we saw a bit earlier, we kind of wrote it off. We said she was losing. Knight d5, for example, would have allowed rook takes. and black would have won on the spot, promoting or winning the bishop. Yeah, rook takes f6. She made her own luck here, and in this position, okay, rook takes knight on c3 would have won, but as we saw in the game, never too late to give up hope. Check.
But it's so beautiful,
checkmate.
bishop f8. There's just no defense to queen to g7. I mean, but it is lovely. Lovely, lovely trick. And goes to show, you always got to be careful. You got to have your keep your concentration. And let's go over to board 7. Polina Shuvalova against Fatalieva.
And this is looking fatal for Fatalieva.
Yes.
In this game, simply a bishop down. Rook c7 will trade off rooks. You don't need to rush. You can advance your king, of course. White has 2 pawns left. You won't be able to trade them both off as black. This should be a win. Shuvalova, interestingly, warmed up for the second half of this event by playing in the Halloween tournament yesterday with her mask, with her...
What was her mask?
It was a scary one. Can't remember the name of it, but it was a scary mask. And interestingly, there have been 2, out of the whole tournament, there have been 2 bishop and knight versus king endgames. She's been involved in both. One from the winning side, one from the losing side. So
yeah.
she's had really long games this tournament.
Yes. Okay, well, that concludes our roundup of the women's section. Still 3 games from the top 10 occurring. But let's go over to the open section and revisit some of the games. So first up, Radoslav Wojcik against Fabiano Caruana.
Yep, this is our top board clash, and whoever wins this will join the lead, assuming that there's some decisive games elsewhere, of course. But still looking very level. We've only had 2 moves since the time control here, Jovanka. We last left this thinking that black was pretty comfortable, maybe ideas of pushing on the queen side in the near future, but white, no real weaknesses. Really hard to make progress.
Yeah. I guess white will just simply stand, right?
Yeah, white can stand. White can, for example, just bring the king around, just sit. Yeah, playing a move like a4 with black might be the only way to go forward, but you have to watch out for your c5 pawn at some point.
Yes. Also, you have to watch out whether white can actually capture that pawn, because the knight on d5 is a loose piece.
Yeah, black would be investing a full pawn here. Tempting to get the c-pawn rolling, but if you can't push it yet, then no bueno. Why push a4?
Yep.
I have a feeling Fabiano will just move his king, I'm not sure where, and just keep the tension. But yeah, this is a bit awkward for black right now. And I like queen d3 because now if black drops back, we mentioned queen exchanges might favor black. So white actually has this nice move, queen a6. Suddenly turn around. White's king is super safe, no checks, and white would go pawn hunting.
Yep. Nice defense there from Wojciech. And let's give a quick assessment on Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, Hikaru here, it's his move, deep in thought. He's taken some risks in the build-up to move 40. When I say some risks, he's at least committed pushing a pawn to h5, which might later drop off. We last left it at a moment here after g6. White retreated the rook. And rather than trade off pawns, the more pawns that disappear, the closer we get to the draw. He plays h5, and got to be a bit careful. I say risks because black is threatening g4, g3, force the king to the back rank and checkmate.
I know. Luckily, it can be neutralized by bishop takes bishop. But, okay, let's...
Bishop. Yeah, the problem is this pawn would now drop, and or this pawn on h5. Is there anything else? Any tricks that Hikaru could play for here?
So say, for instance, you go for c5.
Yeah, and let's say I set up a cheap trap.
Yeah, and here I was thinking maybe you go g3. just to set up a... Oh no, I've made a mess of this, because I think you go king f3. Ooh. And it's like that old Karpov against Korchnoi game, like Korchnoi-Karpov.
Yeah, well, bad things can happen if you can't give checks and your opponent's getting there first.
Yeah, let's show. I was banking on bishop takes bishop.
In this position.
You know, I was banking on after bishop takes bishop, but after
rook check first.
Yes.
So not allowing f takes and white giving a rook check, driving the king away, and white would be doing okay. But yeah, rook check first, and whoops. Yeah, next move this pawn would drop. I wonder even if black could take that pawn first.
Yeah, I think you can.
King takes. although there's a rook takes f7 and I'm coming back.
Yeah.
So maybe white could hold here, but yeah, why not just take this bishop and g3 drops. That'll be a big pass pawn, g4 pawn. Black is winning.
Yep.
So okay, g4, g3 does look a bit scary. I wonder here whether you could just trade off bishops. You could be super calm. Bit scary. Now g3, at least I have this square to hide on h3. So maybe black just takes back first.
But if you go g3 first.
Bishop takes bishop, g3.
Yeah, and then you have to go pawn takes bishop because rook takes f7 check. It's
Rook
a bit of a
takes.
spoiler.
Yeah, so pawn takes, and at least the white king's safe now. You can always give checks. He's about to push his pawn, so we're actually heading in this direction.
We are heading into this position, and yeah, we're expecting g4 from Predka.
Yeah, g4 totally forces bishop takes e6. We've come to that conclusion. Nothing else to do. If you advance, then g3 check and mate. Oops. We promised we'd show all the checkmates that we could find. So g4. Let's say bishop takes a recapture. What's Hikaru got up his sleeve here? Because this pawn's dropping.
Maybe nothing.
Maybe nothing up his sleeve.
Maybe c6.
c6. Let's say I drop back.
Yeah, you can do that.
Got a sneaky plan in mind.
I know. You're going to just take on...
If you play rook c8, I might go king h4 and try and checkmate you. I don't think it really works.
Yeah, and then if I have to run with my king.
Now the white king just runs. Well, that being said, the black king now comes in.
Yeah, I'm in big trouble, so I have to go g3 or something.
Yeah, king h4.
Oh no, rook g... No, rook g... Oh, no, I feel like this is...
Rook f8, I guess, to protect on f1 later. But it definitely feels like black is the one working magic here.
Yeah, if I was going to say, if you go rook f8, you have to be worried about rook.
f8. Ooh,
rook f1.
But then there's a check.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a simple kind of case of taking this pawn, or maybe take this pawn, and black will soon be the one who's a pawn up. So Hikaru needs to pull the brakes at some point. g4, take. Somehow, whoops, sorry, mouse slip. Somehow we keep finding wins for black, even though black's a pawn down.
But that's because we're really trying to win this one for white, or try to trouble black. But maybe there's just nothing to be done, and you just have to go.
Maybe a position like this, you just play g3 just to ensure there's no checkmates. And after king takes h5, now you play something along these lines.
Could you also try to go rook to g7 jack?
In this position?
Yeah.
Hoping for king h4 or?
Yes. There's no... I'm going to go... My plan was to c7.
Yeah, and now your trick is that after g3, you can take me.
That's not really much of a trick, but yeah, it is a trick.
Yeah. Rook takes rook would allow promotion, so black would take back and probably just draw in the near future. All roads lead to Rome. It should be a draw. I think Predka will play g4. He's a very attacking player, even in the endgame. And Hikaru will be frustrated.
Yes. Well, earlier on, we saw Yuri Kozubov defeat Vladislav Artemiev. And let's hear more from Kozubov as he was interviewed by Fiona.
Yuri, congratulations. You just won a nice game against Artemiev. What happened? Suddenly you had an extra queen.
Yeah, but my opponent still played this position. I don't know why, probably automatically. So, but actually he blundered one move, b6 after a6, and after this I have an easy plan to play knight b3, knight a5 or knight c5, and I think my position is better.
It's a brilliant comeback. You lost the first game to Parham, but now you have 5 out of 7. How do you reflect on on the first 7 games of the tournament?
Okay, it's a long tournament, so no reason to be upset. I mean, even after a loss, so it's normal for me.
How do you enjoy playing such long tournaments? We're here for 2 weeks, a long time control. How do you like it?
Yes, I like this tournament, but the time control a bit long for me. So better is to play like in the women's section, typical control.
You've played here so many times. We just discussed that you've been here around five, 6 times. How does it feel to be back, and how do you like it on the Isle of Man?
Okay, I cannot say that I really like this place, but okay, it's we are chess players. We need just playing hall, yeah, a laptop for preparation, yeah, and spend all the time during the game and preparation.
And what about the tournament? Do you enjoy playing fields as strong as this one?
Yeah, I enjoy for sure.
Yesterday was a rest day. What did you get up to?
Nothing. I did absolutely nothing.
A perfect rest day. Can you tell us a little bit about your general routine during this tournament?
Okay. In the morning after the breakfast, I start my preparation, then go for the lunch, and then after the lunch to the game. That's all.
That's all one needs. You. Congratulations again, and best of luck for the next 3 games.
Thank you very much.
Kizhubov there telling us about the life of a chess professional. He wakes up, he eats, he prepares.
Eat, sleep, breathe chess.
Exactly. And he also mentioned that all a chess player needs is a laptop and a place to sleep. Is chess life so simple?
I mean, when he breaks it down like that, it seems it seems that way, and it definitely works for him. I don't know about you, Jovanka. I mean, it's just these hours of preparation, the stress involved with the results. It's not easy. It's definitely more than meets the surface, and a lot more than people see. To dedicate yourself to maintain this high level when there's so many players rising up ready to take your place.
Yeah.
How do you find it? This traveling, the preparation, the dedication involved?
Well, the older I get, the more tiring I find traveling, but the older I get, the more kind of easygoing I get about results, because what can you do ultimately? You can't rewind time and change that. So I tend to be quite laissez-faire about that. But it is difficult. It is painful. And especially, maybe you're stuck in a rut and then you have to change things around. And that's quite hard to get yourself psychologically ready for that. And also, if you've had a great position, I mean, just take earlier on, we saw Gunay Mamadzada, she was completely winning against Corey Dacey, but one lapse in concentration, and that's it. She lost.
Yeah.
And that's a very difficult thing to recover from. So I would say that it's not just about getting the laptop and inputting some lines or checking the engine. It is very much like there's a psychological element, there's a sporting element in that you have to be tough. And well, Kizhubov mentioned it, it's a long time control. So stamina plays a part in this one as well.
Yeah, for me, I mean, heartbreaking blunders like that can be tough to recover from. But for me, it's the most frustrating thing with chess. You do everything right. You train hard, you cover your openings, you work on tactics, you eat healthy, sleep healthy, exercise. You turn up, and you still lose. For me, that's the hardest thing to recover from. Chess is, so such a cruel mistress.
I had a coach once that said to me, because I was complaining about that exactly, and he said to me, Jovanka, everyone is doing that. Like, why do you think you have a better regime than everyone else? I'm like, well. But when you put it like that, it's true.
Harsh, but true, yeah. And talking of harsh, this position is harsh to Korobov. Unfortunately, right now, he's a whole rook down. We're slightly surprised he's still playing on. Credit to him. White has an extra rook. White also has an attack against the black king. I guess the only chance, the only salvation here for black is to create some miraculous counterplay against white's king, but struggling to see it right now, especially while the black queen is caged where she stands on f7. There's a few checks. You can give a check via b3. You can give up your rook, second rook with a check, but ultimately it's just one check, and the white king, if you're feeling brave, could even step forward, but yeah, why risk that? Just drop back, and no counterplay at all.
Yeah, no counterplay if it steps back. If it steps forward, then you got to be a bit. You absolutely, because then you can. But even then, I was going to suggest rook to b5 or maybe actually no, you can go queen e8.
Queen e8.
Queen e8 and suddenly
threatens mate in one.
Exactly.
That will eliminate the rook.
Oh, David.
Sorry.
And more than satisfactory.
The counterplay dries up. Okay, still some checks in the air, or one check in the air. I think you could probably just ignore this if you were white.
You can probably play bishop takes pawn, and
yeah, bishop takes pawn would just clinch this one. The king can easily hide back now. A variety of ways for it to run. I was going to say, can you just take the knight? And you say, okay, checks. What checks? I laugh in your face. Continue advancing.
I think keep going, right?
Just keep going.
keep going up the board. Take the e6 pawn. Take them all.
Just take them all. Just be greedy.
I liked what you said earlier. The king walked into Mordor.
Yeah, walks into the fires of Mount Doom and just just winning for white. At the end, you might have to start walking back, beating a retreat, but the black queen is essentially attacking on her own.
Yep. And it picked up the treasure. So, just winning for Vincent Keimer. And it was also just winning in the game Dech against Noribek Yakuboev.
Okay, this position has changed slightly, but what hasn't changed is the fact that black is totally tied down with his knights pinned to the back rank. Literally pinned here. This knight pinned along this diagonal too. The knight's tied down defending f7. This is backs to the wall job. And Deac looks like he's making progress. I think Jovanka, his winning plan might involve f6 in the near future, just to really crush through. Black's giving some checks, but as we mentioned, actually similar to the Keimer game, the white king can actually hide behind enemy lines here.
You don't want to take the pawn.
So
you don't want to take
the pawn now.
No, the b5 pawn.
Oh, you see a pawn, take a pawn. Why not?
Yeah,
that's just greedy. I mean, who cares about going for checkmate?
Well, I kind of wanted to do both, you know.
Grab another pawn. Why not? No more checks. You're right.
You can tell what kind of kid I was. Checkmate? No.
Greedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why not?
Let's
Maximalist
collect.
chess.
Yeah.
And once the checks dry up, there will be winning blows. I'm just wondering how to finish. Let's say black just waits and does nothing. Is f6 going to be the finisher? Does look that way, and eventually white will break through on the 8th rank. Now, king g8, unfortunately.
And then you can pick up the
other knight
rook
drops.
on.
So yeah, it does look like it's slow but steady for Deac here, who will be joining that pack on 5 out of 7. I was going to make a pun about checks, and then he says, "No, dear, back." No. But the king doesn't need to go back; he'll go forward.
Yeah.
This one is winning for white.
That's like that old joke, right? What do you call a blind deer?
Oh, no idea, Jovanka.
No idea. And then what do you call a blind deer with no legs?
Still no idea.
That's correct. And then it carries on, but I'm not going to continue.
Well, it's gone to that time of the seventh day.
You can Google it if you want to find the third version of this joke.
And where is the blood going to be spilt in this round? So we've already seen 2 decisive games likely. Down on board 7 with Vincent Keimer about to win, and board 8 with Bogdan Daniel Deac about to also win.
Yeah.
How about Vidit? Is he going to close out this game as we predicted?
Yes.
Looks that way. We were here just before the time control and still material balance. Bishop and knight and pawn against the rook. Should be overwhelming. Also c4's just dropping.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest blow as well. I mean, the rook has to take a step backwards.
Yeah, most likely. But the black knight, at the very minimum, can centralize. White's only counterplay is to play maybe g6 and bring the rook to f7. But
the problem there is I love your move of going knight to
d7.
And if you ever go g6, I'm simply going to capture that and then put the knight on e5. And I've got everything covered. And the bishop is coming to e8 to win your pawn.
Yeah, safe but simple. Again, we talk about rooks versus 2 pieces. 2 pieces, if they're stabilized as they are right now, if they've got stable squares, they just dominate a rook. There's 2 of them after all, and black's king as well, perfectly placed. Yeah, I don't see any tricks unless he's going to go round, but this won't cut the mustard either. You can just, at the very least, defend your pawns if need be. No
Yeah.
counterplay at all.
Zero counterplay. And yep. So this one is completely winning for Vidit, barring some huge blunder. And can we have a look at the game Arjun Erigaisi against Andrei Esipenko? This was another one of our rook against minor pieces.
Yeah, and the minor pieces, we mentioned they're really clumsy, but they are holding tight just about. It's like they're holding hands and not breaking, so much pressure, but still holding. And okay, the black rook's got active in the meantime. Good news, I feel, for Esipenko, who we thought was struggling earlier. Unless there's a breakthrough. I'm wondering what happens if...
Yeah, take it.
Knight, just
Bishop
forcibly removing the
And
defender.
if bishop takes rook.
Yeah, now I'm at a loss. Actually, it's annoying that the b4 pawn is hanging. Otherwise, I'd happily enter some variations by, for example, taking, and white's pawns would run. But unfortunately, the b4 pawn will always drop after an exchange of bishops. And yeah, turn around in this one. What else? Could white try rook takes bishop here? Is this too ambitious? Rook takes knight now, giving up all my rooks.
Yeah.
2 of them now, none. But unfortunately, again, the pawn drops and c-pawn's easily going to be stopped.
Yeah.
Okay, still probably a draw, but not what Erigaisi wants.
What else to do? Okay, what happens if you just defend the b-pawn? Step the rook to the 4th row.
Looks like process of elimination. We found the best move for white. Nothing forceful to do. And in those types of positions, once you've done calculating the checks, captures, and threats, then you just improve a piece, defend a pawn. Yes.
But black can wait, right?
Yeah, both sides are pretty much waiting right now. I'm not sure how black waits, though.
Okay, so black can just give a check.
Okay, I'll move somewhere. I don't really want to get checked too frequently. Let's say I park up on h2.
Oh, if you park up there.
I know I'm in a mating net if the black bishop ever lands on like
F3,
but
yeah,
still
it's not
can't get
getting
there
there though. Okay, so I'm completely in a bind, so I'm just going to wait. Rook to b2.
Yeah. I don't know what to do next, how to make progress.
Maybe, can you go bishop h4? Is this like a
Yeah.
good idea?
So maybe start with king h3. Well, let's say we start
Okay,
with
yeah,
h4.
okay, bishop h4 and then...
Trade off.
Yep.
Oh, actually, wait, I've blundered into checkmate.
Yeah.
Back. Not my first, not my last blunder of the day. And okay, black can throw a knight in the way, but that won't save things much longer. So okay, black definitely can't take. Yeah, I like this idea. At least some measure of progress. Rook e4 was a multi-purpose move, defending b4, and yeah, actually breaking down this awkward construction for black.
And if you step up with a king, although I do feel, no, I'm going to get checked.
Yeah.
Checked on e8, and then
There'll be some awkward checks here.
Yep.
Checked on e8, or maybe this one as
Yep.
well. Looks quite scary. He doesn't go for any of these options. I really liked your rook e4 defending b4. Instead king g2.
Okay.
What's his idea? He's going for checkmate. I guess. He's cleared the h file.
Sneaky. So if you take that, then, okay, rook h1.
Wow, that's some good calculation. Again, if
Yeah.
you go back, this walks into a deadly check, and another check. So you've got to go forward. Okay, how are your checkmating patterns, Jovanka? I know
They're
they're
okay.
better than mine.
They're okay, on occasion. Okay, now bishop e8 check.
Yep. Let's say I run.
Yeah, you run. And now I give you... there's no... rook. Because if I go rook h5, you're just going to block.
I will block out of necessity.
Yeah, because if you run, then you're just going to be checkmated. Yep. And if you run to the center, then you...
Feels like checkmate.
Yeah, it felt like it was going to be checkmate, but maybe it's not checkmate.
Must be. Must be.
Yeah. Okay. Let's rewind. Let's rewind. I
King of the
feel.
hill. Okay, to this position, let's say black blocks.
Yeah.
G5. This is the critical line because black would love to take the b4 pawn, but this is all forced. There we see Sagar Shah of Chessbase India watching very intently Erigaisi's game. I think he'll be impressed by this idea. This is a block though. Maybe just rook h6. I want to take away the g6 square as an escape route, so I can check your king.
And the bishop is on prise.
The bishop's on prise.
So I need to move it. Okay, I move somewhere. It. Put it in a random spot. For the time being, let's put it on... Yeah, I'm going to put it on b2 just because it's protected. And then time will tell whether this was a good move or a mistake.
Check.
Now I'm going to run to the middle.
At the very least, I have a check. And then a check.
And
now you have to lose a piece on e5 to block.
Yes.
So bishop e5, for example. And
yeah.
This will end disastrously for black. So yeah, it definitely feels too brave or foolhardy right now to... sorry, not the start position. Let's catch up with the game. Yeah, to take this pawn looks like it will backfire. Rook h1.
Yeah.
Would simply be game over. And therefore, where to hide the king? This is just ingenious from Erigaisi, attacking in the endgame.
Okay,
really
can you run with the... Nope, you cannot.
Run with the king now?
If you run with the king now, then there's going to be problems on an e8 and...
Yeah, still issues. Maybe there's a path to survival, but it's literally walking a tightrope, this black king.
Okay, I have it.
Okay.
So, okay, you've got to create a home for the king. It's something I bang on about, yeah. So you got to go... I was going to go g5, forgetting that the bishop on. f6 was on prise, so... Okay.
Yeah, this is a position. It's so hard to calculate.
Yeah.
I think the players will be blundering, not just us. But king g2, big threat.
What about moves like...
The problem is black is so tied up. The bishop tied down defending the knight. And
I got it.
All pieces connected. You can't block with pieces.
Bishop g.
Bishop g5?
Bishop g5.
Ooh, that's clever. That's very clever. You're going to block with the bishop.
Yes.
And you're still protecting e7 for now.
For now.
For now. Okay, I'll check.
And block.
And at the very least now I could play bishop f4.
Yes, but now I'm going to win your b pawn.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to part with that one, but...
But needs must.
Needs must. But at the very end I can transform the advantage, taking everything off the board. And at the very end, white's left 2 pawns up. This would be an easily winning endgame. 2 pawns in rook endgames. Make sure the idiom that they're all drawn isn't valid here. So king g2. Wow, I have a feeling this is going to be a nightmare for Erigaisi to defend. Even if he does find the path, it's going to cost him a bunch of time.
And let's consult the engine for the second time. We've done well, you know. Normally, like we consult it maybe 5 times, but today, twice. What is the best move?
The oracle says it dictates that bishop c4 is necessary.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
That's so tricky to spot. The bishop's been stuck on that square, unable to move for pretty much the last dozen turns, and bishop c4 now relies on 2 tricks. Firstly, I think a check mouse slip. A check on h1 would be met by the king retreating now, because bishop e6 can simply be captured. But it also relies on this trick, Jovanka, that you're dropping a piece, but at the very end, this would be a double attack. Nasty surprise. That's really sneaky. As you said it, consequences. And the consequence of white putting the king on g2 is that the light squares are weak, and actually you can come round. That was so tough to find. Apparently the second best move is king to g8, but I don't think that's very human, just walking into a check. The idea is that now I think your idea of g something, g6, g5, and you cover the h8 square, so you kind of retrospectively, that same variation that was losing earlier for black, but you can save it if you if you choose the right move order. He's really hanging by a ledge here, Andrei Esipenko. One of those 2 moves and he might survive, but still white is the one asking the questions.
Yeah. Whew. Difficult defense there, but I love that bishop c4 move. It was a nice twist.
Super classy.
And talking about defense, Etienne Bacra against Yu Yangyi. These are both players on 4 points out of 6.
Okay, and his king is off the back row. King is now on d2. He's about to make a move. He's played rook b6, hitting the black bishop, hitting some pawns behind. White should, or like will be feeling aggrieved that he's not winning here completely, but the b2 pawn ties down both of his rooks. This is frustrating. It's a 2-result game. Only white can win, but how to win? Jovanka. No winning plan is obvious.
And, well, I have a plan. Your plan is just to go rook to b1 and then win that pawn.
Take the pawn at the cost of the rook.
At the cost of the rook.
But 3 versus 2 on the king side.
Yeah.
If it's just 3 versus 2, if it's a pure rook endgame, should be a draw, for example, just to show that. I'm not sure king g7, I think there's a trick there actually, but for example, something like this. Yeah, should be
that should be a
holdable.
draw. But I'm trying to get that idea in its best possible form. So what I will do first, I will make random moves like h4.
H4.
Well, okay, first of all, you got to defend your
bishop.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go h4.
H4. Yeah, I think h4 is a nice one. Playing g5.
Yeah.
This type of position should be a win for white, I guess.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say yeah.
Yeah, I think psychologically a big win at least. If you're up a clear exchange and the b2 pawn disappears. But yeah, I don't really see what black does in the meantime. You're really awkwardly stuck waiting. King f7.
Could you try some funny like g5 business, or that's
G5 for
just
black?
no? Because then you take once,
maybe.
and then push h5 or f5, whichever way.
F5. So king g7. What else? Say king f7.
Okay, but still h4.
Still h4. Horrible for black. Yang Yi might be meeting his first defeat of the tournament.
And then I guess you could go rook rook c4.
c4. Counterplay. So if I play g5.
I'm taking that pawn once.
Take.
And then I'm dropping the bishop back.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Then again, now I'm pinning your king back to the back rank.
Yeah, then I'm going to step back.
And now I've set a cheap trick.
Yes, you're threatening checkmate.
Play rook c1, please.
Close, but no cigar. I'm not going to do that because of rook to d8 checkmate, so you have to go rook c8. But then, actually, you can come in with your rooks, and this is going to be game over. So I've successfully lost it for you, Yang Yi.
Yeah, you are in trouble. No, you is
in trouble.
You is in trouble in this game. Yeah. Really hard to save this one. I don't think he's enjoying it either. Again, we'll check the oracle because it's one of those positions. And wow, okay, black's 2 best moves are not to defend the bishop.
What?
You've got to. There's actually no threat. So this is why computers devastate us and cause us to be disillusioned sometimes. h5, just setting a trap, ignoring the bishop. It's poisoned because. Suddenly rook check would eliminate the defender of the black b pawn, and at the very end black would be able to transform into a dead drawn rook endgame. To stop the b pawn you have to take it, and pawns will all fall, and everything will get hoovered off the board. So you don't actually have to touch your bishop or defend it. You could drop back, I guess. Again, same idea, rook takes pawn. This is poisoned because of rook d7 check. But how hard is that to find for you, Yang Yi? I guess the idea is that it takes a bit longer for white to come and start harassing with the pawns.
But you still have the same idea, right? Even if the bishop drops back to g7, you're still going to go h4.
Yeah. This is confusing. It still looks really promising for white.
And then you're still going to wait.
Still going to wait. Yeah, rook c4 maybe
now.
now.
So rook c4. And okay, now I step up with the king.
But now there is rook c1.
No, I go check.
Check.
And then I go behind.
You go behind, yeah. And then I don't know what I'm doing. Rook h1. I guess you've always got ideas like this and then taking the pawn.
Exactly.
Because of the pin. Oof, yeah. I mean, this game is so tactical despite the reduced material.
Yeah. And I indeed just wondering whether they're okay. If you can step back, you can be so calm and go king h8.
King h8, yeah. And yeah, you're still controlling this square.
But maybe I can
g6
go.
in some positions is hanging, so maybe I fix it.
Is f5 ever an
or
idea?
f5, yeah, actually. Why am I playing position-y when you can create a pass pawn? I'm so set in my ways. And yeah, actually, once you create a pass pawn, big winning chances for white. Yeah, the evaluation pass tells us it should be a draw with best player, but I think in practical terms, this one is Baccarat's a big favourite.
Yeah. Well, Baccarat did well because it looked like in the middle game he was in trouble, but very nice defense work there from Baccarat.
Yeah, it looks like the Frenchman, the favourite.
And
he would then leap to 5 out of 7 if he does convert this small advantage. Where else to go, Jovanka? Maybe we check in with just briefly, one of the surprise packages of the tournament. International Master Ramazan Zalmakhanov.
Well, he's playing to his strengths. You know, we've seen him time and time again get these blocked positions. Here's another one.
Here's another one. This is super blocked, to say the least. Yeah, I just don't see any side breaking through. Light squared strategy for black. I'm just going to draw these pretty arrows. Everything on light squares. For white, pretty much everything on dark squares. Call this what you will, but it looks very solid. And no breakthrough. There's only one way for the white king to ever sneak through. That's via d4, but black will never vacate that square.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's unbeaten so far. He's been gaining like 30 rating points, and we've only had 6 games.
Yep.
Incredible from Zalmakhanov, international master, soon to become GM.
Yes, absolutely. And it was also a draw between Anish Giri and David Anton. So...
Okay, interesting. We actually saw a repetition of moves in that Giri game in this position. Black's a pawn up, David Anton, but black dropped back the bishop. The bishop retreats. White's now threatening knight e5, so this was cut out, and we did a sort of dance of bishops. And a draw. Anish Giri, all that time, he was photobombing us on the camera. Yeah, he was unable to break the equilibrium.
Yep. And I see that Levon Aronian is working up the standings. He did defeat Narayanan with the black pieces, so good result there for Levon. And when it comes to the women's game, we have a handful of games left. Well, it looks like Vaishali has made a lot of progress.
Wow, yeah, a lot of progress. She won
the e-pawn. How did that happen?
Yeah, we were struggling to come up with a winning plan. We've had a bunch of moves in this game. We're now at move 75. Vaishali down to 3 minutes, only living on the 30-second increment. We last left it around here where we were struggling to break through with black. We said it should be winning with the extra knight, but white holding for now, and knight a3. And she came round knight b5, and a blunder from Asalbaeva. Maybe it's just lost anyway. Actually, knight c3 is a threat to win this pawn. Actually, I say blunder. That's just too harsh. It's a lost position. Knight c3 would win the d3 pawn. She clung onto it with bishop c4, but now a check. No matter where the white king goes, knight takes e4, overloading the white d pawn. If takes, then the bishop falls, and the black c pawn will soon march down the board. So yeah, we saw knight takes e4, and the game continues, but now it's only a piece for a pawn. It should soon be winning.
Yep.
Black will focus in on the g3 pawn, combine that with attacks on d3, and white's king and bishop will be overwhelmed shortly.
Yeah. Yes. Nice technique there from Vaishali. And the other game that is destined for a decisive result, it's been for a while, it's Maria Mizichuk against Antonetta Stefanova. And both players now around the 2-minute mark. But it's certainly one-way traffic.
Very much so. Let's catch up. Sorry, this was the position we left it at earlier. We've had a bunch of moves here too. We're now in the endgame. Queen's... Not much has changed apart from queen's coming off the board, but the black d2 pawn combined with the black bishop. This white rook is caged. White's not just material down, just white's totally paralyzed.
Yeah.
Not sure of the breakthrough plan. Maybe slowly but surely you get a rook to c1.
Yeah.
If you can add this knight to the mix.
Well, I also have an idea. Just go rook d3 check, and then go rook c3, and then rook c2. Chomp, yeah, exactly. But
I think everything wins in this position. Knight h4 also looks pretty brutal, just picking up the e4 pawn.
I like that one too. Anything that wins material.
She's on the brink. She's done everything right since the opening. She grabbed her pawn and never let it go. Stefanova.
And we also saw a result there. I think it's Anna Ushanina winning against Mirat Kalimidonova.
And that one in the background. Actually, it looks like Dinara.
Is it Dinara Wagner?
Let's see. Yeah, that was Savita against Wagner here, and it was a black win.
Yeah.
Black is simply material up and too many threats. Actually, rook takes bishop would be a winning threat. And it's the trousers, the A and H pawns running down the board. White simply losing the D pawn, no way to cling onto it anymore because the rook takes bishop.
Yep.
And the pawn rolls.
And nice. Also an instructive endgame between Leila Yavakashvili and Juan Tang Trang.
Okay, let's head.
It was the lesson of round 5, I think, that knights are really bad against rook pawns.
Wow, and we do see a result. We see a result confirmed on board 2 where Aselbayeva has resigned. Vaishali, she's another one on a roll. Just tournament of her life so far.
Yeah.
She's really closing in on that 2,500 mark. And she's joining the lead.
She is joining the lead. And of course, it's the first day of the month, November. The ratings have changed. So what do we know what her current rating is? It must be at least 2468 or something. She gained so many points in Qatar. And
wow,
another result here between Maria Mazicuk and a former women's world champion Antoaneta Stefanova. It was a win for Antoaneta. So she moves on to 5.5 points. And suddenly we have a 3-way tie at the top in the women's section.
It's like London buses. You wait hours for the results and suddenly 2 come along at the same time. Yeah, both games Black was in charge for a long time, but wrapping them up simultaneously there. Yeah, 3-way tie. Vaishali, Stefanova, and Anna Muzichuk.
Yep, and how many people on 5? So we have Sophie Millier on 5. We also have Goryeshkina on 5. And was there a result between Paulina Shovalova?
And yeah.
Yes, she won. So she's on 4.5 points.
Okay, so we'll recap those results, those standings a bit later. Most of the action now, actually all the top 10 boards in the women's section are over. And actually only 1 game remaining there. Oh no, 2 games.
Two games remaining.
But 1 is shortly going to be over. Let's recap. You mentioned it was instructive, Jovanka. Black's knight, yeah, struggling against the H-pawn.
Yep.
If you could give it up for the H-pawn, it would be a draw, but unfortunately, nothing to be done. Black will be caught in Zugzwang any moment.
Yes.
You can give a check. White will attack the knight, step forward, and now it is Zugzwang.
Yeah.
Simply no moves for Black if you move the knight away. The H-pawn cruises through, and if you step forward with the king, then White can trade off the knights. And Queen incoming. This game will be over any moment now, and Yavakashvili will win.
Yep, nice knight endgame there. So let's make our way back to the open section. And actually, we have the top 10 results in the women's section. And there is now a 3-way tie for first place after Vaishali defeated Bibisara Aselbayeva and Antoaneta Stefanova in the battle between former women's world champion did emerge victorious. So those players moved to 5.5 points after Anna Muzichuk drew against Alexandra Goryeshkina. But everything to play for. 4 rounds left.
Another bloodthirsty round. Every single time they continue to entertain. Only 3 draws, top 10 boards, 7 decisive games. Incredible.
Yes. And, well, let's go over to the open section. And, well, in the top board between Radoslav Wojciech and Fabiana Caruana, the queens have come off.
The queens have come off. And, yeah, in a moment, I just want to show a nice finish to the Nakamura game. Nakamura has drawn. Actually, maybe I'll quickly do that now.
Yeah, let's do that
if
now.
possible. The final position, White is a whole rook up, but it's stalemate. The Black King has trapped itself on the side of the board. There's no checks. And actually there we saw the handshake between the two earlier. I was expecting to see smiles. Stalemate, you know, it's chess artistry, it's chess humor. Just to show the final few moves, it was what we call a kamikaze rook in this position after e5. Black's actually threatening to come forward, king h4, g3, trap the white king, so White was the one to block the g-pawn, and the kamikaze rook is the suicidal rook, just gives up its life, king g1, and the rook chased the white king along the back rank for a while, and was eventually snapped off, and stalemate, draw.
Yeah. Nice game, actually, between the two. Felt like it was a very accurate game. I'm just looking at it. Yep, both players playing with like 98% accuracy. What can we say? When chess is played perfectly, it is a draw.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Jovanka, as expected, did win her knight endgame, so only one game remaining in the women's section. Let's refocus on the open top board.
Yep.
Queens are off.
Yep, queens
And
are off.
pure
Who
endgame.
benefits from this trade?
Yeah, I would say black, if black were able to achieve c4 or a4, but I love what Wojtaszek's done. He's clamped down on the opponent's play. This bishop on b5 covers both squares. Black is really stuck right now.
Can he play bishop to d7 and try and trade off bishops?
Knight endgames.
Yeah.
We haven't had enough of them this
No, we
tournament.
haven't had enough. We need to have 20 more.
Yeah, and I think we might be treated to 20 more. Yeah, I might be forced to trade bishops. Bishop a6 looks really awkward suddenly, although playable.
Okay,
a4.
a4.
Yeah, I like the progress for black, especially if you plant a pawn on a3. For example, if white just waits, a pawn on a3 will tie white down forever to these pawns because there will be sacrificial ideas on b3 to run the pawn through. So I like the progress black can make here. Bishop d7. Is there any risk involved? Because if there's risk, Fabi won't play it.
Yeah.
Do the upsides outweigh the downsides? Let's say a trade-off.
Yeah, king, and then king takes bishop, and now king moves.
You want to get the knight to d3.
I don't know where the king should move, by the way.
I quite like getting this knight, now that the e6 blockade is gone, I quite like the idea of getting it around, like 1, 2, 3, into g5. I'm not sure where I go from there, but...
Okay, then still a4.
a4. Don't really want to take. I don't really want to allow your pawn to get to a3 either. Oh gosh, these knight endgames.
Okay, if you take.
Okay, let's say white takes.
Knight takes.
Knight takes.
And now king. No, hang on.
c4?
King c.
Maybe white can trade off a few more pawns, so... a3?
Yeah.
Take king b3 just to try and trade off as much as possible.
Yes.
The knight goes... Doesn't
Back.
have to retreat, but no, let's say it goes back.
But you can step forward with the... No, you cannot step forward with the king because the pawn on e5 will start running.
Yeah, I mean, you could. Maybe. It does start to get very sharp. Yeah, the black knight will sit back. But then it takes ages to come and gobble up pawns for black's king. In the meantime, white's king will activate once the black knight is forced to stop the e-pawn. I think this is the only winning attempt, Jovanka. I think you're right. Fabi just needs to weigh up the risk versus reward ratio. Yeah, the white knight's not great on c1. I'm surprised he's planted it there. But
so the trade of bishops was okay, but black...
there's nothing wrong with it.
No.
But, it doesn't feel like black can really win that one anyway.
And what about if you were to just step back with the bishop to c4? So bishop d7.
Okay, bishop c4. That's clever. Because just for the moment, black can't defend c5.
Yeah.
Maybe this would be a logical end to the game. Bishop e6. Bishop e5. And a chase.
Keep on going.
Feels very level right now. Fabiano, he's pressed. It definitely feels like he's the one trying to make things happen. But getting nowhere, just rock solid defense. And h6, a non-committal move. Hinting at g5, but I don't think that will actually come to fruition. And h4 instantly anyway from Wojtaszek. Do you think we'll see h5 and draw?
No, maybe h5, but I don't think we'll see a draw.
No.
I think maybe Fabi will try to trade off bishops or something.
At least in those endgames that we mentioned with the bishops coming off and the black king kind of walking in towards the king side, at least g3 is more pronounced as a weakness now. Whereas it's harder for white to attack the g6 pawn.
Yeah.
But still, incremental advantages here. It feels very much level. And
just to quickly visit the Arjun Erigaisi Andrei Esipenko game, because guess what? Esipenko showing his class. After king to g2, he did play bishop to c4.
Beautiful move and a necessary move. We thought that there might be checkmating patterns against the black king, but now the black king can safely hide on g8, and bishop to e6 check has been cut out. And watch out for this bishop landing on d5. If, for example, white had been greedy, we would have seen a double attack. So yeah, beautiful defense. Bishop c4 found, one of the only moves. The white king sidestepped from any checks, but now the h-file is blocked. So bishop to b5. And status quo maintained. This one still looks deadlocked. It still looks like it will go on for a while. I just want to mention Vidit is about to win.
Okay, let's go there. And maybe we can catch the closing moments.
Yeah.
And incidentally, there was a result between Bogdan Daniel Dec and Norbek Jakuboev, and it was a win for Dec.
Okay, so he joins the pack on 5 out of 7. Meanwhile, this one still might go on a while. Vidit only has 6 minutes, but as long as he prevents the counterplay, guards his pawn, he should be winning with the b pawn running.
Yes. And in the meantime, we do have Antonetta Stefanova joining us in the studio, ready to analyze her game with Fiona.
Antonetta, congratulations, a huge win, especially with the black pieces, I imagine. Before we jump into the game, which was tremendously exciting, how do you feel? You've now joined the leaders with 5.5 points.
Well, it feels very good, of course. I had some time to rest yesterday in the free day, so it's very good to manage to win the game today.
Things got very unusual right from the beginning. Take us through what happened in the opening stage.
Well, I mean, I played this d6 move and Rio Lopez. I'm not sure how to. Do I move from here?
Yeah, or you can click on the moves if you prefer.
Okay. So castles, bishop d7, that's all normal, and c4. And I like this move bishop g4 here because the fight is over the d4 square. So, I mean, it looks slightly unusual that you play first bishop d7 and then bishop g4, but I believe after c4 it is a playable move. And yeah, after that it got quickly very...
Yeah, you can click the moves on the screen if you want.
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
So it was d4, takes, but you know, white should prove the compensation because I'm just developing here. And of course, Maria, she tried to play very active, but during the game, I didn't have the feeling that actually white has full compensation. I mean, I never felt like I was in trouble. Maybe it was not better for black, but I didn't feel that I was worse. Maybe I was wrong.
No, I think your feeling is correct.
So what happened here?
If you want, you can also click on the moves on the annotation instead.
Okay.
If you want to also skip forward.
Yeah. So here it was, let's say, interesting moment. Okay, queen takes c6, king f8, and well, I mean, I was quite happy with the outcome of the opening because, okay, black is pawn up, and there is some compensation, of course, because my king is on f8, but I didn't feel that this much because I have very strong center.
Actually, at which point in the opening were you sort of on your own or out of your preparation?
Well, that's a secret.
That's a secret, okay. Let's continue.
Well, let's say that it wasn't too long before I was on my own. So, yeah, knight d2, kind of natural, knight e7. Queen f3. And okay, I mean, here I had to find a setup how to kind of castle, right? So I opted for knight g6. Knight e4 was played and bishop e7. So, I mean, it is not very quickly that I need several moves like king g8 or h6, king h7 at some point to finish my development. But on the other hand, I didn't see anything really very quick for white. So I believe what Maria played was interesting here. Sorry, b8 and knight f5, putting the knight from e4 to f5. It's okay. It is a bit slow as well, but it doesn't let me develop immediately. So I think this was okay. Then I think I had to play h5 because, okay, I don't want to be completely passive, of course, and I don't want this queen to go on h5. So, yeah, I'm not sure. b3, king g8. Okay, let's just go quickly here because I'm sure there were many possibilities for both.
But basically you felt in control the entire time, or?
Yeah. I really didn't see how white can create more problems. Probably there was how, but in this stage, I think, well, I didn't see anything for white. In the later stage, I think we both started to play inaccurate moves, but here I'm not sure what white could play better. I just didn't see any real threats, so I don't know. So, sorry, bishop g5. Yeah, I was not sure where to put this bishop on f6, on g5, because, yeah, as I said, of course I want to advance my pawns at some point, but, well, it's still too early for that. So h4, I just provoked here h4, and after bishop f6, I didn't see how actually white saves this pawn, because here there was a line, if I go to bishop f4, then queen h3. And yeah, I mean, this bishop on f4 looks very active, but I was not sure exactly how to continue, because if something like this, then white can simply play queen f3, threatening my pawn on h5. So here I didn't like that, and that is why I went back. And also, okay, it's a question, can white save the pawn or not? So here, okay, always there are some tactics, so I have to be careful because there are so many sacrifices for white. So here, and queen f3, bishop h4. And here already I was feeling quite good because, okay, it is a second pawn, and yes, I didn't solve my problem with the king yet, but I don't believe that it's such a serious problem for the moment. So here, bishop f6, and it looks that, okay, the same position like before, just one pawn, one extra pawn for white. And yeah, I mean, here it was kind of critical decision. Maria played knight h6. Well, I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure that I have to take on h6, but it was too tempting to you know, to ignore it. But I'm not sure. I mean, probably even king f8 is good enough.
You didn't have that much time at this moment
no.
in the game?
And okay, there are some checks on a3, but and then maybe knight goes back to f5. So, I mean, yeah, I was a bit short of time already here. It's like move 25, but...
Do you rely mostly on intuition, you would say, when you took on h6? I mean, you said you like this move, or how much can you still calculate?
Well, I mean, it should be winning for black, I think, the position after that. It's just that I didn't play the best moves in time trial. But of course, all this what happened after rook takes, bishop takes, knight h4. There is no way for white to keep the piece. So queen takes, take, and okay, I give 2 pawns, but okay, this I believe with the 2 pieces should be completely winning now. Rook d3, knight g6. Okay, I'm not sure that this move is necessary, but I just wanted to be safe because, well, I mean, too many things were hanging.
Yeah, the game went on for a while, but was there ever any moment where you felt there might be some danger? From here on out, you felt in control?
Well, actually, from here on, I started to play some dubious moves. I'm not sure if I was really in danger, but move 40, which I did, was just such a horrible move. I mean, to play f4 in this position, I mean, to block my own bishop and to make the task of playing e4 more difficult was just unbelievable. Bad decision, but I think I was lucky that it didn't really spoil the position, since I think it's too winning, but it creates some unnecessary complications.
Psychologically, how was it? It's the last move before the time control, then you get an extra 30 minutes. What goes on in your mind when you're a little bit annoyed with yourself?
Well, I mean, of course, it's such an ugly move. I mean, I didn't feel very well, but okay. I mean, the game goes on, and you just try to forget what happened and finish it in a normal manner, let's say.
As you said, here luckily it didn't matter so much. Was there any more crucial moments?
Well, I'm not sure. I think when a little bit later, here there are a lot of moves that I guess we could both play better, but it's just a game and it's not easy, yeah. But here somewhere, I started to feel that I might over push at some point, like when I played here in D2. And because of this F4, there was a lot of moments where I could just lose the deep 2 pawn. So here I felt that I have to be really accurate, and I'm not sure I was. But it was good enough to win the game. But for example, here, I thought that maybe white should play rook g4 instead of rook h5 and just, continue the pressure somehow. I'm not sure, because for example, if I play something like this, there are some motifs even like this, and I don't know, I mean, rook d2, for example. Well, I mean, I can still check, I'm not forced to take it, but I mean, there were a lot of things going on. So after rook h5, I felt somehow relieved that, it's not hanging anymore. So, I think already here it should be, it should be about finish the game, probably. Yeah. I mean, I just slowly eliminate all the threats, and I managed to keep my d2 pawn, and
Looks like a great game, as we already mentioned before. You're now in the joint lead. Can you tell us a little bit about your ambitions right now, and also coming into the tournament? Did you set yourself any goals at the start?
No. I mean, I'm not this kind of player that sets goals. I mean, I always play every game to win it. But for me, it's important that I try to play some good chess again, because coming back to active chess was not so easy in the last 1-2 years. So finally, I feel like it's coming back together, so I feel a bit better playing my games.
Not only do you have a daughter, you also are wearing many different hats. You're active, I believe, in the trainers commission. But would you say that playing is still your favorite thing to do in the chess world?
Yeah. I mean, of course. I mean, I like to be involved in all sorts of different things and projects and training and stuff. But playing, of course, is completely different.
And it's always great to watch your games. I believe we're going to wrap up this interview, as there are still some other games going on. But Antoinetta, thank you so much for dropping by. Congratulations again, and best of luck.
Thank you.
And back
to Antoinetta there. We're going to head straight into this game where there's a bit of a time scramble just before the second time control, Jovanka.
Yep.
Vidit's been down under 1 minute for a while.
Yes, he has. And the position suddenly got tricky. We had it pegged down as completely won, no danger whatsoever. But in Vidit's time scramble, we can see that suddenly white has a pass pawn there on g6.
Yeah, and I must admit, I'm surprised at how this game has gone. Kind of both players playing really surprising moves just in the build-up there. Sindarov now, he's got 35 minutes, but he's rushing. He's trying to hustle on the clock. He plays the move king to c5. We'll recap what just happened because actually Vidit was impressively dodging some pitfalls there. Now the b2 pawn is doomed. It's going to drop, but he's able to anchor his bishop. He's going to make move 60. He's going to get the extra 15 minutes on the clock. And more importantly, he's going to round up the g6 pawn.
Yes, and a bishop and a knight with 2 extra pawns. It's going to be absolutely no problems to wrap up that game. But wow, Vidit took us on quite the ride.
Yeah, do you think we'll see king versus bishop and knight at the end there if white sacrifices the rook for all of black's pawns?
Maybe.
Third time this event?
Maybe, and it would be quite funny if they did not manage to mate, but I think we've seen it done twice in superlative fashion.
Exactly, both in the women's event. I just wanted to show the brief drama that happened there because bishop to e4, actually, Jovanka, in this position, knight d6 felt really unnecessary. Bishop to e4 would have been just a game clincher, just defending this pawn, zero counterplay at all for white. You can even just put the bishop kind of as far away as possible if you want to avoid any tricks, for example, and then start marching your pawn down the board. This should have been very straightforward win, but knight d6, he was running a big risk here, Vidit. He had no time on the clock, and suddenly he was required to calculate. The trick he was going for is that rook takes pawn, allows a knight fork. The rook would drop off because it's a check. But after g6, he suddenly had to calculate, and he found the only winning move in this position, b4. There was no time to play king f6, because white would have then had time to break through. So b4 was needed. b4, it was too late, and rook h8. b3, this position, he had to play bishop d5, defending this pawn and defending this g8 promotion square. And after king to e3, his job was quite straightforward, but h6 would have tested him. He only had 1 minute left.
Yes, and h6 makes a lot of sense. Whole idea is that after pawn takes pawn, well, the g pawn is a runner and it will move forward.
And just while Antoinetta was showing us her great victory there, I did check here. We were discussing actually, Jovanka, king f6, the only winning move. Now, after a capture and a promotion, black only has 1 winning move in this position. So this would have really made Vidit's life difficult when he only had 30 seconds on the clock. And the winning move, it's difficult, but it's instructive. Knight to c4. And this is due to the fact that the white king's actually caught in no man's land. At some point, white will have to retreat the rook. b2 coming, threatening knight to d2, and then a promotion. So white has to retreat, or at least plant the rook on b1. And suddenly white is frozen. So black can just calmly march the h-pawn down the board. The white king cannot approach. We'll catch up with the moves in a minute. If the king approaches, there'll always be a knight fork. So actually black would have deflected the white king and then moved his own king in to win this game. And this would have been over. Instead, Sindarov, he should have maybe tested Vidit in this direction, still winning for black. Instead, the game, if we catch up, is dropping g6. And with it, his chances of saving.
Yes, there's just no hope in this because black's plan is very simple. Just march the h-pawn or the c-pawn, whichever one is allowed to. But it was a drama for a while, and I loved that very instructive variation, actually, because it's not easy to see that once the rook comes down to g1, it actually can't. The king can't approach the knight.
Yeah, and maybe both players calculated that. Maybe Sindarov saw that that variation was winning for black, but surely if you know you're losing anyway, you at least give your opponent a variation where they have to walk a tightrope. There was only 1 winning move, and instead he's forced to resign. Vidit takes the win.
Vidit takes the win, and with that he moves on to 5.5 points and into the sole lead.
Wow, incredible stuff. And there's only 2 remaining kind of players who could potentially join him, so it's going to be a maximum of 3 out of the former 8 of the leading pack that can sit now alongside Vidit. Let's go check in as he reaches 5.5. Fabiano Caruana has played bishop d7 after locking down the king side, as we mentioned. This is going to be another knight endgame that's going to be a difficult one to judge. We'll come back there. Just to update on the other board. So a potential winner here would join Vidit in the lead, as Wojtaszek says, I'm assuming no to this bishop trade.
I would also assume no, but...
No?
No.
But who knows?
Well...
It would be safer to keep the bishops on.
And he does keep the bishop. He moves it to a6.
That's purely because with the bishop kind of cutting this diagonal, it's far less likely the c-pawn will ever start motoring. But at least now Fabiano could consider a4, put the pawn on a3, and fix a weakness on a2.
Yeah. And I guess Wojciech's plan is to simply put the knight on c1 and then move it to d3.
Something he hinted at earlier but wasn't able to arrange. A4.
Knight c1.
Knight c1. That being said, maybe I can play a3 anyway. This is an eternal weakness.
Then you're going to come in, you jump into...
I might come in. I'm still not sure how to evaluate this because the white king is within touching distance of black's a-pawn and the knight's a bit stranded. For example, if white retreats the knight, I'm not sure I need to. Actually, I really don't need to. Maybe, you don't want to allow pass pawn like this on a3 though.
No,
this would be
you
playing with
certainly
fire.
don't. Maybe bishop.
So A4.
Yeah. Okay, now you attack the knight.
Yeah, this is probably the way. Although
it's not
B6.
easy. No b6.
Still can't stop the pawn getting to A3.
Mm.
Fabiano, if he wants to win this game, he has to try A4. I don't think there's much risk involved either.
Okay, and what happens if you just capture
Chop
said
it off.
pawn? Yeah.
Okay, probably the best of the.
Yeah, I don't want to allow
bunch so far.
A3 and knight C3 business is whatever. I just want it off the board. Knight C.
Now go around for this pawn.
Yeah, but then you have knight
Knight
knight C3.
Knight C3. I'll ignore.
Oh.
Although I'm scared of this check as well.
I will check.
Yeah. You will Voiter
Check.
the
Yes, I
king.
will.
King E3.
Mm-hmm. And then then I should probably preserve that knight by going bishop C6.
Yeah, bishop C6. If you play bishop C2, trying to eliminate this knight, then also bishop C2. But say bishop C6 first of all. The problem is how to make progress. Anytime you take G3, I will munch on C5.
And if bishop C2, I like that idea better.
Just to eliminate this knight and then get greedy. But then again, I'm not sure exactly whether that's a threat.
Okay, I take.
Take.
And I take your pawn.
Take. And I'm hoping this knight is trapped, so I'll nudge it.
Okay, and I can get it out of dodge by going C4.
C4,
but then I might have done some bad things to my position.
Yeah, now it's just knight versus bishop, and the bishop does have some targets
Yeah.
later on in the game. I think what black might need to do here is to play knight to E4, and we'd see a example of a drawn king and pawn endgame. Although white does have a protected passer, maybe it's time to play C4. Although
yeah, and then
white will play A3 and break things down.
Yeah.
Wow, this is really rich and in possibilities for both sides. But Fabiano, surely he'll play the move A4.
Okay.
And I think that would at least test Wojciech, force him to take it.
Yeah. But how much risk is involved in going A4 and allowing B takes A4? Because as we saw,
just that one variation.
Yeah. Okay. Let's try it again.
Okay. A4, take.
Take. Yeah.
Knight C1.
Knight C1.
To come round.
Okay. Now, what happens if black goes? Because we were looking at knight C3, and maybe that's not the best.
No. Knight C3. I also realize white doesn't need to rush. I could play a move like bishop D3, just stopping you if I want to play safe.
Okay.
But maybe there's something even stronger for white. Okay, Fabiano's about to reveal to us. Will he play A4? He's reaching for the queen side.
He is.
He plays it. Pawn to A4, but he needs a convincing reply after a recapture. Samsevian stopping, checking out his compatriot's game.
But will Wojciech want to just maintain the balance? Because B takes A4 changes things.
It does change things, but sometimes sitting still, it's like riding a bike. If you just sit still, you might eventually fall off. You've got to keep pedaling at some point.
Yeah.
And I think a pawn landing on A3 would just be too scary. I could see him playing a move like bishop B7 maybe first.
Yes. And then the bishop supports that.
Yeah, if the bishop supports the knight, now it's more tempting to take, and now we won a pawn. So I think this would force the knight back, unless I'm missing anything. Or maybe force the king to protect it.
Okay.
Maybe king E6, just to keep an eye on this pawn.
Okay. And now I don't want to allow A3. But I know I shouldn't allow A3, so I'm going to try to keep the balance. I want to go...
Then again, knight C1, maybe now that the king's poked its head out on E6, it's more vulnerable to checks on C5.
And what happens if you go bishop A? Because I'm trying to...
Bishop A6?
Bishop A6, yeah.
Okay, I will establish a pawn.
Okay, then I will pin your knight.
On A3, I'll protect the pinned piece.
And... I will move... Now I can... I've got to get my knight on a good circuit, which is really difficult to do.
The white knight needs to be somewhere. Don't know. The problem is the white knight's going to be stuck defending C3 if black ever unpins.
Yeah, my big plan was just to put a knight hopefully somewhere aggressive, but I can find a good square for it. I can get it to G5, so there, and then bishop takes knight was the whole idea.
Okay, but now there's a big threat of bishop takes.
Yeah, and then king
c2.
King c2, and
maybe you're holding, but it's scary.
I'm probably not holding.
A bit scary to say
I
the least.
think,
King
yeah.
d1. Now the black king comes. Maybe again white can defend this one, but it's not going to be much fun.
Yep.
And I think he probably should just take, just bite the bullet,
Yes.
change the pawn structure, and at least the white knight gets active in that variation we showed.
And
c1, knight round.
And David, just to update you, there's been a big blunder in the game between Erigaisi and Esipenko.
Wow. So the remaining players on the leading score group heading into today, we left it at this position. We saw rook to e4. Actually, an idea you mentioned earlier, Jovanka, defending this b4 pawn. And not just that, but as we see in the game, bishop to h4, eliminating one of black's better minor pieces, the glue holding black's position together, and bishop c2, blunder according to the evaluation bar. Looks natural attacking this rook. Why could this be a mistake? The rook has to move, has to protect its bishop, surely. So it's a choice of 3 squares, f4, g4, c4.
There's also bishop takes knight.
There's also bishop takes, defending this rook.
But then the bishop drops on h4, so...
And meanwhile, we see a result. Is this the Fabiano Caruana game? Oh no, that's Vincent Keimer. He did take the win against Anton Korobov. Thank you to our producer for whispering that. My eyesight was not good enough to read on the scoreboard there, but Vincent Keimer did win as expected. He was a piece up for a long portion of that game. And he joins the pack on 5 out of 7, so the chasing pack.
Yeah.
And rook g4, the evaluation bar slides back down in this game, Jovanka.
Okay, yeah, so what was the good try then for...
I wonder whether...
If rook takes... Try that.
Rook takes e7.
No, it goes down.
But then, yeah, bishop takes, and I don't really see it. White will end up a piece down. Probably the 2 pawns compensate for the piece, but no more than that.
Maybe it was bishop moving to e6.
Bishop e6 check. King slides somewhere.
Nope, no success there.
Okay, let's check out your move. Bishop takes c6, defending the rook. Black has to take this piece off the board.
Yeah, but now you can...
Maybe just a pin? Pin and... I was hoping after bishop takes bishop I could
rook
just take
takes knight, and then you'd have... Well, you'd have a terrible pin against that knight, and then you can just simply... So against the bishop, and just simply push the b-pawn, but...
Yeah, just push, push, push. Okay, but in this position, unfortunately, black is not obliged to go for that. I guess black could just take this pawn with the knight, maybe. Although, again, what to do against this pawn pushing?
Yeah, you
maybe
can't
I
do
could
anything.
Pin you every way to Sunday. And both of black's minor pieces are pinned to this one sorry rook. Okay, maybe we check the oracle.
Yeah, let's consult.
Okay, rook to e2 immediately. So same idea, just different move order that we found. I wonder what's wrong with bishop takes knight. Oh, okay, simply just a check. And bishop takes h4.
Yes.
And yeah, black has got it. My bad. Sorry, everyone. That was my glass of water. I didn't spill it on the table this time, unlike one of the first days of the event.
But it's empty, right?
It is empty.
Okay, very good.
Bishop takes h4, and black would be holding here. But actually, the same idea. So first rook e2. This is devilishly difficult. Jovanka just giving up this bishop on h4, and then taking on c6. And as we showed, this pin is decisive. Erigaisi had a winning move. He had 8 minutes on the clock as well, but difficult one to find.
Yeah, it's also one of these backward moves which are psychologically so difficult because we're always looking forward, and instead rook to g4 was played.
Far more natural, far more human.
Yeah, and we have bishop takes bishop, I think, on the board.
And g5, very important one. There was actually a monster threat on the board of white giving a check. For example, rook takes pawn. This would have been a deadly check, and black's king would have been embarrassed.
Yeah.
On the back row, on the back rank. Etienne Baccarat is still playing, of course. And g5 instead, giving the king some breathing space. b4 is dropping.
Can it be maintained? No. Well, they're not maintained, but...
Some tactics. Rook g4, say, going for the pawn.
Yes.
And there are some
Well, actually, there's some big tactics, right?
Yeah.
Because you can take the pawn with check.
Yeah, rook takes pawn check. King moves not this way. Another checkmate.
Yep.
Easy to blunder in these positions. King f7.
And unfortunately, you're hit by that same tactic after bishop takes knight.
Yeah, unfortunately for white, this is always at the end of the line, this check. If you could just magic your king onto a better square, this would have been winning, but it still feels like there's some chances here. I'm not sure exactly how to maintain them. It feels like there's some attack against the black king. But you are running out of pawns. Suddenly it's a narrower path. Ooh, the margin between a win and a draw here is so thin, Jovanka.
Yeah. Is it possible to take back? I would really like to trade off rooks if I were playing with the white pieces. And
so, for example, to take back here?
Yeah, so could we take?
Okay, we could take.
And now I really want to play c6, but it doesn't work. Once again, bishop e4. But we have a move from Eric Geisty. He has played rook g4.
As expected, the most natural move, attacking this pawn. And I think Esipenko's idea is to capture on b4 before it's too late. He's reaching for it.
Rook takes.
They still have 10 moves to make before the second time control, so it does feel like there's room to blunder very quickly. Rook takes g5 from Eric Geisty.
Yeah, and now black has to be very careful. He has to put the king on f7, and there we see Esipenko reaching for that.
Yeah, the only safe square. And again, how to foil this bishop e4 idea. I wonder what black's next move is if white just kind of covers the square. I'm just sick of that tactic. Sick of
me too. Checks. Okay, well, the first move I would be looking at is moving the knight up the board. What else could you do?
Yeah, I guess there's also bishop
a4.
Feels like it's in the wrong direction somehow. The problem is the knight doesn't have too many safe squares. Knight d4. There might be more pins in store along the fourth rank, for example. But either way, looks like a difficult position, still difficult defense for Esipenko ahead.
Yes, and Esipenko doesn't have so much time, so we are going to come back to this one. But meanwhile, we are joined by Vincent Keimer here in the studio, who's ready to show us his game with Fiona.
Vincent, congratulations. What a crazy game. Before we jump into it, how are you feeling after your win?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, I felt that the position was winning away for a very long time, and it was both him playing on rather long, but also me not finding the most precise ways of finishing the game off, which then prolonged the game unnecessarily.
So let's jump into it and see how did this whole mess
So I think he played more or less the same opening as against Anish, which I actually didn't expect because, it's not the best line in the world, and also I had the rest day to prepare. So yeah, I was trying to play this h4, f3, but yeah. Here I think knight f7 is still normal, and I think knight c4 shouldn't be the move. Like bishop d6 or bishop e7 were both very natural. And just putting this knight on d6, I understand that, this knight on b6 is kind of weird if I ever get to play queen b3. It's weirdly placed, but like this, it's very hard for him to ever find a plan. I think maybe I could have even played g4 immediately and tried to get my bishop to g2 and with f4, even more ambitious than in the game. But yeah, I chose another. I think also, the position has to be very good. Yeah, I was already feeling at this point that objectively the position is much better already for sure. And also for him, I think, this b5 idea he played is basically the only idea he can ever go for. So yeah, only problem for me is I also need to do something. Yeah, my position is very nice, but of course converting it is not easy. I think g5 is not, I wasn't convinced it's good yet. I was also not sure it's not good, but I didn't want to risk it because I thought my position is so nice. And
but it also looks like a position where you kind of have to do something, right? You started doing something on the king side.
But a bit later, yeah. First I brought my king here. Also, b5. He has no real next move. Of course, ba4 is at least interesting because now at least he has this b5 square for his knight. And here I can win an exchange. Knight c5, take, knight b5, and bishop g3. But I didn't really want to take this exchange. Let's say queen b7, bishop b8, and queen b8. And now I have a lot of weak squares, rook d8, knight d4 coming. This h4 pawn is suddenly weak. With pawn on g3 would be very easy, maybe to be much better or winning. But like this, I was not sure.
How did you evaluate this position?
Well, I'm pretty sure white is better, but it's like I didn't want to give this counterplay during the game. And yeah, here then there were some very crazy lines like rook c6, knight e4, rook c7, queen d4. And I was considering some moves like even knight f2, but here I think knight d2 worked out, and I couldn't really find something. So again, yeah, you only play rook takes e6 if you think you're really winning. And I thought he couldn't go queen e7, but when he played, I realized that yeah, I miscalculated something, and probably he can. So then I went back, and then I changed my plan to this rook h3, g5, which I think should also be quite good. I mean, here I'm not threatening to take on c6 because knight e4 is still in the air, but he also has no real other move. So yeah, I mean, there is some risk, of course, to sacrificing this pawn, but I was thinking that, you know, even if I get strategically this knight to c5, it's so nice. All his pieces are doomed to the defense on this side.
So overall, you felt quite confident when you
Yeah, I
gave
mean,
up
this
the
is like
pawn.
the position that now I have to somehow convert my advantage to something different. Yeah, and it was like a very nice position, little advantage, and now I was trying to make something dynamic out of it. So knight c5 is, of course, that's like the perfect spot. Yeah, the knight went to f8. And yeah, now this king on g2 is not perfectly placed, so I need some tempi to bring the queen. But yeah, I mean, this position, it's like it would be very hard for me to believe that this is not winning for white. Just simply bishop h5, bishop h4, king f1, and okay, something will happen here. That's at least what I felt. And yeah, this a4 was kind of, I expected this to happen because it's like the only way he can stop me from playing king f1. I mean, it's not necessarily that bad, but at least like now he will manage to pin one of my pieces and the rook gets in, and that's just not something I wanted. So that's why I made space for the king on f2. And yeah, here there was a big question for me to play bishop g5 or bishop h5, because bishop g5 kind of threatens rook takes h6, knight h6, rook h6, and he can't take because of bishop f6. But I was thinking maybe rook d8, and like if I do this, now d4 is hanging. I was not entirely sure how easy it is to win this. I mean, again, it looks very nice. I can also just make some king move, but yeah, because of rook d8, I played bishop h5 here. And okay, he took on f4, but this is already, I think, yeah, clearly lost.
Actually, you mentioned at the start that probably you didn't convert in the most precise way. Do you think that one of the problems was that you were spoiled for choice, so many nice options?
I mean, later here, I'm not, I mean, of course, there might have been some mistakes, but at least it felt normal from a human point of view what I did. I didn't see some big mistakes, and also in the game, everything worked out nicely. So yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, here I still felt everything was going quite well, and the position should have been winning since it was won. So yeah, here, of course, I can also maybe just play it. It's so hard to, yeah, I have really many moves, but I was trying to like get this forced win. I mean, queen e7, there's rook h7 and knight h7, knight g6. So yeah, it's important for my king not to step onto some wrong square. Let's say rook b2, king d3. Like d2 would be a very bad square because now this line he takes, knight g6. And okay, normally I would be clearly winning, but here he gets queen before check. So that's why I had to go to d3, and then after a check, I would have gone to c2, so that there are never any checks. King g8, and also here, yeah, probably queen g5 was not the easiest. I was just, you know, I was hoping he would play queen e8, and I thought here I can even play queen takes g7, which would have been like too beautiful. But yeah, I mean, it was more like, I was thinking the position is completely winning, and I can basically just play every normal good-looking move. But yeah, the c5 is actually, like now at least I need to be precise. Yeah, I can still do something wrong, I felt. So I think king c3 was fine. Just important, I was very happy to finally get this knight to d3, yeah, that now I'm safe, like queen a3, rook c1, and now there will be no perpetuals, no big attacks.
Your king felt happier at this point?
Yeah, exactly. And of course, after g6, I mean, okay, I just took because I thought it's winning anyway, but then again also, yeah, it's probably not necessary to take. There were easier ways, maybe to just make some king e2 move beforehand, but okay, I don't think I really messed up the win, I just prolonged the game here.
Vincent, you now have 5 points. You've been having a great tournament. How do you reflect on the first 7 rounds overall and the quality of your play?
Yeah, I think quality of play was quite nice. I still left some chances out, yeah, to punish some mistakes. So I think that's something I got to work on. But in general, the playing style I think it's pretty good. Also, I don't feel like I was in any big danger in any game. That was also a good feeling. But of course, it's not enough to lose games. Yeah? To get to the top, you need to win quite a few ones.
Absolutely. You've been coming here to the Isle of Man for a long time. How do you enjoy playing here, and how does it feel to be back?
Yeah, it's good to be back. I've I have very pleasant memories from 2018 and 19 when I was here. Like I made my final Grandmaster nom here 4 years ago. And also this year, like chess-wise, is going very nicely. Of course, weather is not too great, but still, yeah, you can go for a walk. But in general, I have to admit there's not much time left to enjoy the island.
Absolutely. I'm going to turn to our commentators to also see what's going on in the playing hall. Do we have any questions for Vincent?
Yeah, Vincent, I just wanted to ask how you spent your rest day apart from logging on to chess.com and playing me in a couple of games.
Yeah, no, I mean, I obviously prepared a bit. I don't know, went to some shop to get some groceries, prepared, relaxed a bit, what you do on a normal rest day. And yeah, I was on chess.com playing, but sadly the connection was not too well, so I...
Next time.
Yeah.
So Vincent, thank you so much for stopping by. Congratulations again and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Fiona, and thank you, Vincent, for sharing with us his game. And, well, David, it does seem that we managed to predict the future because we thought that f3 was perhaps the best move in the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Andrei Esipenko. And as we saw, f3 was played and Esipenko responding with knight to a5. And how many moves have they made? It's difficult for me to read.
Still a long way to go. Still 5 more moves for white, 6 moves for black to make move 60, the second time control, whereupon they will gain an extra 15 minutes on the clock. And it's one of those positions, Jovanka, where one slip, especially from black, will just end this game. The white pawn is so close to touchdown now. So he still has to make a few more moves. He gives a check.
He does throw in a check, and the king has to be, once again, quite accurate where it goes. I mean, you want to step up the board as opposed to down.
You want to step forward, definitely. I guess there might be some counterplay, some tricks with the knight coming, some rook g2 ideas, depending on where you step to. Erigaisi is about to make a move. Okay, feels like one of these two. King g3 played, the most natural. And does white have a threat immediately? Is c7, c8 just storming through, or does black have time for some tricky knight jumps? Maybe you can go back as well to put some pressure on the bishop, but bishop e8 is, sorry, bishop to e8 even. In some cases a threat.
Maybe in light of that, you have to step forward with the king.
Okay, king f6. That looks like a very healthy move. Nice move to play in time trouble. Just pass the move back to your opponent, attack a piece. So easy to go wrong though, so easy to blunder. Okay, under 2 minutes. Yeah, I like your king f6. It kind of asks the question to white, if you ever play f4 to defend your rook, then you're vulnerable to checks.
Yeah.
And if not, then you might be moving your rook.
But Esipenko leaning forward, I think he's working out what's going to happen if the knight jumps into e3, which is another natural move.
Slight shake of the head there as well. The last time control, he found some only moves to stay in the game just before move 40. And
he brings the knight.
Goes back.
Back.
This cuts out, after knight to d6, it cuts out any bishop e8 ideas. It defends that square. Also hinting at knight f5 check in some scenarios.
And still you have the idea of king f6 or king g7. And Esipenko wants to put the rook behind the passed c-pawn.
Yeah, the black rook would love to land on c2. With that being said, do you think maybe white will play rook c5? Is there time to play rook c5? Okay, he's reaching out. He'll answer for us.
He will, and he does.
He does. So now c7 is going to be a big threat in the very near future. Rook c5 on the board. And at least the white king, it can get checked, but it does have a path forward if it needs to use that. Really hard. I mean, these knights are not anchored at all. They're just kind of hanging there. It's going to be really hard, even now, to make 4 more moves to get to the time control.
Yeah, but he can make moves such as rook to b3, setting devilish tricks.
Sneaky, Jovanka. Threatening knight e4 check.
Yeah.
This would maybe drive the white king away. I'm not sure where it goes. I kind of want to step away from the knights just in case. Kind of hide out.
But the trickery kind of continues. You know, maybe you have to calculate what's going to happen after bishop e4.
You're so tricky.
yeah. That's my middle name.
Yeah, and just to show the idea, at the very end, black probably makes a draw.
Yeah.
And okay, wow, tricks in the air. Again, another great time trouble move for rook b3. Just kind of get closer to move 60. Doesn't ruin anything, doesn't change anything, and creates a threat.
Well, Jovanka, 30 seconds on the clock.
Okay, and I think we'll stick here till move 60, and then we will be joined by a very special guest, so don't go anywhere, anyone. Okay, under 20 seconds.
20 seconds, and what is Jovanka reaching for? Is he
Looks like he's going
reaching
for his king or bishop?
bishop? Okay,
Well, bishop b4 anyway, same idea.
same idea. And you cannot capture the bishop because after pawn takes bishop, knight takes, and it will be a fork.
Yep, so that bishop is poisoned, but still ideas of rook b3 in the air.
Mm-hmm.
What else can white try? Does white just ignore everything, continue pushing?
Yeah, you could do that.
Crazy position right now. I'm looking for alternatives. Yeah, it's not easy. You can never step forward with the king yet. There's still some knight checks. Could move the rook. Maybe move the white rook.
You
Rook
could
c3,
rook
but that doesn't
c3.
threaten anything.
No.
Maybe just threatens to play c7.
But if you go c7, there is no tricks on the board.
Yeah, no tricks. Rook b3, I guess. Is the idea to just eliminate this pawn and give the knights for the c pawn?
Yeah, but at the very least, you can also step back with your bishop.
Aha. So bishop b7 you wanted?
Yeah. Oh, no, I was
cover this.
also thinking rook b3 as well.
Rook b3, yep. I think this is his idea, just to give up stuff. For example, if white were to hastily promote, I think this would most likely end in a draw, although I've never really seen this material imbalance before. All pawns off the board. If a set of rooks leave, even that is hard to defend. Oh, sorry. My mouse slip. Let's catch up with the game position. I clicked on the wrong thing. Sorry, everyone. Wow,
okay.
and they're making moves so fast that I can't catch up now. Ignore the screen, everyone. This is. I'll click away.
Yeah,
Here we go.
just
Rook
there you
c3. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Rook c3. Okay, I think this is a nice one just to postpone the tension.
Yeah,
Then
and you still have the threat of c7 on the board, and you just kill off any ideas of rook b3. I like it. And Jovanka, 17 seconds, he moves his bishop back.
Bishop f5 on the board. And does he have some tricky ideas in mind? If the bishop is captured, there will be knight checks, knight forks. Okay, maybe that was the chance to play c7, but we didn't find a knockout blow there. What else to do? There's no threat for black. Black doesn't really want to take this bishop. It would allow white a pass d pawn.
Maybe it's time just to wait and get the rook out of h8.
Okay,
And
where
just
do you want to
move
put
it anywhere. I don't care.
Yeah, because white wants to play king f4,
yeah,
of course, but it would walk
exactly.
into a fork. So, yeah, maybe move it. Run.
And
Come back this way.
guys, it's move 58. And
Move
he has
58.
just 1.5 minutes on the clock.
You could also set a trap, rook h6, hitting this knight. I'm purposely trying to walk into forks there, which I'm hoping would encourage black to take this bishop, because white's getting close to promoting. But okay, what's he going to play? He's going for his rook. Rook d8, similar idea.
Yeah. Although there is no immediate.
Oh, sorry, rook d8.
There is no immediate threat.
I'm slightly reluctant to use this square because once the pawn lands on d7, it's going to be blocked, and he does actually capture the bishop. Wow, what a crazy position. C takes d7 or rook takes? It's
Well,
50-50.
It is the 50-50. What is the plan after c takes d7? Is it just to give some checks?
If pawn takes bishop, it must be some checks. Maybe it's this check and king to e7 next move. I was going to say, you've got to be careful as well that your king doesn't get mated in some scenarios, but king e7 looks like it rounds up this pawn.
Yeah, and actually the king is in trouble.
Yeah, rook d8 felt like a clumsy square. Okay, so he's going to take with the rook, just to keep the winning chances alive. And now what?
Throw in a check.
Throw in a check. Okay, knight f5 check. You want to use the king.
Yep. Although that's...
It's not entirely clear, firstly, where the white king goes. Again, got to be careful of checkmating threats against the white king.
But we have a move.
Drops back, knight c8. That feels... Okay, he's made move 60. Breathes a sigh of relief. That does feel like it's a step in the wrong direction, but of course, winning this is going to be a tough task for Erigaisi. And yeah, I think we will be taking a pause from this game, breathless action, for a special interview.
Yep. And we are going to go over to Fiona, who is with Vidit, who's ready to show us his great game.
Vidit, congratulations. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Another win. Before we jump into your own game, which was tremendously exciting, what's your prediction for the game that you've been watching for the last few minutes?
Yeah, this was very exciting time travel phase. It's not exciting for the players, but as a spectator, it was fun to watch. I don't know if being passive with this knight c8 is really the best way, which Andre did, but evaluation seems okay, but I would have tried to be more active, maybe some check and then king e6 or something along those lines I was thinking. But yeah, it's not easy position. But I think Arjun had a bigger advantage before. Right now it's...
Actually, you know what? Maybe we can, if you want to talk about that game for a second, should we pull it up there? Because I think our viewers cannot say what you are talking about. So, shall we pull it up there?
Yeah, sure, sure. Yeah, this I started watching from somewhere along this position, and bishop e4 was such a tricky move. Rook c3, bishop f5. I would not be sure. Like I was thinking, I was not sure if I should exchange the bishop right away, but it looks okay. But yeah, here somewhere I thought maybe giving a check would make sense. I don't know, where do you go with the king? King f4, let's say, and then king e6. And some rook b4 is in the air. Maybe rook d8. Yeah, I realize why he didn't go for it now. Maybe check, king g5. Yeah, it's not easy. Engine evaluation is like approximately equal. That's what it shows, right? In the game, but I wouldn't rule out possibility of, white winning this.
How do you feel about this game between Arjun and Andre? Because if it ends in a draw, you might be the sole leader tonight. But of course, I imagine you're also kind of rooting for Arjun. So
yeah, I mean, I'm really focusing on my own games. Sometimes there's not even time to watch any other game. So I wouldn't really, put myself under any pressure and think about other games.
Fantastic. Vidit, let's look at your own games in the Games tab.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, so this was a slow Italian.
Do you want to flip the board?
Sure.
Then just 1 second. I'm so sorry.
No
live tech issues.
Thank you. I think this was the position where he thought for like 34 minutes, which was really surprising. But he reacted well with this bishop e3. It's a very standard structure nowadays in the Italian game. But I think I reacted quite well with this d5. One of my idea was that after, if he plays something like bishop b3 to bring the rook so that there are no rook sacrifices on f6. He took knight d5, queen f3. I played knight b6. I think engine was showing that maybe c6 and bishop e6 was more accurate, but the difference is all negligible. e4, queen d6. And after the game, when we were analyzing, Jovanka thought that he has something here in this position. It makes sense because he has this f-file, but the problem is that this d3 pawn is really weak. Let's say if he makes a move like h3, I have ideas like rook d8, sometimes threatening knight c4, queen d3. And if he makes another pass, let's say king h1, I can't really do it right now because there's back rank issues. But I have this trick with bishop e6. So it's not really easy for him to consolidate.
You mentioned Jovanka thought he had something. How did you feel in that position? What was your impression?
I mean, I thought it was a possibility that white has something, but I always have counterplay. So I would say dynamically equal, but maybe slightly preferable for white. But the way he played with queen e2, bishop g4, knight f3, I think here I got a lot of play. It was a bit passive. The point is, after h3, he only considered move like bishop e6 because, as I said, it was a standard idea. Takes d4, and then he gets queen b5 and all kind of initiative. But this bishop h5 move is what he underestimated. Generally, in Italian structures or Spanish structures, this bishop on g6 is considered bad. So that's why I think he thought, okay, automatically that it should not be good.
But you felt differently? Were you happy to see this g4?
I thought that maybe the weakness on the king side is more relevant because he's not in time to consolidate. Let's say if he gets moves like bishop b3 and I make like waiting move, knight f1, knight g3, then I would say that, okay, probably white is better because now the bishop is really misplaced. But in the game, I don't allow him time to regroup. As you would see, bishop b3, I kept attacking knight c5, knight c4, and he thought, okay, maybe like this, and he would be slightly better because of the bishop. I think he underestimated my idea with queen f6. I'm attacking the bishop, so it has to move, and rook f8. This was a very unpleasant position for white because I'm constantly threatening to take on a4. And here he went a little bit desperate with king g2. I think Engine was showing some ways to defend, but practically during the game I thought I'm really much better. After king g2, knight ba4, h4, and here I already saw the line which happened in the game, but I was like, okay, cool down and try to see if he has some defense.
Vidit, of course, I interrupt you here for a second. You're quite famous on social media for posting about, I believe it's called Lotus app, meditation and all that. Do you feel it helps you in those moments?
Probably it has gradually improved my, temperament. But when there's time pressure and things are at stake and it's a complicated position, you of course feel, the nervousness at this point. So I'm not perfect, but definitely I would say that I've improved on how I was before. h4, queen f4, and I was struggling to find what his idea was because maybe in time pressure this was tricky to play knight g5, trying to trap the queen. There's a funny line here. If I play h6 and if he goes knight h3, I just have knight d3.
Oh, very nice.
Knight f4, knight f4. And the same goes for rook f1. I can just go knight d3. So it's not easy for him to capture my queen. But his idea was definitely to take, queen e5 and h5. The point is knight d3, hg, knight f4, king f3, and there is some back rank issue. So he missed rook takes d3. The difference is now if hg, I have queen g3, king h1, queen h3, and if he blocks queen f3 and rook d1. So after rook d3, it was just winning. He played bishop f7, and initially I had calculated that I would take, rook takes d3, knight d3, queen d3, knight b2. If he gives a check, I just have bishop e8. And with a weak king and a pawn, I bring back my knight, and this should be winning. But after bishop f7, I thought, I should try to be even more precise. I have 14 minutes. Why to give him any counterplay? And king f8, apparently it's the best move because the threat remains knight f4. But queen e3 was good practical try. And I think Engine was showing this king g1 and knight takes c3. Takes king f7 and like pretending that nothing will happen to the king, which is true because I can always exchange with queen c5. This would have been much cleaner, but I went for exchange of queens because we were really low on time. And my hand was itching to take knight takes b2, bishop b3, and play b5, check, king e7, rook f7, king d6, rook g7, knight c3, and a pawn would be very strong.
And what
But
stopped you?
But I thought, why to give him a passed pawn? It doesn't make sense. I should just, give him 0 counterplay. And I thought this is the most technical way to do, not a single passed pawn. Because I only calculated rook a8, rook c8. The point is knight a4, rook c8. And I thought this was a very clean way to win. Because I stop any activity, I take on c3, stabilize, and easy win. But
in hindsight, are you happy with your choice? Or?
No, because it almost felt that he was close in the game. King e7, and the problem is he just keeps trying to come to rook to e7, and my king would be passive on g8. Knight a4, and if he had gone rook e7, probably he did not like h6 move, and I can stabilize with the knight to g5. So he played c4, knight b6, g5, and I thought this is obviously winning, should be winning. I have 2 pieces for a rook, extra pawn, but it was not easy. I tried to move around. Rook f5 was nice. I missed after knight c4. My idea was if rook f7, knight d6. If he takes rook f5. But rook f8, king e7, and I missed rook g8 here. Point is, if I go king f7, rook c8. And suddenly it's not easy to win. Probably it's still winning, but practically it was not so easy. So I went for king e7 back. I was worried that I would just repeat 3 times in this position. So I was like, don't look at your score sheet, Jovanka. I was really worried. And he was looking, and I started to walk away. This would have been a nightmare if it was a threefold. King e6. So I had seen this position from afar. And the point is bishop e4, rook e8, king f5, rook e7. And I didn't see how to win. Of course, I can push the pawn, but then it becomes a race. I think engine was showing king d5 was the way. And then to push b5, b4. Initially, I thought I'll play king f5, rook h7, king g5, the most technical way. And if he takes on c7, king g5, and this should be winning, I'm not sure, but suddenly I saw a trick like king f2. And now his king is closer. And I saw some ghost that he would take the bishop, king comes to c5, suddenly from f2 magically. I don't know.
You really kept things in control the whole time, yeah?
I tried to, but it was not so easy. I think bishop e4, g6, it was always winning, but it looked close. King f4, b4. I mean, there were lines like this, where I give him 2 passed pawns. Like if he plays rook c7, b2, g7, bishop h7, and it's under control. But there were lines like h6, b2, h7, queens, and I was trying to see if I win by checks. I think I do because my pieces are well coordinated. He played rook h8, which was a surprise. b3, and initially I was really worried about this move h6. G6, g7 is lost for me, and bishop g6, h7, bishop f7 probably is winning, but king f6 is the cleanest way, and h7, king g6. So this was tricky, rook b8, and now bishop d5 was nice because h6, I thought he would go g7, and I was thinking to put my king on f6 or d7, I was not sure. Queen, bishop g8, rook g8. This should be winning, but maybe, I don't know. I was thinking king c6 and try to run with the king, but this was a better try. He just played king e3 and okay, now my king is easily stopping the pawn, and yeah, it was a win.
I imagine some relief, a lot of happiness after getting there in the end. It took some time, but...
Yeah, it took longer than it should have, but job done.
Absolutely. Vidit, I cannot end this interview as always. We have to ask about the rest day. What did you get up to yesterday?
Actually, I got more tired on rest day than normal days, because then you feel like you have a lot of time, so you can scroll social media for half hour extra. You can have dinner 1 hour extra. And it's end of the day if you just keep doing that. So I got more tired, but I can't really complain about anything right now.
How much of the rest day did you spend on chess?
Not so much. I tried to relax a bit as well, but I did spend a couple of hours, 2-3 hours, I would say.
Fantastic. I'm gonna turn to our commentators to see if they have any questions or whether we're just going to find out if anyone is gonna catch up with you.
Yeah, I'll just ask before you leave us. There have been a couple of moves in the Arjun game from earlier. Just a quick evaluation, maybe. And there we go. Live position. Chances of winning for white.
It's an interesting endgame. It's really interesting. I guess black just has to wait passively now. Maybe you just keep the rook here on the 3rd rank. How does white improve?
Good question.
That is the question.
Do you trust the evaluation bar here that things should be roughly level? Should be holdable.
I mean, of course, white
now?
is the one pressing without a doubt.
Yeah. And maybe we could also ask your opinion of the other game, including leaders.
Sure.
Wojtaszek against Caruana.
Maybe it's more fun.
Because another one that's tricky to make progress for either side.
If anyone is better, it has to be black. Probably one idea is to bring the bishop to f7, but not easy. Like, king c7, bishop e8, bishop f7.
Do you think this type of ending is easier to attack or easier to defend, especially with this time control? Because
of course, it's always easier when you're having the advantage or you're the one pushing, because defense is a very narrow line and your position keeps getting worse because it's already bad if you're not accurate. So of course, you would prefer to be on the better side of things. But here I don't really know if black is actually better. Let's say, whose move it is?
It's white's move, I believe.
I guess you just have to wait. King e2. How do you improve?
Yeah. And in the meantime, we do see a result between Etienne Bacro and Yu Yangyi. It did finish with a win for Etienne.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
But if you had to predict right now the 2 remaining games on boards 1 and 4, do you think you'll be the sole leader heading into tomorrow?
Quite likely, I would say. Quite likely.
Looks that way. Congratulations on your win today.
Congratulations. Oh, thank you for joining us, Vidit and Fiona. Nice win there from Vidit. I like the honesty as well.
Yes.
And, well, we're going to go over to this Wojciech game against Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano making big improvements to his position, getting a protected pass pawn on c3, and the clock is ticking down for Radoslav.
Yeah, the big question in both of the remaining games involving the leading pack is how is either side going to make progress. And I'm just wondering how, for example, the black king breaks through. Is the black king really going to come round? Vidit mentioned as well the bishop could potentially, once the black king moves, come round to f7, and there's a target on a2. That being said, I was a bit surprised that Fabiano kind of trapped his own knight on b2. There's no way home for that piece. The bishop on a4 as well. If it ever moves, then white has ideas like knight c2 to take b4.
That is true.
Really tough position to evaluate.
Yeah, and the black king can't really move too much as well. He always has to keep an eye on the e5 pawn.
Yeah, I kind of threw Vidit in at the deep end here, asking him for evaluation plans because it's so difficult, it's so tough, and they have reached move 60 in this game. So yeah, pretty much it's sudden death, as they say. Fight to the end now. No more added time.
It is no more time bonuses. What you see is what you get, but the players do get that 30-second increment per move. And Radoslav thinking, it's not an easy task. I mean, what could be running through his head right now?
Yeah, the question is, do you wait with the bishop? Do you wait with the king? I think in process of elimination, you don't want to move the knight if you're white. If you move the knight, then you might just allow the black king to improve itself. So I think the white knight is necessary as a guardian of the c6 and e6 squares. So it's lucky dip, 50-50. Bishop move or king move? Vidit mentioned king e2 is like the most natural waiting move.
Yes.
How about if I wait here? Bishop e2?
Yeah, bishop e2. And what happens if I ask you whether you want to trade?
Oh, wow. Okay.
What?
The answer is a draw. Handshake there, suddenly out of the middle of nowhere. We missed earlier a draw offer from Fabiano. He must have whispered that one. Okay, Fabiano Caruana as black was the one to offer a draw. Wojtaszek says yes with white. Understandably.
Yeah, understandably. Also, surprising draw offer there from Fabiano because it looked like things were getting critical, especially with Radoslav's time ticking down. And we also had a result on board 10. Vladimir Fedoseev did defeat the international master Zalmakhanov. So Fedoseev now moves on to 5 points.
Yeah, and Zalmakhanov, first defeat for him in the tournament. The IM still up well on course for a Grandmaster norm, big rating gain, but yeah, Fedoseev storming up the standings now after a bit of an inconsistent start.
Okay, and that leaves just one game at the top of the table, and it is the Arjun Erigaisi, Esipenko. They've just passed move 70. I think it's the perfect time for us to take a short break, and we'll be back with a final portion of our coverage.
How do you feel about playing at the 2023?
Yeah, first of all, I'm very happy I've made it, actually, because I was flying via Amsterdam and there was this KLM strike, and yeah, I arrived only today and in the morning, and I mean I was in pretty bad shape, yeah, because I slept like 2 hours or something, and also my luggage is missing at the moment. That's why I'm in this, you know, like violating the dress code, and yeah, but somehow I pulled off a pretty decent game.
Yeah, but you did a great job today.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that. And who do you consider as your potential main opponents at this tournament?
I mean, it's of course like there's no chance I can, you know, say like a direct name, because there are a lot of very strong players, of course, and it's also about, you know, the momentum, about being in shape, and like you never really know if it's going to happen or not. I mean, and it's also like very long tournament, so anything can happen. Actually, it's my first Open since like very long time, and I'm actually curious. You know, I said I haven't played like in a couple of years, I think. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Thank you for the time and good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, what's the most unusual place for you to play chess?
I think one of the most unusual places I went to play was Paliora. This is in Greece. It's sort of a small triangular peninsula that goes into the water body, and on the one side you have the stony beach with stones, and on the other side, just like 5 minutes away, is the sand beach. So I really loved it, and there were no cars allowed beyond a point, so it was beautiful. Maybe this Isle of Man comes very close to that feel, because, you know, there's this huge water body around and it's a very nice.
Hi Sagar.
Hello. Hi.
Thank you for joining me for the interview today. Sport represented a city, any city in the world, and each piece was a different profession or a character. What would be the roles of the pieces?
Oh. I think from a city perspective, I would choose Mumbai as the chessboard, because that's where I live. The rooks would be mainly the people who are very straightforward, always working hard, you know, that way. So I would put them as the sort of the accountants or so on. I'm an accountant, by the way. I studied it. If the knights generally move, you know, they jump around and so on. So generally the politicians are very tricky. The bishops, you know, they are like a lone bishop can't do much, right? You need pair of bishops. So I would call them the lovers, sort of, in the city.
All the couples of the city.
All the couples of the city. And well, the king and the queen. It's difficult to say. Maybe I would put Amruta, my wife, as the queen because she lives in Mumbai. So then I become the king.
So this is your represented city as a chessboard, right? Okay.
Levon, congratulations. You just won a very interesting game against Narayanan. Could you share some thoughts about what happened?
It was an interesting game. I got surprised in the opening, and then I answered with not the most principled way, but very solid way. And then I think my opponent overestimated his chances. Then he got a slightly worse position. Then I blundered. Then I was up on time, and I think he should have moved his knight to c4, not to b3. On b3, the knight became very passive, and then it was much easier for me to play. I'm not so sure I played precisely throughout the game, but it was easier for me to play than for my opponent.
That's the second win in a row. Do you feel like you're finding your footing, or how do you look back on the first 7 rounds?
I think I was playing not very well. My play has improved, starting from the game against Ponomaryov, just after the game that I lost. And then I started, I cannot say I'm playing too well, but I'm fighting, yeah.
You've been here in the Isle of Man a couple of times before. How are you enjoying your stay this time around?
I always love coming back here, the nature and just the freedom here that, there are not many buildings around. You can walk in the plains, see the beautiful glens and see meadows. It's very nice.
I see you've been quite active on social media throughout the tournament. You've been tagged in some pictures, but also are participating on some chess discussions on Twitter. Do you keep an eye on what's going on during the tournament?
Yeah, absolutely. This is such an exciting event. So many interesting games are happening. So as a chess fan, this is one of the most exciting tournaments to watch, and I really enjoy myself.
Do you have a favorite game that's been played here so far?
Oh, I think this yesterday's game of Arjun was beautiful. C4, C5, everything is hanging in the center. I know it was just a draw, but for this one moment where pieces got together, I think it was gorgeous.
There are also so many young up-and-coming players here. Is there someone that has particularly impressed you?
I'm always impressed with all the young guys, and there's so much to learn from them. I can't really pick names because all of them are wonderfully strong and innovative. So this is just a joy for me because, I've been one of the guys when I was their age, to come up with new ideas, and now I see they're continuing. So it's heartwarming.
Speaking of joy and heartwarming things, you became a father roughly a year ago. How do you feel that, well, congratulations, I've told you before, but let me tell you again. How do you feel that has influenced your chess career, if at all?
I think I became more relaxed, and she's a joy of my life, and it's, it's a blessing, something that motivates me and at the same time makes me more responsible. So it's one of the biggest joys of life, probably the biggest for me.
Levon, it's always a pleasure having you around, and congratulations again. Best of luck for the remainder.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there we had an interview with Levon Aronian talking about chess and also fatherhood. And one game still ongoing in the top 10. It is between Arjun Erigaisi and Andrei Esipenko, and what a game it has been. But now the question is, can Arjun break down Black's blockade?
Yeah, it's a bit of a sad position for Black, with the knight stuck on c8 eternally, and the other knight therefore tied down defending it. But luckily White is running out of pawns, and Black's rook and king quite active. Of course, the eval bar we have in front of us says it's a draw, but that only tells half the story. White is the only one who can win 2-result game. He can apply pressure forever, hope that Black eventually cracks. Esipenko, though, a cool customer. He retreats his king. And the issue for White is that if your rook ever moves off the c-file, the Black rook will willingly, happily slide behind, pick off the c-pawn, and the f-pawn will be hard to sneak past the Black king. So making progress is going to be a real challenge here. And Erigaisi, he struggled to find anything since that move 60. We've pretty much had this set up for the last 15 moves now. And yeah, Jovanka, any plans come to mind? I'm struggling, I must admit.
Yes. It's wishful thinking, but I'm kind of hoping that White can trade off a set of rooks.
Okay, got to start somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. So I was thinking, put the rook up. I was going to suggest on h5, but okay, rook h1. I like this idea.
Yep. And later, let's show one of those plans, maybe rook h5, and try to bully the Black rook.
Yep.
Yep. And for example, now if Black waits, I guess we could play rook b5, hoping for a capture. And yeah, again, we need the circumstances, we need the stars to align. White, for example, to play another move, and suddenly some real chances. Oh, not walking into a knight fork. Whoops. That's why I'm worried about these knights. Let's get that rook to a better square. I'm not sure where. But what's the next plan? How do we still break through? Because if Black's able to give one knight for both pawns, then rook versus knight is a draw.
That is true. And funny enough, if White were to blunder the rook,
even then,
it might still be a draw as well.
Just to show, I'll blunder my rook. Here, if you were to take my pawn on f6, I don't think you should, but if you were to take my pawn, I'd throw away my remaining pawn and draw. I've always thought it was unfair, ever since I started chess, that two knights versus a king is a draw. Feels like you should be able to deliver checkmate.
Yeah.
Have you ever had this, Jovanka?
Actually, I did.
Wow. Okay.
Just recently in Dusseldorf in the World Rapid Team Masters. And yeah, I just agreed to draw. I didn't even try. But it was interesting because I was talking to one of the grandmasters, and he was saying that when he was a kid, he didn't know that this position was a draw.
He resigned.
No, he just but he was studying it.
Okay.
And he kind of was studying it for weeks and weeks and he just didn't know that it was a draw.
How to win. Poor guy. And yeah, unfortunately, two knights versus a king. There's no way to win unless the opponent really gives you a helping hand, because a king might get pushed to a corner, but there'll always come a time when it's either stalemate or the king will have to be let out of the corner. So even if Erigaisi blunders his house away, White in no real risk of losing. King f3, meanwhile, he wants to put his king on g4, hide it from any checks.
Yeah.
And then initiate some kind of plan. Still unsure. Okay, 6 minutes versus 9. Remember, the players pretty much left with this amount of time now for the rest of the game. And we haven't had a pawn push or a capture for 14 moves, Jovanka.
Yes.
So 36 more to go before the 50 move rule kicks into effect.
The last pawn move was on move 63.
And we're now at 77.
Yes. So it's 113.
Yep. And we'll keep the counter going eternally. We're not renowned for our mathematical skills, but we can count.
Yeah, we can count.
And okay, what would you try here as Black? Again, sitting still seems to be
just wait.
Name of the game. Check. Maybe.
Maybe. How to wait. I was also thinking about waiting with a king. Is that something?
Yeah, he's kind of waited on f6. He's kind of waited within this little triangle with the Black king the last few moves, but is there a downside to doing this? What is White's plan? Is it White's plan to plant a rook?
But it could have gotten to d8.
Could have got to d8 earlier, yeah.
Earlier, yeah.
Maybe the plan is to step forward with the king and if later you can drive the black king back, for example, if it steps back willingly, now the f-pawn moves. I think marching the f-pawn is the only way to break the blockade.
And yeah, I guess the rook will come down to b2, and then white's point is you put the rook on g1. But even then, that feels quite...
And then push.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess from here, if we get this far with the white king, I think maybe there might be a check. And if the king drops back,
ooh,
maybe. Ooh.
I mean, could you have one of these funny rook and pawn endgames where the king is really badly placed? Yeah, rook takes knight,
yeah.
And now c8, queen.
C8, queen. I think actually it might be king f6, but let's say
king f6, yeah.
Check. And yeah, if white's pawn were already on f5,
yeah,
then we could give a check and actually win this game. For example, if black were to wait, black would of course go for what we call the Philidor position, cut the 6th rank, so the white king cannot make progress. And then as soon as white steps forward with the pawn, go behind.
Yeah.
And no shelter from checks for white, so this would be a draw. Just remember this one, the 6th rank Philidor defense. But yeah, unfortunately, yeah, not quite in time to do that with white. So yeah, in this position, knight takes. Sorry, not knight takes. Even before promoting, maybe this idea, king f6, or maybe it's rook e5.
Yeah, try that one.
Oh, this is clever. Rook e5, hitting the knight. Same idea, but just not allowing the knight to block, because now there would be a check and a win. And ironically, in this position, if white had a g pawn rather than an f pawn, it would be a draw still. But luckily, the f pawn can check the black king away to a bad square.
Yeah. Should we show this whilst we have it there?
Yeah.
Let's show the whole point. It doesn't really matter that you can...
Even if the white king gets driven away.
Yep.
Check. And either the king has to step forward to a square, it can be hit, and white promotes with gain of time, or the black king has to step across to f7, and this motif. You showed this similar idea yesterday, Jovanka.
Did I?
Or not yesterday, that was the rest day. A few days back. And a skewer at the end. Yeah, days blur together.
Yeah,
I think
totally.
When you're at a chess tournament, none of the players here know whether it's, Monday, Friday, Thursday.
I was impressed when
Sunday.
you said see you on Wednesday. I was like, okay, today is Tuesday. That means okay. No, one Monday.
It was Monday. Now it is Wednesday. Yeah, this would be winning. So there are ideas actually, even of giving up the rook for the knight. So maybe Espenko has to be careful. What I would love to do if I were black would to be to play rook b2 just to check from behind.
But the king can still step up the board, and then you're going to check me again, and I'm going to have to
hang out on the h file.
kind of feel like the rook should have access to that line.
Yeah. Okay, what could the winning plan be? Is this idea check just always unpleasant? Because again, if king g8 is still available, I think this might be a trick that Espenko will have to watch out for. At least, yeah, it's a tricky one. Maybe kind of the simplest right now would be to actually put the king on g7 just to avoid any of these tricks.
Yeah.
But either way, it's not going to be an easy defense. What do you think, Jovanka? Still a bit of time on the clock. Shall we recap action elsewhere as we wait for Espenko to move?
Let's have a look at the results and the standings. And we can see that in the Open there is one ongoing game, and that is between Arjun Erigaisi and Andrei Esipenko. But otherwise, there were a lot of decisive results. Sindorov losing to Vidit. Vidit now taking the sole lead. Whereas a string of victories for the white pieces. Do you see that? At the bottom of the table, Etienne Bacrot, Vincent Keimer, Diach, Kuzabov and Fedoseev all winning their games and all moving to 5 points.
Wow. The rest day really was the calm before the storm, because things are heating up, and these are the standings as we currently have them. Asterisks there on the left, just next to the name of Erigaisi and Esipenko, who could join the leaders, or who could join the leader, Vidit, if either wins. But yeah, Vidit out there on his own.
Yeah, and there you can see how many players? 7 players.
7 for now.
7 for now. Could potentially be 9 if Arjun Erigaisi and Andrei Esipenko draw. And it was also a decisive day in the women's section.
Yeah, and first time we've had 7 winners on the top 10 boards in the open section, but in the women, that tends to be the norm. Only 3 draws here. and blood spilt on all the other boards. And more importantly, wins for Vaishali and Stefanova, meaning that they join Anna Muzychuk at the top of the standings.
Yep, a 3-way tie. Incredible stuff. I mean, the women's section has been very, very exciting.
Yeah.
So many dramatic games, so many twists and turns. And talking about twists and turns, Daisy Corey winning with a fantastic trick against Gunay Mamadzada.
Yeah, well worth playing through if you get time at home for the viewers. And I was just counting in the open section, on the top 18 boards, only 5 draws. So massive turnarounds in the standings. Definitely the players coming back refreshed, throwing all their energy in. And I mean, these two now have been going for over 6.5 hours, 6 hours, 40 minutes. Still not an end in sight.
No.
When will we be treated to dinner, Jovanka? Maybe not for a while.
Not for a while. And, well, the players have plenty to play for. King moved to G7. And
Okay, we saw some moves.
Yep.
King G7, so he's pretty much just sitting and waiting. I like this idea, actually, of a rook on B7. It means that White's trick of taking this knight and then playing rook E5 will never come to anything, because the C7 pawn would drop at the end.
But on the other hand, the king is vulnerable. And now you can look at ideas of perhaps going F5 or maybe putting the king on G5. Either way, advance the F pawn.
Yep, F for forward, F5, and...
We're live.
We're live. We are live. We have been live for 7 hours, Jovanka. So we're running out of things to say. F5 and...
But at least I have you, David. If I were by myself, I'm sure I would have gone a bit crazy by now.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you for keeping me company through all of these twists and turns. So if the F pawn ever gets to F6, that would be fatal to black. F6, and yeah, he won't survive this one, Esipenko. So how does he keep fighting here? Just, you can prepare this king G5, F6 any moment now. Maybe the black rook has to go behind.
Yeah.
Start the checks.
And now, I guess, how to make progress.
It's so close, but
okay,
still so
you've
far.
got to do the whole thing what grinders do. Just waste time.
Waste time. Tickle,
Yeah, exactly. Waste time, threaten something, make some innocuous move, and try to get this position with the black king on F7.
Yeah, if the black king were on F7, then as we've established by now, some checks might be fatal. Physically struggling to talk after all of this, but
okay, I got an idea. No, I don't have an idea. So rook E1 maybe.
Rook E1, but now the black king can move.
Yeah, and now keep wasting time. So make lots of
rook G1.
G1, yeah. Let's go
Just to
rook
stop any
G1.
checks.
Yeah.
The black king has to block off the king coming to G5. Strictly only move, and yeah, when the rook's no longer on the H file, there's no checks. So the king on F6 pretty safe.
And now we can go rook to C4. Let's carry on wasting time.
Yep. In the meantime, he's doing something similar.
Yep.
He's played rook D1, a nice non-committal move. We like that. Hinting that he might land on D7 or D8. He's already been around there, of course,
Yeah.
but not repeating the position. What do we say the magic number was? 113?
113.
Okay, now we're about to be on move 80, so still over 30 moves to go before the 50 move rule kicks into mark. Knowing our luck, he'll play F5 on move 112. That's how I would try and do it, how to time it with white.
It's karma, David.
Oh gosh. What have I
For
signed up
all
for?
the times you kept the arbiters waiting.
Yeah, I used to joke, like, if any commentators knew that I was playing in the tournament, they should negotiate to be paid by the move.
Yes.
They would have made a fortune.
I remember once I was asked to commentate on a game that's, or rather a match that you played, and I said no.
Life's too short.
It is.
Rook C2, meanwhile, yeah, he's really not committing. He's just going back. He's just hoping that black breaks the ideal setup by accident. Maybe he's also just kind of biding his time till Esipenko's down at 30 seconds, then he'll set a trap or two.
Exactly. That's what every good in-game grindmaster does. So rook moves to A7.
Yeah.
He can... Now he can put his rook on C5.
Yeah, just came from that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, rook can go to C5. What I would do is I'd put the rook on B1, mess around with this rook for a few moves. Then I'd put the rook on E1, then I'd mess around with this rook for a few moves.
Okay, well, here, talking about messing around, it's come to D7.
Okay, and new score sheets, they've passed move 80. burning the paper,
Yep.
burning through the rainforests.
Environmental reasons to finish the game.
Yeah, I must admit I didn't pay respect to that in the past. One Grand Swiss, the previous Grand Swiss, I got 3 score sheets.
3.
Yeah.
Was that your game against Nixons?
It was.
Yeah,
it was.
but there you were defending, so that was absolutely fine,
Yeah, that
and
was
you
not my
managed it.
fault. It was only 150 odd moves, but in the end holding tight. This one will go beyond the 100 mark most likely.
Mhm.
It's always Esipenko. Not Esipenko. It's always
Arjun.
Arigaisi even.
Yeah, yeah.
Arjun who plays the long games.
And Esipenko under 4 minutes.
Okay, he's about to reach for his rook. The black king and knights are perfectly poised, so no need to rush with those. And yeah, rook a1 does hint at all the checks in the world.
Yeah.
He might be trying to force the issue now. Yeah, how to break through this barrier. Not easy.
No, but one thing you can do is just somehow I've got to get my rook to e3. I've got to
This rook?
confuse my one rook has to go to e3, and so what I really want to do is I want to get through f5 and you know, but still the rook has to be on c4. So I need to just keep making those random moves. So maybe.
Yeah, there was a trap actually in the previous position. If Esipenko had just waited, for example, rook b7, there would have been the winning move, rook to e2. Actually, I only stumbled across this because you mentioned a rook on the e file. Just getting rid of the knights by brute force. No matter what black does now, the knights will be removed with checks.
Yeah.
And at the very end, okay, for fun, I'll promote to a knight. And yeah, just of course you can promote to a queen and win. So the black rook needs to go behind rook e2 in this position. Would have been met by, okay, he played rook d8, rook e2, rook c8, rook c1.
Yep.
Wow, it's that time of day, rook
Yep.
c1. And the pawn is stopped, so he plays rook d8 instead. Okay, any chances now? Will black gives checks?
Okay, but that's fine. You can just drop the king. Although we're on move 82.
We'll move 82. The counter's ticking, 31 more moves to go. And he waits with his king, king g7.
Okay.
Maybe White's idea could be to bring the king. You've got to watch a few. Wait, you can't really get. Can't get to b7.
No.
Can't get past the 5th rank.
But you can put your rook up to c3.
Nice move. And if black waits.
And then I wanted to go
f5.
5.
And check.
And now I wanted to go king f4.
f4, check.
And rook f3.
Aha, block.
Block.
And you're hoping that you can meet this one with
some f6 business.
Yeah.
But
He's actually broken the formation, so he's actually moved his rook to d2, allowing black to park up behind the c pawn. This is very committal, because that's the ideal setup for black, usually. Rook c1 though, does he have a specific idea in mind?
Yeah, probably to put the rook on
d7.
Yeah, d7.
Threatening rook takes knight.
Yeah, that's the cheapo.
Yeah, but okay, black can get off the pin and get out of the 7th rank.
And now you can go
Five?
5, but then there's a check.
5, there's always a check, yeah. And next move, the pawn drops. And I don't see any compensating factors there. It definitely feels like now he's tired of waiting, tired of the patient maneuvering. Now he's going for it. Rook d7 likely. But yeah, king f6 looks like the only safe square, but it's sufficient. And just double check, king f6 would indeed be the only move here. Esipenko, half an eye on the clock. He's still got enough time.
Yeah. Rook d7, king f6.
Don't see any downsides. Rook f8 check. The king's marching towards the rook.
No, he hasn't put his rook on c1.
Yet. Check first. King drops back. And now surely the time is right for rook c1. I like this, driving the white king back.
It's at least it kind of reduces the danger of f5. And now rook c1.
Yeah, rook c1. What would you make of an endgame, Jovanka, if it's just rook and knight versus 2 rooks? If, for example, one black knight gives its life for white's 2 remaining pawns?
Well, we're going to be here for another...
Then we'd be here for another 100 moves.
Another 100 moves, and maybe the game will be finished at 10 p.m.
Minimum. Okay, rook c1, big threat.
I guess it should be a draw,
Should
but
be a
it
draw, I
depends on the placing of the knight. If the knight is close to the black king,
And draw.
then a draw. Knight is cut away, then 2 rooks are dangerous.
Yeah. Right now, white's rooks are dangerous, but unfortunately, just not many ways to keep this pawn intact. Dropping the other, it's got to be 1 rook to d7, right?
Yeah.
And this rook to d7 looks like it doesn't really test black at all. No threats. Black can just defend this knight and actually even threaten in some scenarios knight to b6, getting rid of the defender of the c pawn. I think Arjun's, he should have grinded and kind of as you described, just waited, and then maybe rushed his king either way or rushed it forward. Maybe even put a pawn on f5 before going for this this motif.
We can still do it, right? He can still go rook
d7.
Rook d7. Your
What
king
next?
comes forward, and now I wait.
Now you wait.
Yeah, I'm going to wait with the king to e4,
King e4.
just for fun.
Yeah. King e6. It's
Yes.
going to be a bunch of checks. And okay, he's actually played the other rook to d7. I'm really shocked by this, Arjun Erigaisi, because after king f6, yeah, what's he doing next? The king will just park itself on e6, and he's frozen. He's tied himself down to the protection of c7 with a passive rook on d7.
Well, I guess maybe he wants to go rook e2 now.
Rook e2.
It's on the board.
Yeah, so he's tied down the black king and the black rook. Because if the black rook ever moves away, this idea again of eliminating both the knights and pushing through. So, okay, interesting stuff. Yeah, I think he needed to play rook e2, otherwise all chances were gone.
And now,
Still how to make progress.
just wait, right? You just give a check. You get check, or you...
Yep, check. When in doubt, give a check.
Yep, and king goes somewhere.
King g4. I don't think you can ever really step to the e file. Although there's a trick.
Yeah, there is
I was
a
gonna
trick.
say king e6, attacking this rook. You do not give a discovered check, and this would most likely end in a draw. First, if king e6, you take the knight.
Yep.
Check. And no matter which piece recaptures, suddenly discovery. Like
And
discovering the new world.
And that would be a painful trick to fall into. And Esipenko,
How should he wait then? Just with a rook on c4 maybe?
yeah, but you still have this kind of idea of going king to e3, because I just move the king over to the d line.
Yeah, just shift.
Because you
Yeah.
can't take rook takes f4 because of the trick that you highlighted.
Okay, he waits with his king, so king f7. We'll see something similar. Probably king
Yeah,
e4 maybe.
if you go king
No,
e4,
King e3.
king
how about
e3,
set up the trick.
king e3, set the cheapo.
King e6 now would walk again into a capture and discovered check, winning the rook.
Yep.
Still some cheapos. In blitz, I think white would win this every time due to one of these traps. But if we go back, king f7. Yeah, maybe he's going e8 in some scenarios just to kick this rook, to nudge it away.
Yes.
King e3, maybe this one. King e8.
Then there's nothing I can do except double the rooks on
Yeah,
the...
suddenly knight b6 maybe, attacking this rook.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, by force, grab this c7 pawn.
But then I go rook to d8 check,
King moves.
and
Pawn's dropping.
yes.
Also knight d5 check ideas due to the awkward placement of the white king.
Yeah, no, I have not done this in the best way.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a way in general. I love what Esipenko's done, king on f7. He's hinting that he could go either direction, kick the rook.
Okay, maybe the king could move to g3.
King g3 and black waits.
Okay, well, we
played
have
f5.
a move f5.
And the counter resets, 50 move rule.
Yep.
Not kicking in yet.
So what's 87 plus 50?
137. I think.
137, yeah, that's what I thought as well.
Put me on the spot after 7 hours, Jovanka.
I'm sorry. I was a bad co-partner there.
I missed maths class that day. Adding up is hard. Okay, f5. So is there a trap? I don't really see it. Esipenko's pausing before deciding where to go with
Well,
his
there
king.
is a trap, right?
If I go back, I don't
Is there
see
f6?
it. He's going to move his king.
Is there any f6 ideas?
Yeah, it's close, right? f6,
Yeah.
king takes rook, and you
And
want to play f7.
Yes.
But unfortunately, for example, I can check first.
And then you've got knight to...
Yeah, at the very end, knight g6, and still it's probably a draw.
It's a draw.
With a pawn so far advanced.
Yep.
Black's knight can never move without the white pawn giving itself up. Okay, so f5 played, king f6, the response. Now he is threatening to just take this pawn with his king. Black rook is perfectly poised, always behind passed pawns. That's the best placement for them.
Yeah.
And rook e6 check.
And can he not take now?
I think he can. What are we missing? King takes pawn.
Well, I'm not
Maybe this is a silent draw offer from Erigaisi. Maybe he's given up his winning chances.
Yep.
We'll see. Rook takes knight. Esipenko just calling the bluff there. King takes on f5 has been played. And I think we will be treated to dinner very shortly, Jovanka. It's a full 7 hours pretty much for these two. They need another rest day.
They do need another rest day, but they also need some time out and some time to enjoy dinner.
Yeah.
King f6.
Step back and then step across, and this pawn will drop.
Yep.
I think we'll see them play on until king versus king. Not quite 100 moves. We're at move 90 right now.
No, draw agreed. And well, it was a marathon game, but in the end, the point was split between Arjun Erigaisi and Andrei Esipenko. And what a game it was. I mean, it was full of tricks. It got crazy at one point, and in the end, just heroic defense there from Esipenko.
Yeah, packed full of great opening ideas, dynamic play, tactics, and in the end, this endgame, which was still super tricky. Some winning chances for Erigaisi. We think maybe he missed one clear win where he could have pinned Black's bishop, but other than that, a fair result, a draw. And that does confirm, Jovanka, that we only have one leader in the open section after starting the day with 8.
Yeah, I know, it's incredible actually. Starting the day with 8, and we are now down to one sole leader. Vidit taking the lead with 5.5 points with his victory over 17-year-old Sindarov. And maybe we can bring up the standings in the Open for one last time today.
Yeah, as we see the players just discussing. Nice that they're still into the chess, into the details, into the variations after 7 hours of play. Nice camaraderie there in the tournament hall. But yeah, they'll be glad, especially Esipenko. A sigh of relief, I think, for him, defending for 7 hours grimly. Chess karma will be on his side, holding on there.
Yes, and there you see the players laugh, set up the pieces. It's been a tough day of chess for the pair.
Yeah, tough day, long day. They deserve their dinner, and it's not going to get any easier for them tomorrow. They'll be facing likely similar level opponents, 2600-2700. It's pretty much packed now with these elite players. And Esipenko reminded to take his badge with him as he leaves the tournament hall.
Yeah, and so it means that Vidit tomorrow will probably face Hikaru.
Wow, Vidit today had black and Hikaru had white. Normally the highest seeded player on the second score group will jump up with the upfloat, so I think you're right.
Or would it be Fabiano? I'm just thinking in terms of the colours. But anyway, the arbiters will solve that one for us
they will.
Later tonight. And talking about arbiters there, we see Arno just picking up the score sheets and leaving the playing venue.
That is an empty venue, the Villa Marina here in Douglas, Isle of Man, and I think we'll just recap those events that we saw today and the fallout from it. We see actually 4 draws in the end on the top 10 boards in the open section, but a lot of decisive games, especially wins for white between boards 6 and 10. But more importantly, Vidit on board 3, winning with black and leading.
Winning with black and leading the competition with 5.5 points out of 7. And there we can see the standings in the Open with Vidit taking the lead, 5.5 points, but chasing him, all eager to seize the lead. There are a cluster of players like Predka, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana. These are the who's who of chess. And let's remind ourselves of the standings and results in the women's section.
Yeah, and here we see three leaders. We started the day with one, but Anna Muzychuk was caught up by Vaishali and by Antoaneta Stefanova after her win that she showed us here in the studio. Only 2 players on 5 points, so things are really heating up. The players below that need to start winning.
Yep, and tomorrow, David, it is round 8 and more exciting chess in store for you. The play begins at the same time, 2:30 British Standard Time, 3:30 Central European Time, and I think it's the perfect time to wish you all a good night and thank you all for watching and see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
As many spins, so toss them in the air or something?
Oh my gosh.
A girlfriend does this a lot, yeah? But I can't spin it like him. He can like do a full spin in one. I have to do it this way.
I don't even know how he does it.
2 ends?
Maybe with the left hand it will be better.
Okay, I'll try.
Does it have to be smooth?
I have only one hand, yeah, I suppose.
I guess I'm not as good as girlfriend, but
I'm really not.
I was probably originally left-handed.
This is so silly. Oh.
Three, two, one. Go, go, go.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. Yeah, I don't know how he does it.
17 or 18, I don't know.
Like, of course, with opponent would be much easier, but I think it'll be better than some, but worse than others. Was really? Really? Okay.